Come on, Kratos. Let's finish this.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku became the champion of Hades in God of War movie. Before we start, please go support RobertFanfics for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Prologue. Izuku the champion of Hades prologue. We are in the city of Japan, where 80% of the people have unusual powers, called Quirk, but 20% of the people did not have a quirk and were called Quirks, and that portion of the people were discriminated against by the entire society, but we focus on a specific child, who was called Izuku Midoriya, who was declared Quirks, when his parents Inko Midoriya and Asashi Midoriya went to the hospital to see what his quirk would be, but his sister Izumi Midoriya was the only one who had a quirk, which was pyrokinesis, and when Izuku was declared as Quirks, the abuse from his family began. Inko always scolded him for no reason and left him without food, and his father, every time he arrived drunk, he always hit him until he was unconscious, and his sister always bothered him at school. Along with his former childhood best friend, Katsuki Bakugo, they beat him whenever he was alone. Even on one occasion they hit him so hard that he bled from his ear, but no one cared. Izuku always managed to survive, but one day Izumi and Bakugo threw a huge explosion at him that left him unconscious and burned part of his left arm. The two children left little Izumi in the forest to die. When night fell, Izuku's unconscious body was taken by dark hands and taken underground. Little Izuku was in a bed with many bandages all over his body, then a figure of a very beautiful woman approached the bed to see the unconscious child. Persephone. Poor child, you have suffered too much, but now we will help you. At that, a reddish-skinned man with many spikes on his black back appeared, but what characterized him most was that he had a golden helmet that had some crows near his shoulders. Persephone. Dear, I'm glad you're here. I want to talk to you about this boy. Hades. No need, dear, I already knew about this boy's entire life. Persephone. And what will you do with it? Hades. I'm going to train him, he'll become the best warrior the cooldown has ever had, and he'll become whatever he wants in his world. Persephone. I'm surprised you have any kindness for a mortal with him. Hades. You know very well that all mortals consider me an evil god, but I am not, and helping this child proves it. At that the gods could see that Izuku was beginning to wake up with some difficulty. Persephone. Be careful, child, you still have many wounds. Izuku. Who are you? Persephone. My name is Persephone, the queen of the underworld, and he is my husband Hades, the god and king of the underworld. Izuku. Have I already died? Hades. No, child, you are not dead. We saved you from dying because we could see all the injustice you have suffered. Izuku. He began to remember everything that happened and began to get sad with some tears threatening to come out. At that, Persephone hugged Izuku in a maternal way to calm the green-haired boy. Persephone. Calm down, they won't hurt you anymore, you're with us now. Hades. Now, we will be your parents and your son. At that Izuku calmed down and saw Persephone and threw himself to hug her with some tears of happiness. Izuku. Thank you very much. Persephone. It's nothing, son. Hades. This is something to celebrate. Persephone. I will call other gods to meet Izuku. Hades. Good idea, I'll take care of the food. At that moment, a young man with shiny hair appeared, wearing boots that had wings. Creator's note. It should be noted that I'm going to take all the gods from God of War to make their descriptions easier, end of note. Hermes. What's wrong, Persephone, why did you call me? Persephone. I want you to tell the gods to come celebrate because I want them to meet my new son. Hermes. Son. Persephone. Of course my son, come on Izuku, come say hello. Izuku was behind Persephone, holding her leg. Izuku. Nice to meet you, he said with a bow. Hermes. A little pleasure, my name is Hermes and I am the messenger of the gods. At that Persephone proceeded to tell him everything that happened to Izuku, which caused Hermes to get angry. Hermes. And what is the problem with whether he has powers or not? Before, humans did not depend on those so-called quirks to be great heroes. We have Hercules, Perseus, and Achilles as examples. Persephone. You better leave now and call the others so we can talk things over. Hermes. Very well, I'll be back soon. At that the messenger went at great speed, surprising Izuku. Izuku. How I saw that. Persephone. When everyone is here I'll explain. At that the two went to a large table that had a great variety of dishes that were brought by some skeletons. After an hour, Izuku and his now new parents waited for everyone, and after a few minutes, the gods came and met the little green-haired boy. Izuku was really a bit shy when it came to speaking, as he still has trauma from his ex-family. The goddesses became fond of Izuku, but Aphrodite had impure fantasies about the child, something that angered the goddesses, especially Athena, Artemis, and Hestia. But with the gods, Izuku gets along very well with Hercules and the rest of the Greek heroes since they told him all their adventures, something that surprised the boy a lot. Izuku was able to get something he always wanted since he was told he was a Quirkless, a family that loved him, and new adventures are about to begin. End of prologue. Chapter 1. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 1. We find ourselves in the underworld where there was a boy of about 16 years old who was fighting against some armored cyclops under the watchful eyes of his adoptive parents. Hades. I'm surprised he's had such a breakthrough, don't you think, dear? Persephone. You're right, but remember she has to return to her own world so she can fulfill her dream. Hades. I haven't forgotten. At that, a loud scream could be heard throughout the room, and they could see that it was a Cyclops who was missing his eye that was torn out, falling to the ground dead. Izuku had improved a lot in these years. Artemis taught him how to hunt, Athena taught him everything about defense and combat, Hermes taught him how to make some jokes, and Hercules along with the Greek heroes taught him how to fight hand to hand, the art of the sword, the use of magic, and the god Hephaestus made him claws very similar to those of Hades, only they were completely black. Izuku got along very well with all the gods, and they liked him. At the moment. Over time, Izuku's appearance changed, and his hair went from green to completely black. He had a very marked body, with an X-shaped scar on his chest, but what stood out the most was that he had slight scars on his left arm, due to the burns he received from his former childhood friend and his former sister. Izuku. Father, mother, I'm done with my training, is there anything else you want me to do? Hades. No son, go rest, you've earned it. Izuku, thank you father. Izuku went to his chambers leaving the kings of the underworld alone. Persephone. It hurts me to know that I'm going to be separated from my son. Hades. Don't worry dear, remember that he can always come back here whenever he wants, remember that we are a family, he said, pointing to a wall that had some pictures where Izuku had a smile on his face next to them and the other gods. At that they could hear something falling, and they could see that it was Athena, Artemis, Hermes, Hercules and Perseus. Athena. Did I hear wrong? Artemis. Izuku is going to leave. Hermes. I don't want my joke partner to leave. Hercules and Perseus. We don't want him to leave. The five gods began to cry in an I'm style, making Hades and Persephone shed a few drops of sweat. Persephone. How dramatic. Hades in his giant form. Shut up already. The five left their comical scene since Hades' scream scared them too much. Hades. We have already discussed this, Izuku will return to his world, but don't worry, he can return whenever he wants, with the spell I teach him. Athena. I would like him to stay. Artemis. We've already grown fond of him. Hermes. I'll feel lonely without anyone to help me make jokes. Persephone. Without Izuku around, you won't be saved from the punishments you'll get later for doing that. At that Izuku appeared wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, dark green pants, and dark sandals. Izuku. Hey guys, how are you ba? Izuku and the gods began to talk to each other, but Hermes received a call from his father Zeus and ran to Olympus, leaving the others in hell. Izuku. Aunt Athena, how's Uncle Ares? Athena. Well, that's fine. She says she wants to see you for a practice duel again. Izuku. It's not fair, he always beats me. Artemis. That's why he wants to see you, he wants you to be stronger. Just so you know, when Ares found out about Izuku's childhood, he dedicated himself to training him so that he wouldn't suffer that horrible past again. Artemis. Tell me Izuku, how did you like the bow I gave you? The bow that Artemis gave to Izuku is the same one that appears on screen. Izuku. I really liked it, but I still need to practice my aim. At that moment Hermes returned with a letter in his hands. Izuku. Uncle Hermes, why did Zeus call you? Hermes. He told me to give you this letter. Izuku proceeded to read which said the following. Izuku, it won't be long before you return to your world and all the gods of Olympus, we decided to give you a great banquet as a farewell, signed Zeus. Izuku. So a banquet, huh? Persephone. That's a great way to say goodbye. Hades. Let's go right now, we don't have to keep the others waiting. At that moment a large cart appeared, pulled by black horses. Hades. Get in now. They all got into the chariot and flew straight to Olympus. A few minutes later. Izuku and the gods had arrived at Olympus and were greeted by the god of wine, Dionysus, and the god of fire, Hephaestus. Dionysius. Welcome. Izuku. Hello Uncle Dionysus, hello Uncle Hephaestus. Hephaestus. Hello Izuku. Dionysius. Welcome Izuku, I hope you're ready to eat and drink like never before. And that he received about 3 blows from Persephone, Athena and Artemis. Persephone. Dare to give my son even a glass of alcohol, and I'll throw you into a pool of wine filled with sharks. Athena. Izuku is still too young to drink. Artemis. Don't even think about giving him anything to drink. Dionysia. Yeah, that's fine, he said it while he was on the floor with some bumps on his head. Hades. Okay Izuku, let's go see the rest of the gods. Izuku. Here I go. Izuku was behind his father, and behind him were his mother and his aunts, along with his uncle Hephaestus, who was carrying a somewhat dizzy Dionysus. Izuku and his parents had entered a large room where there was a table with lots of food and drinks, and in the center of the table were Zeus, the king of the gods and lord of Olympus, along with his wife Hera, the queen of Olympus. Zeus. Izuku, welcome to the banquet. Izuku. Thank you very much, Uncle Zeus. Hera. And there is no hug for me? Izuku. Of course Aunt Hera. Izuku gave Hera a hug, who was pressing Izuku's face with her breasts. Hermes. Hey Hera, leave Izuku alone, you're drowning him. Hera, upon realizing what she was doing, released Izuku, who was somewhat red from lack of air. Zeus. Hahaha, very well, now that everyone is present here, I want to make a toast for Izuku the human who has been raised by my brother Hades, since thanks to him we were reunited, leaving aside our disputes, cheers. All. Cheers. While Izuku and the gods of Olympus were celebrating, in the city of Japan, about 2 teenagers were putting up some wanted posts in a park. They were a young woman with green hair and her boyfriend with a Siniso hair, who were holding some wanted papers with a photo of Izuku. Those young men were Izumi Midoriya and Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo. Izumi-chan, do you think he's still alive? Izumi. He's still alive, I know it, I'll find him no matter what. Back on Olympus. You can see all the gods dancing and eating, but Izuku was eating only meat, since his mother would kill him if he drank any wine. At that Zeus approached him. Zeus. Izuku, what do you think of the banquet? Izuku. It's great, Uncle Zeus, thank you very much for making it. Zeus. It was nothing, Izuku, apart from that I have a gift for you. At that Zeus asked for everyone's attention to give his gift to Izuku. Zeus. Well Izuku, since you have to go tomorrow, I want to give you a gift from me. Then a small yellow light surrounded Izuku's body and small rays of electricity began to come out. Izuku. What is this? Zeus. I gave you the power to summon lightning. Izuku. Thank you very much. That night Izuku received many gifts from Hephaestus. He received armor that only consisted of black shoulder pads that had 3 wolf heads as a design, leaving his body marked in the air, and a Spartan-like helmet made of a material that was difficult to break. From Ares, he received a spear and a shield that had the symbol of Sparta. On his mother's side, he was given a small green Cerberus, which could grow from a small cub into a large Cerberus. Creator's note. Just so you know, they are the Cerberus that appear in God of War 1, in the Trial of Poseidon, end of note. After that Izuku returned to his world, but Hades gave him the power to summon creatures to help him in his battles, and to return to hell whenever he wants. Izuku. Hello Japan. I'm back. Chapter 2. Izuku the Champion of Hades Chapter 2. When Izuku returned to his world, the first thing Iso did was build a house in the forest somewhat close to the city to have a place to live, and it only took him a day to finish it, since this was not a challenge for him. After that he went to buy what he needs, a flat-screen television along with some consoles like a Play 4, a Nintendo Switch, some very comfortable furniture, and some dog things for his little Cerberus, like chew toys, a bone to bite and a bed. He also bought some food since thanks to his mother, uncles and aunts he learned to cook. He also bought some clothes and a double bed, and for the living room, he had some paintings of the Greek gods. Right now it was night and our black-haired man became a vigilante, under the name of Hades, since it was in honor of his father for having saved him, and he was always accompanied by his 3-headed dog. Izuku had earned a great reputation as a vigilante, for having saved many people from villains, and for unmasking several heroes who only sought fame and money, and Izuku had also saved a little white-haired girl with a little horn on her head from those who were called the 8 prefects of death, being able to kill some of them, but he could not catch their leader who managed to escape after a battle. At the moment, we meet at Izuku's house, who was studying with some books around him, while his little daughter was chasing the little Cerberus. Izuku. Daughter, please play carefully. Eri. Don't worry daddy, I just want to play with Cerberus. At that the little Cerberus launched himself at Eri and began to lick him, making him giggle a little. At that moment, a breaking news story appeared on television. Reporter. We are in the center of the city and we can see a large mud villain who has 2 hostages who are high school students. One of them has an explosion quirk and the other, who appears to be a girl, has a pyrokinesis quirk, and the heroes cannot approach. We wait for reinforcements to come. Izuku. Eri, I'll be back, don't leave the house while I'm gone. Cerberus, get ready. Eri. Daddy, please be very careful. Izuku. Don't worry, we'll be back. The black-haired man left the house and proceeded to summon 2 minotaurs and 3 satyrs. Izuku. Protect my daughter while I'm gone. The monsters nodded in affirmation and the little one turned into a large Cerberus. Izuku. Okay, let's go. Izuku climbed onto Cerberus's back and they ran off towards the city. In the city. Everything was complete chaos, there was fire everywhere and the heroes could do absolutely nothing as the villain launched multiple explosions. Villain. Hahaha, stupid heroes can't beat me, give up now. Izuku. You better give up if you don't want me to kill you. Everyone turned to see the vigilant Hades, dressed in the armor given to him by Hephaestus, accompanied by his faithful companion. Civil. It's Hades. Civil 2. He'll be able to handle that thing. Civil 3. We trust in you, Hades. At that Izuku launched his claws, taking the hostages, and with a strong pull he was able to get them out. At that the Cerberus took the hostages with 2 of its 3 heads, taking them with the heroes and returning with its master. At that Izuku climbed on the back of Cerberus, and with his claws, he held 2 light pulls, thus gaining momentum, and launched himself towards the mud villain, being inside of it, leaving everyone completely shocked by that. Izuku. Feel the wrath of the King of the Seas. All the civilians and heroes could see a blue lightning bolt fall from the sky, right where the villain was, causing him to explode and disperse all over the place, also releasing a large wave of wind extinguishing all the fire that was around him. Izuku. That was very easy. From Izuku's hand a jar appeared and began to attract the mud villain, trapping him completely. All the civilians began to celebrate the black-haired man's victory. Hamui Woods. Vigilante Hades, stop there, you are under arrest. Izuku. And may I know why I'm being arrested? Hero 2. For using your quirk without any license. Civilian 1. That's ridiculous. Civilian 2. He saved the hostages and put out the fire. Civilian 3. And that was supposed to be their duty as heroes. All the civilians began to complain to the heroes for wanting to arrest Izuku for the absurd reason of using his quirk without having a license. The black-haired man was about to leave with his 3-headed companion, but someone stopped them on their walk. Izumi. Brother, I finally found you. Bakugo. Damn Deku, where have you been all this time? The Polysinissal launched himself at Izuku, but he dodged him and knocked him to the ground, putting him in a key. Izuku. What's your problem, damn Muslim? Bakugo. I want you to tell me where you've been all this damn time and how come you have a quirk. Izuku. I don't have to give you explanations, and don't call me brother again, your brother has been dead for a long time. Izumi. PP but brother. Izuku in response gave her a strong punch in the stomach, leaving her breathless on the ground. Everyone saw this, somewhat surprised to see that scene. At that Izuku opened a portal, without realizing it Bakugo stood up trying to jump again, but he stepped back when the Cerberus stood in front of him, shooting lava from his mouth. Izuku. Come on buddy, leave that useless guy alone. The Cerberus, upon hearing his master's request, left behind a completely terrified Bakugo. Izuku walked through the portal with his pet, leaving everyone in shock. The next day. The news that the vigilante Hades had defeated the mud villain and saved the hostages, something the heroes couldn't do, increased his popularity. Izuku. If I had known the hostages were those 2 idiots, I wouldn't have bothered going. Eri. Daddy, are you upset? Izuku. Of course not, little one, come here. Izuku gave a strong hug to his daughter and Cerberus, who was in Eri's arms in his puppy form. At that the minotaurs who were guarding the house began to scream. Eri. Daddy, what's wrong? Izuku. I don't know, but go to your room. The girl went to her room and locked her door. Izuku. Cerbero protege Eri. The cub took the form of a Cerberus and stood in front of Eri's door to protect it. Izuku went outside to see what the problem was with his creatures, in that he could see a minotaur and a satyr, both dead on the ground, and he fixed his gaze on those who were fighting, and he could see some heroes like Almith, Endeavor, Mirko, Eraserhead, Present Mick and Midnight. Izuku. What's going on here? Almith. Watchman Hades, stop your creatures, we just want to talk. Izuku. How do I know they're not lying to me? Asawa. We're not lying. At that moment a small eye form appeared before everyone. Izuku. What are you? Nezu. My name is Nezu and I am the director of the UA Hero Academy and I would like to talk to you. Izuku. Stop it. The Minotaur and the Satyrs stopped upon hearing their master's order. Izuku. If you dare to lie to me, I assure you that they won't be the only monsters you'll have to fight. The heroes had been tense about this, as it had taken them a while to kill even 2 of them. Right now everyone was in the room, and the black-haired man had his daughter on his legs, and the Cerberus was still in his 3-headed form, since Izuku didn't trust heroes. Izuku. Very well Nezu, start talking before my friend wants to eat you, he said it since the Cerberus was looking at him with a great desire to eat him, causing the rodent to hide behind all myth. Nezu. Well young Hades, I want you to stop being a vigilante so you can become a student of the UA, what do you think? Izuku. And what makes you think I want to be a hero? All myth. Wouldn't you like to leave this life of vigilante? Izuku. I hadn't thought about it. Asawa. We want you at UA since you show a lot of potential to be a hero. Present Mick. By the way, how old are you? Izuku. I'm 16. Mirko. Don't you think you're too young to have a daughter? Izuku. It's not genetic, it's adopted. Midnight. What is your real name? Izuku. My name is Izuku. Endeavor. Full name. Izuku. I don't have a last name. Present Mick. But on the news you could see a green-haired girl calling you brother. Izuku. That girl and that idiot did this to me. Izuku proceeded to take off the left side of his shirt, proceeding to show the scar he has, surprising everyone present. Nezu. But what happened to him? Izuku. Those two idiots, along with the Midoriya family, beat me mercilessly, physically and psychologically. All the heroes and the rodent were completely shocked as they never thought someone could have a scar of that magnitude. Izuku. They did this to me just for the simple fact of not having a quirk. Endeavor. What do you mean by not having a quirk? All myth. And the rays that you used? Izuku. All that is called magic, it is not that difficult to learn. Nezu. Well young Izuku, what do you say you want to be a hero? Izuku. Sorry, but I'll set my conditions. Asawa. And what would those conditions be? Izuku. 1. I want you to pay for all of Iri's education, especially in medicine, since her quirk could help many. 2. If Izumi Midoriya and Bakugo Katsuki are in Class A, I want to be in Class B, I don't want to be near those idiots. 3. I want you to allow me to kill villains, as long as the villain is very dangerous, those are all my conditions, what do you say? Midnight. At least we see that you care about your daughter. Izuku. I want him to have a good future, I don't want him to follow in my footsteps. Nezu. Okay, that's a deal, see you at the entrance exam. Nezu and the heroes left the watchman's house, leaving the father and daughter alone. Izuku and Iri began to celebrate since Izuku will finally be able to become a hero and Iri will finally be able to have a proper education. The days had passed and our black-haired boy had trained physically and mentally to be ready and the day had arrived and right now Izuku was in front of the UA Academy. Izuku. Okay, I'm ready. Chapter 3. Izuku the Champion of Hades Chapter 3. We met at the prestigious UA Hero School and our black-haired boy was at the entrance of the academy while being watched by all the applicants. Izuku. What are you looking at? He said with a very threatening look, causing the applicants to look away and others to run away. Izuku. How annoying they are. At that moment, a blonde man arrived who had some audio tapes around his neck that he used as a scarf. Izuku. What do you want to present Mick? Present Mick. I want you to come with me, the director wants to talk to you before the exam starts. Izuku. Okay, let's go. The two were about to leave, but then Izuku heard some voices that he hated to hear. Izumi. Brother. Bakugo. Deku Maldito. Present Mick. Do you know them, Hades? Izuku. I don't know them, let's go now. Izuku walked off with Mick, but Bakugo put his hand on Izuku's shoulder, stopping his walk. Izuku. Do you want to end up like that villain who kidnapped you? Bakugo. You are a. Izumi. Katsuki-kun, please stop. Izuku. You better listen to him if you don't want to lose your arm. Bakugo left Izuku and he went with Present Mick to the principal's office. Izuku was in front of Principal Nezu, drinking a cup of tea. Izuku. Tell me director, why do you want to talk to me before the test starts? Nezu. Well, the thing is, I want you to take the test before all the other applicants, since I'm sure they'll all be afraid of you because of your reputation as a vigilante. Izuku. Very well, where do I have to take the written test? Nezu. Midnight is going to take you to a room where you'll be watched by her to make sure you don't cheat. Izuku. Very well, Midnight-sensei, you go first, he said it since Izuku opened the door for the woman to go first. Midnight. Oh wow, how kind. Midnight left the principal's room, followed by Izuku. The two had arrived at a room where there was a table and chair with a sheet of paper in the center and a pencil with an eraser. Izuku. Wow, they already had everything ready. Midnight. Okay, this is just for you. Izuku. Okay, I'd better do it right now. Izuku sat down and began writing under Midnight's watchful eye, trying to see under the black-haired boy's shirt. It only took about 10 minutes for the black-haired boy to finish his exam. Izuku. Well, I'm done. Midnight. So fast. Izuku. It wasn't that difficult. Midnight. Alright, let's see how you do in practice. Midnight took Izuku to a large field where there was a large gate. Izuku. How is it possible that they have money to do this? Midnight. Director Nezu won't tell us how he does it. Izuku. And what should I do? Midnight. You have to destroy as many robots as possible, but you don't have to destroy one of the 4, as it doesn't give you any points. Izuku. Very well, I won't have any problem if I'm alone. Midnight. Don't summon any creatures. Izuku. That won't be a problem. At that point the doors began to open little by little. Midnight. Good luck. Izuku ran off to look for robots to destroy. From afar Midnight was staring at him since Izuku was wearing his armor. Without Izuku realizing it, he was being watched by the teachers and some students, since Nezu pressed a button so that all the candidates could see him, so that they could take an example. Izuku had encountered several robots that were against him, but for the black-haired man it was no problem, since he used his bow that his Aunt Artemis had given him, putting electricity into the arrows and throwing them towards the robots that remained motionless, and he destroyed them using the spear that his Uncle Ares gave him. All the teachers and aspiring heroes were left with their jaws on the floor when they saw how he would destroy the robots using his weapons and magic. In the fake city, Izuku stood on top of a large number of destroyed robots. Izuku. And to think that all this would be very difficult. At that moment, Izuku looked at his cell phone and saw that there were 30 minutes left until his daughter left school. At that moment, the black-haired man approached one of the cameras. Izuku. Hey Nezu, can I go now? I have to go get Eri. In the surveillance room. Isawa. He has destroyed all the robots without any problem. Cements. Of course not, you can see that it is somewhat tired. All myth. You're right about that. Nezu. Then let's see if he can handle this. Erodin pressed a red button with a smile on his face. In the fake city. Izuku. Well, since I don't have an answer, I'd better go. At that moment, a great tremor could be felt throughout the place. Izuku. What's going on? Then a large robot appeared in front of the black-haired man. Izuku. So this is the robot that Midnight told me to avoid. The robot tried to hit Izuku, but he jumped a great distance, landing on the roof of a building, at which point Izuku raised his hand in the air and proceeded to summon a large lightning bolt and launch it at the robot, stripping it of its arm and causing it to fall into thousands of destroyed pieces. Both heroes and aspirants were shocked at the astonishing display of power. At that Izuku could hear a voice that was Nezu's through the audios. Nezu. Young Izuku, thank you for participating in the tests. Go ahead and leave the place. In a few days we will send you a letter to see what class you will go to. Izuku without saying anything proceeded to leave the place, leaving all the mess behind him. The students' test would be like in the original story, only here Uraraka would be saved by the teachers. The days had passed and the vigilante Hades had received a letter at his home. In that father and daughter opened the letter and could see that it was a hologram of Nezu, informing him that he had passed with a score of 500 points for destroying all the robots that had fought against him and that his classroom would be Class B, since he also told him that Izumi and Bakugo would go to Class A. Izuku and Eri began to celebrate the good news that they took a walk and went to eat at a restaurant. Chapter 4. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 4. We met at the house of the guard Hades, who was making breakfast for himself and his daughter, since the little one had to go to school and her father had to go to the UA, since today was the first day. Eri. Daddy, is breakfast ready? Izuku. That's it Eri, take your pancakes. Eri. Daddy, I hope your first day goes well. Izuku. Thank you, daughter, but first we have to have breakfast to have energy, so eat everything. Father and daughter started to have breakfast and it only took about 15 minutes and the two went to their respective schools, but Izuku summoned some harpies to watch and protect his daughter. Izuku had arrived at the academy very early, being the only student inside the facilities. Izuku. I think I arrived too early, well at least I can set a great example. The black-haired boy was walking through the school hallways looking for his classroom. Izuku. Damn, where the hell is that damn classroom? At that point Izuku collides with Almith. Almith. Young Hades, what are you doing? Izuku. I'm looking for my classroom, but I can't find it because this place is a labyrinth. Almith. If you want, I can take it. Izuku. Yes please, if not I'm going to lose my patience. The two of them started walking towards Class B. From one moment to the next they had arrived and found themselves in front of the door. Izuku. Why do they have to make the doors so big? Almith. The director decided to make them this size, since some boys are surely very tall because of their quirks. Izuku. Well that makes sense, thanks for helping me. Almith. See you later young man. The blonde hero ran away like a rocket. Izuku had entered the room, seeing that there was no one there yet, then a portal appeared where the little Cerberus came out and they began to play to pass the time. At that moment, a black-haired girl with an expressionless face entered, along with a girl who had green hair like vines, and the two were scared when they saw Izuku because of his reputation as a vigilante. Izuku turned his gaze towards them. Izuku. Hello. The girls were a little scared since they thought he would do something bad to them. Izuku. Don't be afraid, I won't do anything to you. Really? Said the black-haired girl. Izuku. I'm not lying. In that case, a pleasure. My name is Ibara Shiosaki. The girl, now identified as Ibara, approached Izuku to shake his hand. Izuku. Nice to meet you, Ibara-san. At that, the black-haired girl approached our protagonist. Nice to meet you, my name is Yui Kadai. Izuku. Nice to meet you, Yui-san. Ibara. What's your dog's name? She said, petting the little Cerberus. Izuku. It's called Cerberus, and it's not a puppy. Yui. What? Izuku. Cerberus, show them your true form. The little dog, listening to his master, stood aside and showed them his three-headed form, scaring the girls. Ibara. PP, but what happened? She said, very scared, standing behind Izuku. Yui. That was impressive, but at the same time it's terrifying, he said it while standing behind Izuku anyway. The Cerberus began to approach its master little by little, scaring the girls even more, but Izuku put his hand on one of its heads to pet it. Izuku. Good boy. The girls were surprised to see how the large three-headed animal was petted by their new friend. Izuku. Don't worry, he won't bite you. The other two Cerberus heads extended so the girls could pet them, and with some fear, they were able to pet the big dog. Izuku. I told you so. Ibara. You're a good boy. Yui. You are very cute. The three of them started talking to each other and they got along very well, making Izuku happy since he could finally have friends. Time had passed and the students began to arrive, and some were scared to see the vigilant Hades, and others were surprised to see how Ibara and Yui were talking to him as if nothing was happening, along with a small puppy. All the students had arrived, leaving one seat empty, making it clear that one person was missing. Only Ibara and Yui would be talking to Izuku, since many were very afraid of him. At that moment, a girl with orange hair arrived, who was somewhat agitated from having been running. At that moment, she could see that almost all of her classmates were scared. She fixed her gaze on a table and saw someone she thought was dead. The orange-haired girl began to walk towards where Izuku was with her friends, now standing in front of him. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Izuku turned his gaze towards the person who asked him that question, and he could see an old friend. Izuku. Of course, what is that question? By any chance, is your name Izuku? Izuku. It's been a long time, Kendo-chan. The orange-haired girl gave him a big hug, with a tear in one of her eyes. Ibara. Izuku-san, do you know her? Izuku. Yes, I know her, we were childhood friends. At that moment the hero Vlad King arrived at the hall. Izuku. You're late. Vlad King. Yes, I know, the director gave us a little sermon on how we should treat the students. Izuku. If it's so boring, why didn't you leave? Vlad King. I would like that, but if I'm not in those meetings, they won't pay me. Everyone was surprised to see how Izuku and Vlad King spoke as if they were lifelong friends. Excuse me, have you already met? Said a young man who looked like a dog. Izuku. We've known each other for a long time. Vlad King. That's true, he saved my life when I was fighting a gang of villains, I'm very grateful for that. Izuku. It was nothing Vlad-san, by the way, what are we going to do now? Vlad King. Oh, that's right, everyone go to the locker room and put on your PE uniforms, we're going to do some tests with Class A. All. Yes, sensei. Everyone had gone to the locker room to put on their physical education uniforms. After a few minutes, Class A and B were in front of their teachers, but Izuku was the center of attention of the girls, since the uniform was a bit tight, revealing his well-defined body, but without Izuku realizing it, he was being watched by a girl with white and red hair. That's right, she was Endeavor's daughter, and without him realizing it, it was thanks to him that his family was reconciled. Flashback. After the heroes had spoken with Izuku in his house in the forest, Endeavor was able to realize his mistake, seeing Izuku's scar, since he was wondering if they gave him that scar for being Quirkles, what would have happened to his daughter if she had been a Quirkles. Afterwards, he had gone home, asking his children for forgiveness for all the wrong he had done. He even begged his wife for forgiveness on his knees, but obviously she wouldn't forgive him that easily. They needed time to reconcile. 10 months had passed, just as the UA entrance exam had arrived. The entire Todoroki family felt happy again, all thanks to the vigilant Hades. End of flashback. Vlad King. Well guys, today we are going to do some practices with Class A. But what happened with the entrance ceremony? Said a brown-haired girl. Izuku saw with Vlad King. When you're a hero, you don't have time for that stuff. Isawa. I like that boy. Izuku. Well, what do we do now? Asawa. Well, since you were first in the physical test, come here and throw this ball as hard as you can. Izuku. Very well, here I go. The black-haired man went to where there was a large circle and proceeded to surround the ball with small lightning bolts and proceeded to throw the ball, causing everyone to fall to the ground from the wind he released. As they recovered from that, they could see that it destroyed a mountain. Izuku. I think I exaggerated. Everyone. Do you think so? Bakugo. Damn Deku, how did you get a quirk? The red-haired boy launched himself at the black-haired boy, who summoned his claws and proceeded to pin him to the ground. Izuku. Come on, idiot, what's your problem? Bakugo. How the hell did you get so strong? And how did you get a quirk? Izuku. I don't have to explain myself to an idiot like you. Izumi threw a fireball at her ex-brother to help her explosive boyfriend, but that fireball was deflected by another fireball from the Cerberus, who was in his three-headed form. Izuku. Thank you very much, friend. By the way, Eraserhead, control your students if you don't want my three-headed friend to eat them. Asawa. Bakugo, Izumi, behave yourselves at once if you don't want to be expelled on the first day. The two young men listened and returned to their companions. The exercises would be like in the original story, with Izuku in first place, Shaka Todoroki second place, Bakugo Katsuki third place, Itsuka Kendo fourth place, Izumi Midoriya fifth place, Minoru Mineta last place. The purple-haired boy started crying and saying that he couldn't touch a girl's breasts. Asawa. By the way, the expulsion thing was a lie. Everyone. What? It was obviously a lie, said by a black-haired girl with big breasts. Izuku. Anyone with intelligence could see through that lie. Lad King. Okay, young people, go change and head to your respective classrooms. Izuku was the first to leave with his little friend on his shoulder. After that, classes would be normal, no one approached Izuku, only his friends Kendo, Ibara and Yui. Classes had ended and right now Izuku was leaving the premises until he was called by someone he hated. Izumi. Izuku Nai, wait. Izuku. I'm not your brother has been dead for a long time, so stop bucking around. Izuku tried to leave, but an explosion stopped his step. Izuku. Wow, Bakugo, you never learn, right? The Polysinus-O launched himself at Izuku, but he dodged him by jumping high and using his claws, he was able to grab him and tore off a piece of his soul, and proceeded to eat it. Izuku. How disgusting, it's the worst soul I've ever eaten. Bakugo. Shut up, damn it, Shiny. Izuku was able to dodge the explosive boy's attack, and surprising Izumi and Bakugo, Izuku gave him a huge explosion on his entire back, leaving him on the floor. Izuku. If you don't leave me alone, I'm going to return all the explosions you threw at me when we were kids. Izuku left the place, leaving Izumi and Bakugo surprised to see what happened. Right now he headed to his daughter's school and to his surprise Kendo ran after him. Izuku. Kendo-chan. At that, Kendo gave Izuku a hug, leaving him surprised. Kendo. Izuku-kun, you don't know how much I missed you. The orange-haired girl began to shed tears as she remained in the hug. Izuku. Kendo-chan, calm down, I'll explain everything to you, but calm down, I don't want to see you cry. Kendo. It's okay. The orange-haired girl stopped crying and began to walk next to the black-haired boy. Kendo proceeded to tell him everything that Iso had said when she found out about his supposed disappearance, that she had been looking for him all this time, since she knew what his life was like with his ex-family, and she was his only friend who didn't judge him for being a quirk. When the two had arrived with Eri, the latter knowing Kendo. Izuku. Well, Kendo-chan, I have to go home, see you tomorrow at school. Kendo. Izuku-kun, take this. The orange-haired girl gave him a piece of paper that had an address and a phone number. Izuku. What is it? Kendo. It's my home address and phone number. Izuku. Do you want me to go to your house? Kendo. Yes please, my parents will be happy to see you, they loved you too, but let me know in advance, so I can make myself pretty. Eri. Daddy, can we go? Izuku. Of course we're going to go, this Saturday, are you okay with that? Kendo. Very well, this Saturday, I'll be waiting for you. Izuku. By the way, Kendo-chan, you're pretty no matter how you look. That comment caused Kendo to blush greatly. Izuku. See you later. Kendo. Ah, goodbye. Izuku opened a portal for himself and for Kendo, as their respective homes. The two left with great happiness. Chapter 5. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 5. After Izuku reconnected with Kendo, he began to feel some happiness at finding the only person who doesn't discriminate against him for being a quirkless again. At the moment, Izuku was training in the forest, practicing with his Spartan spear, throwing it towards some trees that had some target shooting signs stuck on them. At that moment, an alarm sounded on the black-haired man's cell phone. Izuku. Alright, time to cook. Izuku headed inside his house to prepare some fried eggs with toast and a glass of milk and some pancakes with maple syrup. Izuku. Very well, and I still have time to bathe and take Eri to school. After that Izuku had taken a shower and put on his uniform and UA and went to wake up Eri. Eri, good morning dad. Izuku. Good morning Eri, it's time for breakfast, so put on your uniform, I'll wait for you in the living room. Eri. Okay, here I go. After a few minutes, father and daughter finished breakfast and the security guard had dropped Eri off at school and he had arrived at the UA, having a somewhat terrifying entrance. In the classroom of Class B, a demonic star had formed on the ground, fire coming out of it, and, from there, our black-haired boy appeared, causing some to get scared, but a brown-haired girl got very scared, causing her to fall on her back. Hinoko. Ha you clashing spirits. Izuku. Oh sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. At that moment Vlad King entered, who came running upon hearing Kinoko's scream. Vlad King. What happened here? Izuku. I accidentally scared this girl, that's why she screamed. Vlad King. So what did you do? Tetsu. He appeared from a burning triangle on the ground and that's why Kinoko screamed in fright. Vlad King. Izuku, don't scare your teammates again, I thought something bad had happened. Izuku. I'm sorry, it's just that I was running late and I had no other option but to open a portal so I wouldn't be late. At that moment the alarm sounded, meaning that classes had already started. Classes had gone by normally, with Izuku having a normal morning, until hero classes arrived and everyone was waiting for their teacher, and then the door was suddenly opened by the P symbol. All myth. I'm coming in like a normal person. All. It's all myth. Izuku. If that's normal, I don't want to know what it's like abnormally. All myth in response went off to a corner with a depressive aura, making circles with his finger, saying something about young people who have no respect. Kendo. What happened to him? Izuku. He got depressed because I told him the truth. All myth. Well young people, leaving aside the lack of respect from your partner, right now we are going to do a test of heroes and villains with Class A, so go put on your hero suits. The blonde hero pressed a button and from the wall came out many suitcases containing the outfits everyone had ordered. After that we found ourselves in the fake city where classes A and B were, with their hero costumes like in the original story. All myth. Well, young people, first of all, no one is missing, right? Kendo. Izuku-kun is still missing. Izuku. Sorry for the delay. The black-haired man arrived dressed in his armor, showing his great physique and his X-shaped scar to everyone, but the girls were blushing deeply and others had a drop of blood coming out of their nose from seeing the black-haired man's body. Tetsu. Izuku-san, I have to admit that you make me envious. All myth. Well young people, today we are going to have hero versus villain battles between both classes and in these boxes, we are going to decide the teams. Lida. But sensei, we would have one left over. All myth. That's true, but the one who will fight last will be young Izuku and he will be able to choose who he will fight with. Izuku. I don't mind at all. The teams would be like in the original story, with fights between Class A and Class B until they reach the finals. All myth. Well now it's young Izuku's turn. Izuku. Finally. All myth. Okay young Izuku, choose your opponents and your partner. Izuku. Can there be 3 enemies? All myth. Are you sure you want to fight 3? Izuku. Of course. All myth. That's fine, as long as the people you choose agree. Izuku. I want my opponents to be Izumi Midoriya, Kitsuki Bakugo and Shaka Todoroki, and my partner Itsuka Kendo. All myth. Do you agree on that, young people? Shaka. It's no problem for me. Izumi Bakugo. We agree. Kendo. That's fine by me. All myth. Okay, the young Izuku and young Itsuka team will be the heroes and the Class A team will be the villains, go to the building. Afterwards Izuku and Kendo were outside the building, reading the plans. Kendo. Izuku-kun, why did you choose me as your partner? He said this because he had some doubts. Izuku. You're the only person I trust, since you were the only one who didn't discriminate against me for being a quirk, that's why. The black-haired Iso's response was that the orange-haired girl had a small smile and a blush that was not noticeable. At that moment they heard the voice of All Myth telling them that the test had already begun and they both entered the corridors, looking for their enemies. Izuku. Kendo-chan, if Izumi and Bakugo come for us, you go for the bomb. Kendo. Are you sure you can beat them? Izuku. Don't worry, those two are no match for me. At that, they could hear some footsteps heading towards them and they could see a Bakugo who launched himself at Izuku, launching an explosion, but Izuku was faster and took Kendo by the waist to jump back, but without him realizing it, he touched one of Kendo's breasts, causing him to blush deeply that even made smoke come out of his ears. Kendo. To Izuku-kun, yes please almonds. Izuku? Oh yes of course. The black-haired man looked at his partner who was holding her chest in great shame. Izuku? Kendo-chan, are you okay? Kendo? When this is over, we're going to have a very serious conversation. Izuku? That will be later, but now go get the bomb while I fight these idiots. Kendo? It's okay, just be careful. The orange-haired girl went in another direction, leaving the three of them face to face. Izumi? When I beat you, you'll come home with me. Izuku? You still have the nerve to say that to me, after what you did to me. Bakugo? We are sorry for what we did. Izuku? Do you really think I'm going to fall for that story? Izuku launched himself at Bakugo, punching him hard in the face, causing him to crash into a wall. Izumi? Kitsuki-kun, estás bien? Izuku? You always had fun when you hit me, when you made fun of me, do you think I'm going to forget all the pain you caused me? Izumi in response only prepared a fireball to throw it at Izuku, but he was faster and kicked him in the jaw, causing him to nullify his attack, but Bakugo propelled himself with his explosions to launch himself against the black-haired man, but he was not far behind and also launched himself against the black-haired man. Bakugo propelled himself with an explosion to attack his former friend from behind. But Izuku was able to cover himself since he summoned his Spartan shield and then summoned his claws to take Bakugo and throw him against a wall and do it over and over again. In the surveillance room. Everyone was surprised to see how Izuku was humiliating Izumi and Bakugo. Ibara. All-Myth sensei, don't you think you're going too far? All-Myth. I don't think so, young Izuku isn't doing it with the intention of killing them. Yui. I don't know if it's just me, but don't you think that Izuku and the green-haired girl look a lot alike? Monoma. Now that you mention it, it's true. Kanoko. I hope Izuku-san can clear up that doubt for us. Back in the fight. Izuku had released Bakugo, leaving him on the ground in great pain, but without him realizing it, Izumi had thrown a flame behind him, but Izuku was not far behind, and in that he summoned his Spartan spear and began to turn it around, and thus he was able to repel his enemy's fire. Izuku? Hahaha, what's wrong with them? Can't they defeat a Quirkles? That answer surprised everyone without exception. Bakugo? What did you say? Izumi? But we saw you throw lightning. Izuku? That's not my quirk, all I use is magic, I'm still a Quirkles. Bakugo? Damn you, take this. The Policiniso put his hand in one of his grenade-shaped gloves. All-Myth. Young Bakugo, stop, if you throw that explosion at him you will die. Bakugo? He won't die if he dodges it. Bakugo removed the safety on his glove and a huge explosion headed towards Izuku, causing the building to shake. With Kendo. The orange-haired girl had some wounds on her body because of the ice of her bicolored opponent, but the two could feel that strong tremor, causing the two to lose balance, causing them to hold on. Shaka. Hey Bakugo, what the hell was that? He said it through the communicator in his ear. Bakugo. You shut up, this is my fight. At that Bakugo broke the communicator he had in his ear. Izuku. You'll need more than that to defeat me. The smoke had cleared and everyone could see an Izuku with his arms crossed. Izumi. How were you able to withstand that explosion? Izuku? I've received worse things. At that Izuku could hear Kendo's voice through the communicator. Kendo? Izuku-kun, are you okay? Izuku? Don't worry, I'm fine. How are you? Kendo? I have some problems with Shaka, I need you to come. Izuku? Here I go. He said, cutting off the communication and directing his gaze towards Izumi and Bakugo. Izuku? Well, it's time to get this over with. The black-haired man summoned the bow that his Aunt Artemis gave him and prepared 2 arrows covered in electricity, launching them towards his enemies, leaving them paralyzed and finishing them off with a strong blow to the back of their necks. Izuku? Kendo-chan, get ready to take the bomb. Kendo? What do you mean? Izuku? Trust me. Kendo got into position to make a big jump, having confidence in his partner. Izuku made a great leap heading towards the top floor where Kendo and Shaka were, and the two girls could see how Izuku came out breaking the floor, and at that moment he made a great leap towards the bomb, but Shaka realized that trick and put up an ice wall, but Izuku threw his Spartan shield, breaking the ice wall, leaving the path clear for Kendo, which was able to take the bomb, giving them the victory. All-Myth. The heroes win. Izuku. Good job. Kendo. We did it. The orange-haired girl threw herself at Izuku to give him a hug, which Izuku reciprocated to celebrate his victory. After that Izuku and Kendo went with the rest of their teammates, and the two were surrounded by their teammates congratulating them on their victory. After that, classes had ended and our black-haired boy was heading for his daughter, but was intercepted again by Izumi and Bakugo. Izuku? What do you want now? Izumi? I want you to come home, brother. Izuku? I'm not your brother and I'm going to prove it to you. Izuku had made a small wound to take some of her blood and ripped out a piece of her hair and gave it to his ex-sister. Izuku. If the DNA test comes out positive, I'll go home. Bakugo. Don't be ridiculous. Izuku. You shut up. Izuku looked at Bakugo with a death-filled gaze, making it clear that if he messes with him, he will only receive another humiliation. At that moment Kendo arrived to leave with Izuku. Kendo. Izuku-kun, are we leaving? Izuku. Of course, let's go. The two left the place, leaving the other couple somewhat confused about the hair and blood sample. With Izuku and Kendo. The two were walking towards Irie's school. Kendo. Izuku-kun, why did you give your hair and blood to that bitch? Izuku. I gave it to you so you can see once and for all that I no longer have anything to do with that family. Kendo. What do you mean? Izuku. I no longer have Midoriya blood. Kendo was confused by the answer she received. Izuku. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about before? Kendo. That's what's good about it. The orange-haired girl pecked Izuku's cheek since she had remembered what happened before. Izuku. Hey, why was that? Kendo. It's because before, you touched my breasts. Izuku had recalled that he had accidentally touched his friend's breasts. Izuku. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do it. Kendo. Don't worry, I know you didn't do it with bad intentions. Without the two of them realizing it, he had arrived at the girls' school and the little girl ran to give her dad an arm. Irie. Dad. Izuku. Hello Irie, how did it go? Irie. It was fun, I learned a lot today. Izuku. I'm very glad. Kendo. Hello Irie. Irie. Hi mom. The girl's response is that both teenagers turn as red as a tomato. Izuku. Irie, why did you say that? Irie. Isn't she your girlfriend, Dad? Kendo. No girlfriend. Irie. Did I say something wrong? Kendo. Of course not little one, it's just that you took me by surprise. Irie. Dad, can she walk us home? Izuku. Well, daughter, only if she wants to. Kendo. Of course, why not? The three of them headed to the guard's house and the little Cerberus launched itself at Irie to start licking her face. Irie. Haha, you tickle me. Izuku and Kendo had a good time in each other's company, but without the two realizing it, little Irie had made a plan with the little Cerberus to bring Izuku and Kendo together. The hours had passed and night had fallen, and unfortunately Kendo had to go home so as not to worry his family. Kendo. I'm sorry, but I have to go. Izuku. I'll go with you. It's very dangerous to go alone at night. Irie. Daddy, can I go with you? Izuku. Of course. Irie. Can Cerberus go too? Izuku. Well, why not, it's a good opportunity for me to go for a walk. They all went to drop off Kendo near his house, talking among themselves, until they reached a park. Kendo. Well, this is where we come to, my house is around the corner. Izuku. Well, Kendo-chan, see you tomorrow. Kendo. See you tomorrow. The two teenagers were staring into each other's eyes under the moonlight, but Irie pushed Izuku, making him get closer to Kendo, and the little Cerberus hit them even closer with his strap, making them very close. Izuku and Kendo were blushing heavily, but the two began to get closer little by little, having their lips even closer, and the two gave each other a soft and tender kiss. Kendo thoughts. Her lips are so soft. The two had separated from the kiss, leaving only a thread of saliva. Izuku. Kendo-chan, yo. Kendo. Izuku-kun, I like you. Izuku. Kendo-chan. Izuku in response took Kendo by the waist and with his other hand took her face to give her another kiss. Kendo did not oppose and reciprocated Izuku's kiss. Irie was very happy for her dad, as was the little Cerberus who was spinning around in joy. Izuku and Kendo continued kissing, but Kendo had shed a tear of happiness for what was happening. The two separated due to lack of air and stared at each other with a smile on their faces. Izuku. Kendo-chan, I know it's ridiculous to ask you after this, but I want to know if you want to be my girlfriend. He said it while kneeling down while taking Kendo's hand, which was surprised to see how Izuku asked him. Kendo. Yes, I want to be your girlfriend. The two gave each other another kiss to confirm their relationship. The two had separated from the kiss and left very happily. Kendo. Izuku-kun, that was my first kiss and I'm so glad it was you. Izuku. Well, I'm very happy since it was also my first kiss. Kendo. Well, it's time to go, I'll see you tomorrow at school. Izuku. Okay, see you. The two had separated, taking their paths towards their homes. Izuku was walking with his daughter and his faithful friend, with a smile on his face from the happiness he felt. Irie. Hey daddy, does that mean Kendo-san will be my mom? Izuku. That's right, daughter, that's right. Chapter 6. Izuku the Champion of Hades Chapter 6. It had been a few days since Izuku had asked Kendo to be his girlfriend, and they were both very happy, but one of those days Izuku had to go see his girlfriend's parents, and the orange-haired girl's father was jazzing him for an hour, making the women die of laughter, but when that ended, Kendo's parents had asked him about his life, since they knew about the abuse he received because of his ex-family, and they were surprised to hear everything that happened to Izuku. Since he had also cast a spell on them so they could see his memories, and after that Izuku was able to get the approval of the orange-haired girl's parents, since they knew that Izuku was a good boy and that their daughter would be happy by his side. But while Izuku was with his girlfriend's family, the Midoriyas were doing a DNA test, since Izumi told them about the condition that Izuku put so that he could return to them, but they would have to wait a week to have DNA results. At the moment, we are at a school, in Class B, with its students being bored, since their teacher Vlad King had not arrived, but a green-haired girl and a black-haired girl noticed that one of them was missing, and it was Izuku, since the only thing that was in his desk was his backpack. Ibara. Hey, has anyone seen Izuku-kun? Yui. The only thing here is the backpack, but not the owner. Hinoko. Now that you say it, it's weird, she always arrives early. At that moment, the door was opened by Kendo. Kendo. Good morning, girls. Ibara. Good morning Kendo-san. Yui. Do you know where Izuku is? Ibara. She's been acting a bit strange lately, she's always smiling, but very few people notice. Yui. And that sometimes he is a little blushed while looking at the window. Kendo. I'm sure he always thinks of me. Ibara. Why do you say that? Kendo. We are already boyfriend and girlfriend. The whole class fell silent upon hearing this information, but then a loud scream could be heard, and everyone went to the window and could see how the head of a minotaur flew out of the training room, and they decided to run away to see what was happening. In just a few moments they had arrived, and they could see that there was their teacher Vlad King, who was sitting in a chair, looking intently ahead, and when they fixed their gazes in the same direction, they could see their black-haired companion, taking out the eye of a cyclops, bathing in blood, and next to him many bodies of minotaurs with some broken horns, bodies split in half of some satyrs. Causing some to be traumatized and others had vomited at the sight of so many bodies on the ground, but they could all hear an alarm from a clock that belonged to their teacher. Vlad King. Well Izuku, your training is over. Now we have to go with Class A. Izuku. It's okay. Everyone was speechless as they didn't know what was happening. Tetsu. Sensei, what are you talking about? Vlad King. Oh, of course, I forgot to tell you, we're going to the Udges, where they'll test your rescue skills, so go put on your hero suits, right now we have about 10 minutes to go. All. See Sensei. They all left like Alma, who is carried away by the wind, to put on their hero suits, without being able to know what happened. After a few minutes, Izuku and Vlad King were in front of a bus, waiting for the rest of the class, and then they could see how everyone came running. Izuku. They're late. Monoma. Well, what did you expect? Just a few minutes ago, they told us we were going to the Udges. Ibara. And we also have some things we want to ask you. Yui. Like your relationship with Kendo. Vlad King. You can talk all you want on the bus, get on now. Everyone had gotten on the bus and proceeded to sit in different places, with Izuku next to Kendo. A few minutes had passed since they had left the academy, and everyone stared at Izuku, causing the black-haired boy to feel somewhat uncomfortable because of all the stares. Izuku. Well, what do you want to ask me? Yui. Since when are you dating Kendo-san? Ibara. What were those creatures we saw before? Hinoko. And what is it like to train by killing those things? Izuku. Well, I'm dating Kendo-chan, about 2 weeks ago. Satsuna. Tell us how he asked you to be your girlfriend. Kendo. He asked me in the park with a river, in front of the full moon, begging me on his knees. Ibara. How romantic. Tetsu. That's for men. Yui. Wow, Izuku, what a handsome guy. Izuku. Shut up already, he said somewhat blushing, while Kendo had his head on his shoulder. Ibara. And those creatures? Izuku. They are creatures from hell, I can summon an entire army of them, of course it depends on the amount of magic and how many I want to bring. Hinoko. And what is training like? Izuku. This is how I've been training since I was a kid, and look at the results of fighting those creatures. What Izuku said made sense, since you need very strict training to have a well-defined body. Vlad King. Okay guys, we're here, get off one by one. Everyone would do what their teacher asked them to, standing next to Class A. Isawa. Okay guys, today both classes are going to have to work together to pass this test. Vlad King. So we don't want any kind of conflict, do you understand? All. See Sensei. Everyone had entered the building, and there they could see the Space Hero 13, explaining how quirks could kill people, even capable of killing themselves, but a black portal began to form in the center of the facility. Asawa. What's going on? At that point, many people began to emerge from the portal, more specifically villains, and there came out a guy who stood out a lot. He was a man with light blue hair, with multiple hands all over his body, but the hand that stood out was one he had on his face, and behind him, a kind of muscular man with a chicken head appeared, but what stood out the most was his brain that was exposed. Izuku. Shigaraki Tamura, the leader of the League of Villains. Lad King. How do you know that? Izuku. I had a fight with him and his lackeys a long time ago, but I never imagined that I could recruit this many villains. While Izuku was explaining about Tamura, a dark fog appeared behind them and began to form. They all turned around and were able to see that dark fog from before. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Kurogiri and we are the League of Villains, and we came to kill all myth, but as I can see he is not here. Izuku. He's not here, but you have me. The fog, now identified as Kurogiri, was surprised to see the vigilante Hades with the US students. Kurogiri. But what is the Hades guard doing here? Izuku. That's none of your business, but I'll take care of you right now. Izuku opened a portal, and from there came out his companion Cerberus in his three-headed form, launching himself at Kurogiri to bite him, but he left as quickly as he could to return to Shigaraki's side. Kurogiri. Shigaraki Tamura, this is bad, the Hades Watcher is here. Shigaraki. What are you saying? But the students. They were looking at Izuku with some fear and admiration. Izuku. Hey you, he said, pointing to a blue-haired boy with glasses, go quickly to the UA for reinforcements, and don't worry about your friends, I'll protect them as long as I can. But. Izuku. Now. The boy ignored Izuku, and without saying a word, he ran at full speed to the UA to get the teachers to help. Izuku had approached Kendo, giving her a kiss, leaving her blushing a lot. Kendo. Why was that? Izuku. I need some luck. Izuku had turned around and made a great leap standing in front of all the villains. Shigaraki. You're going to die right now, you can't fight all these villains alone. Izuku. And who said I'm alone? Izuku had joined his hands and whispered some words in a strange language, and everyone was very surprised to see how from the black portal that appeared behind Izuku, many creatures came out, such as 4 centaurs with spears, 2 chimeras, 4 harpies, 2 griffins, 2 minotaurs, 3 satyrs, and a cyclops with armor and a few skeletons with Spartan armor. Izuku. You're not the only ones who can have an army at your disposal. Izuku's most loyal companion, the Cerberus, had stood by his master's side, ready for battle. Chapter 7. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 7. We are in the facilities of the UJAS, which was owned by the UA Hero Academy, and at this moment were the students of classes A and B of the first year, who were doing some rescue practices, but a large number of villains had infiltrated the facilities to kill all myth, but they did not count on the vigilant Hades, would be at that precise moment, and when he stood in front of them all, he proceeded to summon a large number of creatures and some skeletons with Spartan armor. Both sides being face to face, waiting for the battle to begin, but some villains were very scared to see the creatures and their terrifying appearance, but other villains were somewhat excited, since they thought that this would be a good opportunity to kill the vigilant Hades, but it would not be possible. Izuku. Well, how about we start with the massacre? Shigaraki. Villains, kill him now, show no mercy. All the villains had let out a loud scream and began to run towards the direction of the monster army. Izuku. Attack soldiers. The creatures and skeletons had let out a war cry, launching themselves at the same time as the villains, being led by Izuku, who went in front with his shield and his Spartan spear. Blood would soon spill onto the ground, and the first casualties would be those of the villains, beginning a great battle between the villains and the warriors of hell. The spectators were completely shocked to see the massacre that was just beginning, leaving some shocked, but one orange-haired girl was just smiling, since she knew what her boyfriend was like. But Izuku. The latter was being surrounded by about 5 villains, who had launched themselves against the black-haired man to try to kill him, but he had disappeared and in just a few seconds, had used his chains to leave them immobile on the ground, leaving them with some bruises, but the creatures that Izuku had summoned had not been left behind, since one of the centaurs had impaled 3 villains on his blood-covered spear, but without him realizing it he had been stabbed in one of his legs. Since the culprit had a quirk that allowed him to be invisible, and then tried to stab him with another knife, but this one was aimed at his head, but the centaur was able to predict the attack, covering himself with one of his hands, preventing the attack, but he was able to draw some blood, and using one of his legs, he was able to hit him in the stomach, leaving him breathless, and then dealt a strong blow, sending him flying, but the other monsters were not far behind. One of the griffins had opened the stomach of a villain, using its beak, but received some bullets in one of its wings, and he could see that it was a villain who had some kind of holes in the tips of his fingers that allowed him to shoot bullets. The griffin had let out a loud roar, scaring the villain who had shot him, making him take a few steps back, but he gathered his courage and launched himself at the griffin, and that was the stupidest decision he had ever made, since the griffin had used its claws, stripping off one of his hands, and he proceeded to let out many screams of pain, but the griffin had no mercy whatsoever, and with one jump crushed his entire head. But the chimeras. These creatures were killing their opponents without any mercy, as they were throwing fire from their mouths and with their tail, which was a snake, they threw poison. They were a deadly enemy since the chimeras were very aggressive in combat, leaving some villains on the ground motionless because of the poison, and others died because of the claws and the fire they had thrown. The harpies were not far behind since thanks to their great synchronization in aerial combat, they made it impossible for the villains who had the quirk of flying to catch them, since they could not keep up with the harpies, since these using their claws had made some wounds, and others had torn off the wings they had, causing them to fall into the water areas, since the harpies did what their master asked them, and was not to kill the villains, but the satyrs were taking it as a game. Since they were moving as if they were acrobats, making fun of the villains since they could not hit them, and all thanks to their agility and speed at the time of combat, but they had gotten bored and using their spears, they had made many wounds and some blows to several enemies, but Izuku's most loyal friend, the Cerberus, was using his fire and his fangs to immobilize all the enemies that stood in front of them, but from time to time he killed a few villains. Since he was hungry and ate some members of some corpses that were on the ground, but the Cyclops was the only one who had no difficulty, since with his great strength, he could demolish every enemy that was put in front of him, since no villains could compete with him, having some support from the Spartan skeletons, which were giving their support to each of the monsters, and also giving a great battle with the villains, even some using some fire arrows, killing several. But for the villains it was very difficult to kill the skeletons, since they had great resistance. Kurogiri. Damn, this is bad. Shigaraki. There is no other way, Nomu, kill them all, don't leave any of them alive. The creature now known as Nomu had joined the battle, starting with the skeletons, which had formed a circle to hold back the Nomu's attack, which had no problem breaking through the skeletons' defenses, and then launched itself against the chimeras, which had also launched themselves against the Nomu, beginning a battle of strength, having the advantage in the clash of strength, since the chimeras used their tails to launch poison at the Nomu, weakening it briefly. But Nomu took one of the chimeras by the horns, tearing it off, giving it the advantage, and stabbing one of them in the chest, and took the other chimera by the head, taking it with great force, exploding the creature's head, due to the force that the Nomu had used. Izuku had realized that his creatures were losing to that thing, and decided to launch himself against the Nomu, taking it with his claws, leaving it immobile, but in that he could hear a voice coming from the Nomu, which asked for help, something that left Izuku very confused by that, and because of that carelessness, the Nomu managed to free itself, and proceeded to launch itself to attack Izuku, who summoned his Spartan shield to block the Nomu's punch. Since he was sent flying towards some rocks because of that blow, leaving everyone very surprised to see that. Kendo. Izuku-kun. Dodos. Izuku-san. The Cyclops, seeing how his master was attacked, did not hesitate for a second and launched himself against the Nomu, and with his large wrecking ball, he gave him a strong blow that made him retreat a few meters, and both creatures stared at each other, and both let out a loud scream and launched themselves against the other, with the Nomu throwing a punch and the Cyclops throwing his wrecking ball, but the Nomu began to have the advantage in the fight since he had a lot of speed. Something that the Cyclops lacked, but with his right hand he gave him a strong blow to the head, which caused the Nomu to be somewhat stunned, but without him expecting it, he was caught by some black claws, which would be Izuku's, who was bleeding from the head due to the blow he received from the Birdman. Izuku. You'll pay for that, damn it. The black-haired man began to pull his claws, and everyone could see how Izuku began to take the Nomu's soul out of its body, causing the Nomu to start screaming, since it seemed that this caused him a lot of pain, surprising Tamura, since he knew that the Nomu could not feel pain. Tamura. What's going on? Nomu isn't supposed to feel pain. Izuku. A little more. The black-haired man used more strength to be able to extract the soul, but the Nomu used all his strength to free himself, making Izuku surprised. Izuku. There's no other option, I hope you can resist. The champion of hell proceeded to do so, surrounded by metal gloves, which were shaped like a lion. That's right, they were the Nemean cestus, but they weren't those of his uncle Hercules, but rather very similar ones that his uncle Hephaestus had made for him, but the bad thing was that they didn't have the same strength as Hercules's. Izuku and the Nomu had launched themselves against each other, beginning to clash fists, forming multiple gusts of wind, surprising everyone, as they saw how their partner boyfriend was fighting on par against a creature that was made to kill all myth. The Nomu threw a strong punch at Izuku, causing him to dodge it and take the opportunity to give him a strong blow to the jaw, making him retreat, and began to throw multiple blows to the Birdman's chest, and then summoned his Spartan spear, and with a small jump, he stuck his spear in his brain, causing a loud grunt, causing him to kick the black-haired man, making him take a few steps back, and in that Izuku summoned his claws and proceeded to throw them at the Nomu. Who was trying to remove the spear that was in his brain, and when the claws dug into the Nomu's abdomen, he let out a loud scream, since Izuku tried again to take out his soul, and with great effort, managed to take away his soul, having it in his hands. Alma. What happened? Izuku. I freed you from your suffering, now you are free. Alma. Thank you very much. Izuku. Go, the champs Elisays await you. Izuku put his hands to the sky, and the soul began to float, heading to the sky and began to disappear the higher it rose. Everyone was moved when they saw that scene. Ibara. That was beautiful. Hinoko. How touching. Some of his classmates and those in Class A were in tears seeing such a moment. Izuku had remained on his knees since that fight left him very exhausted, giving Tamura the perfect opportunity to launch himself against him, to try to kill him with his quirk, but then Myth would arrive, saving Izuku from being killed. Tamura. Kurogiri, let's get out of here. Kurogiri. Right away. Both villains had left as quickly as possible, since they knew that without the Nomu they could not kill all Myth. The symbol of peace had left a tired Izuku, along with the rest of his friends and girlfriend, leaving him only a few villains, whom he defeated without any difficulty. After that, the rest of the teachers had arrived, arresting the rest of the villains who were in the different areas of the Uges, also taking away the lifeless body of the Nomu. Chapter 8. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 8. After the massacre that the League of Villains had against Izuku's army, which had easily defeated almost all the villains, but unfortunately they had died in the fight against the Nomu, but Izuku was finally able to free the soul in pain that was trapped, and at the end of the battle, Izuku returned the rest of his creatures to the underworld, with the rest of the dead bodies of another creature and skeletons. At the moment, we met at the black-haired man's house in the forest, who was in his bed with some bandages and scratches from blows caused by the battle, with his little daughter Eri and his girlfriend Itsuka Kendo next to him. Eri? How do you feel, Dad? Izuku? Something better, thanks for caring. At that, Izuku received a small blow to the head from Kendo. Izuku? And why was that? Kendo? Idiot, you gave me a terrible scare when I saw how that Nomu hurt you. Izuku? Don't worry so much Kendo-chan, I'm fine, and thank you for worrying, he said while making a smile that made Kendo blush a little. While Izuku and his girlfriend were talking, a portal appeared in the living room, causing Kendo to stand guard alongside the Cerberus, ready to protect Izuku and Eri. Izuku. The aforementioned could recognize that voice and knew very well who it was, getting somewhat nervous. A beautiful black-haired woman came out of the portal wearing a kind of dark green dress, leaving her back exposed. Kendo. Who are you and what are you doing here? At that moment the door was opened by some members of Class B, who had come to see how Izuku was doing, but they never imagined seeing an open portal and a woman near it. Ibara. What's going on? Yui. Who is that woman? Kendo. I don't know, it came out of nowhere. Izuku would try to flee the place, since the woman had a very serious look, which showed all her anger, but some hands came out of the ground, trapping the black-haired man. Izuku. It's growing, mother. Everyone. Mother. Persephone. Izuku, you have a lot to explain to me about your fight with that creature, and don't even think about lying to me, since I could see everything in the underworld. The black-haired man tried to get out the window, but some chains grabbed him and began to drag him towards his room, where his mother was waiting for him. Izuku. Aid him. That was the last thing the black-haired man said before being dragged into his room, with the door slamming shut, leaving all his friends very confused, but then they became very scared when they heard screams of pain coming from the room. A few minutes had passed, where everyone continued to hear their friends' screams of pain, but Kendo had covered Yuri's ears so she wouldn't get scared. At that the door was opened, and everyone could see a completely hurt Izuku, and the woman now known as his mother, was with a kind of green smoke in her left hand. Izuku. I think I see the light. Persephone. Don't overdo it, don't hit me so hard. Yuri. Dad, are you okay? Persephone. Dad. Izuku. I can explain it to you, but let me take a breath first. Persephone threw a kind of golden smoke at him, surrounding her son, and from one moment to the next Izuku was completely healed, leaving his friends somewhat surprised and scared. Izuku. Okay, guys, I know you have a lot of questions, and I'm going to answer them, so please follow me. Kendo. Are you sure? Yui. It's not that we distrust you, but… Ibara. We don't trust that woman. Izuku. Don't worry, they're with me, and she's my mother, so she won't hurt you, right mom? Persephone. Of course not, if they are your friends there is no problem. The woman opened another portal to go to the underworld. Izuku. Come on guys, don't be scared. Tetsu. I'll go first. Kendo. I'm his girlfriend, so I'll go first. Izuku. Come on guys one by one. Izuku had taken Eri to be on his shoulders. Persephone. Hello little one, what is your name? Eri. My name is Eri. Persephone. What a beautiful name, you are very adorable, she said while caressing her cheeks. Eri. That tickles. Izuku. I saved her from a group of villains, called the 8 Prefects of Death, and decided to adopt her. Persephone. I'm glad you made that decision to adopt this cutie. But the others? Setsuna. Come on Kendo, introduce yourself to your mother-in-law. Hinoko. Don't be shy. Kendo. You're nobody to tell me that. Ibara. Come on Kendo, go at once. Yui. You have to have his mother's approval, of course, if you want to continue with Izuku. Setsuna. Besides, he already met your parents and has their approval, only you are missing. Kendo. Okay, here I go. The orange-haired girl was about to walk towards the black-haired boy who was with his mother, but then a ship appeared that had boarded. At that moment, a very thin man appeared with very long white hair and a beard, who apparently had a golden mask floating near his face, with a kind of sickle holding it in his left hand, but what stood out most about him was that he had a kind of robe that only covered part of his body, with 3 heads on his waist. Hinoko. Who is he? Izuku. Hello Charon, how long? The one now known as Charon approached where Izuku and Persephone were. Charon. Izuku-sama, Persephone-sama, it's a pleasure to see you. Izuku. Come on Charon, don't be so formal, you know you can just call me Izuku. Persephone. Charon, I want you to take them to the castle. I want to take my son and his friends to see the entire palace. Charon. As you say. Charon went to the front of the ship to direct it towards the palace of Hades, this being seen by Izuku's friends who did not understand anything. Monoma. Hey Izuku, who is he? And why does he call you Sama? Izuku. Ah well, his name is Charon, and he is the ferryman of hell, he is in charge of taking all the dead to the Elysian fields, so they can find eternal rest. Ibara. So this is the afterlife? Izuku. Yes, and answering the other question, I am the prince of hell and my mother is the queen. Everyone. What? Everyone was completely shocked to hear what their black-haired friend said. At that they felt the ship stop, and they could see that it embarked in front of a large castle. Charon. We have arrived at the castle of Hades. Persephone. Thanks for bringing us, now guys walk carefully, we don't want any of you to die now. Izuku. See you later, Charon, take care. Charon, see you later Izuku. Meanwhile in Japan. We can see the Midoriya family with Katsuki Bakugo being in a waiting room, waiting to be called to see the DNA results, since it was Izuku who asked them for that request, so he could return with them. At that moment the door was opened by a doctor, who had some papers in his hand. Doctor? Familia Midoriya. Hisashi. It's us. Doctor. Here are the DNA results you asked for. Inko. Thank you very much, doctor. Izumi. Dad shows the results to bring Izuku Nai at once. Hisashi. Let's go home first. Inko. Good idea, I'm already a little tired of waiting so long. The Midoriyas and the Bakugo headed towards the green-haired boy's home, thinking that they could finally have Izuku back in their family, without knowing that the result said otherwise. In hell. We can see Izuku with his mother and Eri, who was still on top of Izuku's head, walking through the great castle, but without them realizing it, Class B was very surprised to see the inside of the castle. Yui. Hey Kendo, how does it feel to know that your boyfriend is a prince? Setsuna. Come on, tell us how it feels. Kendo. They want to be quiet. Tetsu. Wow, this place is very big. Monoma. Izuku-sen, where are we going? Izuku. First, let's go see my father. Everyone. Your father? Izuku. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. At that point they had reached a large door, which was opened by some skeletons. When they entered the room, they could see a red-skinned man with some black spikes on his back, but what stood out most about him was his flaming helmet with horns that were very close to his shoulders. Izuku. Father. The man had turned around and heard that voice that seemed very familiar to him, and he could see that it was his son. Hades. Izuku, my son. The god of the underworld went towards Izuku to give him a big hug, which Izuku reciprocated with some pain, since there was a lot of strength on the part of Hades. Izuku. Dad, meet my friends. The black-haired man pointed to all his companions, who had become somewhat nervous, seeing the god Hades himself. Everyone, it's a pleasure sir. Hades. Come on brats, don't get nervous, I won't do anything to you, if you're my son's friends there's no problem. Persephone. Look dear, it seems we have a granddaughter, she said while lifting Eri. Hello, are you my grandpa? Hades. She's very pretty, and tell me Izuku, who was the lucky one for you to have this girl? Izuku. It's not genetic, it's adopted. Hades. So you're a single father? Persephone. I'm surprised no girl is after you. Eri. My mom is there, the little girl pointed to an orange-haired girl who was very nervous, but all her friends pushed her to stand next to Izuku. Persephone. So, you're my son's girlfriend? She said while analyzing Kendo with her penetrating gaze. Hades. Servants. The skeleton had appeared upon hearing its master's call. Skeleton. Needs a master. Hades. Please take the guests with you as you tour the castle. We have a family matter here. Skeleton. As you say, my lord. The skeleton had addressed the entire class, standing in front of everyone. Skeleton. Please everyone follow me, I'll take you so you can see the whole castle. The boys nodded in affirmation, but they also worried about their orange-haired friend, who was very nervous. Setsuna. Do you think Kendo is good? Shishida. There's nothing to worry about, Izuku is with her. Monoma. It's normal for someone to get nervous when meeting their boyfriend's parents. Setsu. Also, Kendo already told us that Izuku met her parents. Ibara. I hope everything goes well. But Izuku and Kendo. Both of them were still in front of the black-haired boy's parents. Persephone. What is your name? Kendo. Ooh, nice to meet you ma'am, my name is Itsuka Kendo. She said this with a bow, still very nervous. Persephone. Why are you with my son? Izuku. Mom, don't you think there are too many questions? The woman just gave her son a piercing look, making him somewhat tense. Kendo. I'm with Izuku-kun because he helped me when we were children. Persephone. How is that? Kendo. Well Vera, when I woke up my quirk, they started to bother me, since everyone thought that my quirk was useless, that I wouldn't be a heroine, but Izuku was the only one who didn't think that about me, and when he told me that I was a quirk, I was always with him, I never left him alone, but when I found out that he had disappeared, I became very sad, I spent all this time looking for him without stopping. Kendo hadn't realized, but he had begun to shed small tears, being seen by Persephone, who showed joy on her face, knowing that her son had chosen the right girl. Persephone. So what Izuku told us was true. Kendo. What does it refer to? Hades. Izuku had told us about a girl who was always with him, being the only one who didn't discriminate against him for not having a quirk, and we are very happy that it's you. Persephone. I'm glad you're our son's girlfriend. Izuku. Parents please stop. Persephone. If you want, you can call me mom, with complete confidence. Hades. I hope you take good care of this little cutie. Kendo. Thank you very much, I promise I'll be the best girlfriend. Izuku and Eri rushed to hug their girlfriend mom. Izuku. I'm sorry if my mom made you a little tense, he said whispering in her ear. Kendo. Don't worry, she said giving her boyfriend a kiss, which he reciprocated. As they separated, the two looked at each other with great happiness on their faces. Hades. Well, how about we go out to eat to celebrate Izuku's return? Persephone. I think it's a good idea. Izuku. I have a whole week to see them, so no problem. Hades. Well, it's been a long time since you returned to Japan, a little meal won't hurt. Izuku. I don't know, what do you say? He said, turning to Kendo and Eri. Kendo. No problem for me. Eri. I want to go, I want to know more about my grandparents. Izuku. Okay, let's go then. The five began to walk through the castle to head towards where a large table was. Kendo. Ma'am, may I ask you a question? Persephone. Tell me Persephone, and what is that question? Kendo. Izuku-kun told me that he was no longer a Midoriya, and I want to know if you are now his blood parents. Hades. Of course we are his blood parents. Kendo. But how is it possible? Persephone. Well, when all your friends are here, we'll explain it to them, since they'll surely have some questions too. After a few minutes, the entire Class B had arrived at the large room where the family from hell was, each sitting in a chair. Setsuna. And tell me Kendo, how did it go with your mother-in-law? Kendo. It was a bit difficult, but I had his approval. Ibara. I knew you would. Hades. Very well, please everyone make yourselves comfortable, the food is coming. The door was opened by several skeletons holding several plates of food, placing them in front of each guest. Hades. Come on, eat all you want. They all proceeded to eat the great feast in front of them, surprised to see that the food was very delicious. But the Midoriya family. The three Midoriyas and the Bakugo were in the living room, very nervous. Izumi. Come on mom, open it at once. Bakugo. There is nothing to fear, it is more than obvious that Izuku is his son. Ink. Oh my gosh. The green-haired woman proceeded to open the envelope and proceeded to read what the paper said, and everyone was very confused as Inko began to shed many tears. Asashi. What's up, Inko? The man took the sheet of paper, seeing that the results said 0% compatibility. Asashi. How is it possible? Izumi took the paper, looking at it with Bakugo, who were also surprised to see the results. Izumi. How can this be possible? Inko. I gave birth to Izuku myself, and now they tell me he's not my son. Izumi. What the hell is going on? In hell, Persephone proceeded to use her magic to show everyone a picture of Izuku becoming her blood son. You can see an Izuku standing in a red circle next to Hades and Persephone. Izuku. Are you sure this isn't going to hurt? Ares. Don't worry, that won't hurt much. Izuku. Wait until I change my mind. Izuku couldn't do anything since the ritual had begun, causing blood to begin to flow from Izuku's body, also from Hades and Persephone, but a lot of blood came out of Izuku which went to a jar, and the blood of Hades and Persephone entered Izuku's chest, but what also changed in him was that his green hair turned completely black. The ritual lasted a few seconds, and Izuku and the gods' chests had closed, leaving a scar on the now black-haired man's chest. Izuku. Shit, that hurt too much. Hades. This was nothing. Persephone. Did it work? The god of war approached with an amulet in his hand, placing it on Izuku's chest. Ares. If it worked, now Izuku is his son 100%. The illusion had disappeared, and everyone present had their jaws on the floor, but Izuku and his father were laughing at the expressions of everyone present. After that, everyone had returned to Earth, still surprised, but Kendo had stayed with Izuku, telling his parents, and they agreed. A week had already passed, in which everyone had to return to the UA. Right now everyone was in the classroom, talking among themselves about Izuku's family castle, but then Vlad King had entered, making everyone take a seat. Vlad King. Okay, guys, I want to let you know that the sports festival is coming up. Ibara. Sensei, are you sure you want to hold the festival after the villains attack? Vlad King. There's nothing to worry about, there will be many heroes at the festival, and this is a good opportunity to show that Class B is one of the best classes. Thanks to our partner Izuku, we'll be safer with his creatures. Izuku. That will depend on how much they plan to pay me for each creature. Vlad King. Why are you charging us? Izuku. After class I'm going to talk to you about security. Vlad King. Okay, we'll talk later, but now guys, let's talk about a very important matter. Thoughts from the whole class. What is it now? Vlad King. Today they are going to elect the class president. Everyone. Finally a normal activity. Izuku. I propose we hold a vote and whoever has the most votes becomes president. Yui. That's a good idea. After a few minutes the voting had stopped and ended with Izuku as president and Kendo as vice president. The day had passed normally, but with the difference that all the classes had stopped in front of Class A and B, but more in Class B. Shishida. Why are there so many people here? Izuku. It's obvious they came to see those who resisted the villain's attack. The purple-haired boy had emerged from the crowd, declaring war between all classes, but especially against Izuku, who accepted the challenge. And all the time they were training, but especially with Izuku, since they thought they could have a better result with their training. Chapter 9. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 9. We were in a stadium where the first year UA Sports Festival would be held, but we focused on the outside of a door, which had a sign next to it that said waiting room. Inside the room. We can see the whole Class B, and some were talking among themselves about how the festival will be, and others were very nervous to be in front of so many people, but a black-haired man was sitting on a chair, and next to him there was an orange-haired girl with her head on her boyfriend's shoulder, both being very calm, since they were happy with each other's company, but then they could hear the voice of Present Mick through the microphones. Present Mick. Young aspiring freshman, please come to the center of the stadium. Izuku. Alright guys, it's time to show the results of the training. Everyone. Yes. Class B was waiting to be called, as Class A was introduced first, receiving applause from almost the entire stadium. Present Mick. And here's the next class, the one everyone was waiting for, and it's Class B. Along with the vigilante who, along with his creatures, defeated all the villains who had attacked both classes, and that's the vigilante Hades. The entire stadium would begin to let out several shouts of excitement and several applauses for the entire class, but especially for Izuku, since he had gained a lot of popularity in his time as a vigilante, and that had increased due to entering the UA and with the incident against the villains. Monoma. It seems you have a lot of fame, Izuku-san. Kendo. I hope no one makes a pass at you, she said while hugging him by the arm. Izuku. I only love you. The black-haired man had taken his girlfriend's hand to intertwine their fingers, being reciprocated by the orange-haired woman. The rest of the classes would be presented as well until Midnight is introduced as this year's referee. Midnight. Well, before we start the festival, let's hear some inspirational words from the top freshman. The short-haired boy had a smile on his face, but when he was about to take a step, he stopped dead in his tracks because the heroine said the name of the best student. Midnight. Izuku from Class B, please come up here and tell us a few words. The red-haired boy was left with a face full of astonishment and could only watch as the black-haired boy walked towards where the 18th oldest heroine was. But Izuku. He had come to where there was a microphone, standing in front of everyone. Izuku. Well, today is a very important day for all of us, so let's not hold back, let's show all our power to show those villains what future heroes are capable of, plus ultra. All. Plus ultra. Those words had inspired all the students, without exception, even the spectators had shouted the academy motto. After that Izuku would return to his companions, being praised by them. Midnight. Well, after those magnificent words, we will begin with the first event of the sports festival, which will be an obstacle course, so go to that large gate to begin the race. All the applicants headed towards where the large door was, but Izuku was stretching to get ready, ignoring the looks that almost everyone was giving them. Kendo. Izuku-kun. Izuku. What's up Kendo-chan? Kendo. Good luck, hope to see you in the next phase. Izuku. Of course. Izuku had given a quick kiss to the orange-haired girl, who had a smile on her face. Kendo. Why was that? Izuku. It's so that both of us have luck in this. Setsuna. Hey lovebirds, put your things aside and concentrate, the doors are opening. The orange-haired girl and the black-haired boy fixed their gazes towards where the doors were, and they could see that they were opening little by little, and all the students began to crowd at the exit, but Izuku had taken Kendo by the arm, preventing him from leaving. Kendo. Why are you stopping me, Izuku-kun? Izuku. Look down. The orange-haired girl fixed her gaze on the ground as her boyfriend told her, and she could see how everyone's feet began to freeze. Present Mick. This is amazing, Shaka Todoroki from Class A got first place by freezing the ground, that was a great strategy. Izuku. Lucky we didn't fall for that trick. The smoke caused by the ice had dissipated and an Izuku could be seen holding a Kendo in his arms, carrying her princess style. Izuku. It seems you like me carrying you, right? Kendo. First of all you took me without warning me. Izuku. Well, it's time to go. The black-haired man had opened a portal in front of him and together with Kendo he had crossed the portal and from one moment to the next they had appeared in front of Todoroki and some zero-point robots. Kendo. Couldn't we appear in a place where there are no robots? Izuku. Then the training I gave you and the others would be in vain, don't you think? Kendo. Well that's true. Izuku. Well, it's time to show the results of the training, let's go Kendo-chan. Kendo. Of course. The president and vice president of Class B launched themselves against the robots, with Izuku summoning his hell claws and with Kendo increasing the size of his hands, and both would begin to destroy the robots without difficulty. Present Mick. This is incredible, Izuku and Kendo from Class B appeared out of nowhere in front of the young Shaka and now they are destroying all the robots that get in front of them. All the spectators would begin to let out screams of excitement, seeing the great coordination of both representatives of Class B, with Izuku using his claws to subdue the robots, being finished off by Kendo fists. Shaka had also launched himself into combat since he was not going to be left behind and began to launch multiple pillars of ice and some flames of fire, destroying and burning every robot that stood in front of him, but at that moment the bicolor approached where Izuku was. Shaka. Izuku-san. Izuku. Que pasa Todoroki? Shaka. I know we haven't spoken before, but I want to thank you. The two-colored girl approached the black-haired boy and he was completely shocked, as was the orange-haired girl, since Shaka had given Izuku a kiss on the cheek. After that Shaka had separated and just left without saying anything, with a smile on her face. Kendo. Hey come here, how dare you kiss my boyfriend? The orange-haired girl had run after Shaka, with a face full of anger, leaving behind a very confused Izuku, but then he recovered since he could hear behind him how all the students were running to take the lead, so the black-haired boy began to run, to take first place, and to prevent his girlfriend from killing Endeavor's daughter. Of Kendo and Shaka. These two were running but to be more specific, Shaka was running from a Kendo, which had a face full of anger and one of its gigantic hands. Kendo. Come back here, you'll pay for kissing my boyfriend. Shaka. I did it as a form of gratitude, but I don't regret doing it. Kendo what? The orange-haired girl had gotten angry upon hearing the bi-colored girl's comment, having even more reason to hit the Todoroki, but Shaka had stopped upon seeing a great abyss ahead, but when she turned around she could see an orange-haired girl about to approach to hit her, and the bi-colored girl being very scared by Kendo's gaze, so Shaka began to slide along the ropes, using her eyesight, but Kendo would not be far behind, so she began to use her gigantic hands to advance along the ropes. But Izuku. He was running at full speed, but he could hear voices behind him that he hated to hear. Bakugo. Deku. Izumi. Brother. The black-haired man had turned around and could see a Bakugo being propelled by his explosions and an Izumi also being propelled by his fire. Izumi. Let's see, Izuku, what did you do to make your blood no longer compatible with mine? Izuku hadn't said a single word, and when he fixed his gaze ahead, he could see a large ravine, so he didn't waste any time and opened a portal to cross, without realizing that he had dodged an explosion from Bakugo. Present Mick. This is incredible, Itsuka Kendo and Shaka Todoroki have already reached the mine area, but now we have to see who will get first place. But Izuku. The black-haired man had reached the mine area, and then an idea occurred to him, and he proceeded to summon his Spartan spear, and very carefully began to collect all the mines that were around. After a few minutes. All the students had arrived at the mine area, and they could see how Izuku was with a large amount of mines in a specific area. Ibara. Izuku-san, what are you doing? Yui. Why do you have so many mines? Izuku. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The rest of the students would just continue on their way to reach the finish line, obviously being very careful to step on the mines, but the black-haired man stood in front of all the mines he had collected and in his right hand, summoned his Spartan shield. Izuku. I hope Kendo-chan didn't kill Todoroki-san. The black-haired man put his shield in front of him and launched himself towards where the mines were, creating a huge explosion that everyone could see due to the loud noise it caused. Present Mick. This is amazing, Izuku from Class B propelled himself with that huge explosion and right now he got first place. The black-haired boy flew over his Spartan shield, passing by the side of the orange-haired girl and the two-colored girl, and both girls were surprised to see how Izuku flew in front of them, and both girls forgot their argument and began to run after Izuku, but the latter used his bow to shoot an arrow towards a mine, causing another explosion and propelling himself again, leaving the duo of girls far behind. Present Mick. Here comes the winner of the first phase of the sports festival and it is Izuku from Class B. All the spectators let out several screams of excitement, seeing how Izuku had entered in a spectacular way. Present Mick. That's not all, in second place we have Shaka Todoroki, followed by Itsuka Kendo occupying third place. The orange-haired girl had thrown herself into her boyfriend's arms, congratulating him for winning first place. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the students started arriving, with Izumi taking 4th place and Bakugo 5th, but the ones who got the other 5 spots would be between Alita, Satsuna, Uraraka, Shishida and Tetsutetsu, and the rest of the spots would be between the rest of the students who were arriving. A few minutes had passed until the last student arrived to conclude the first phase. Midnight. Well, everyone, first of all, congratulations on making it to the second phase of the sports festival, but right now we're going to see what the next phase will be. Everyone would pay attention to see what the next phase would be until it stopped where it said cavalry battles. The explanation about this activity would be like in the original story. Midnight. It should be noted that first place has 10 million points. Upon hearing that, everyone fixed their gaze on the black-haired man. Izuku. What are you looking at? He said it with a cold look, unleashing some of his murderous instinct, causing everyone to turn their gaze elsewhere due to the fear they felt. Midnight. Okay, you have 10 minutes to team up, so off you go. Everyone would start to form teams, but Izuku would just stand in the center with an expressionless look, arms crossed. Izuku's thoughts. Well, I expected it, it's more than obvious that everyone will come for me. While the black-haired man was wandering in his thoughts, a hand was placed on his shoulder, causing Izuku to fix his gaze on that person, seeing that it was Kendo. Izuku. Kendo-chan. Kendo Izuku-kun, let's be a team. Izuku. Are you sure? Remember that everyone will come for us for my 10 million. Kendo. Of course, I'll be with you no matter what. Izuku. Okay, but in that case we would be missing 2 people, although 1 would be enough. Subject. Izuku-san. The aforementioned and the orange-haired girl turned around to see who it was, and they could see Ibara and Yui. Izuku. Girls. Yui. Can we team up? Izuku. Alright, the team is complete, time to form a strategy. The 4 of them had formed a circle, and they began talking amongst themselves to form a strategy, trying to be as quiet as possible, so that no one would hear them. The minutes had already passed, and everyone had already formed their teams. With Shouka he would have the same team as in the original story, just like Bakugo, and with Izumi he had Izuku's team like in the anime. Izuku's team would be made up of Ibara, who was in front, Yui being on the left side, and Kendo being on the right side, and with Izuku being on top, with a 10 million point bandage on his forehead. The test would go like in the original story, with the only difference that Izuku's team would take the victory. Present Mick. Alright, young people, take a break, and then we'll begin the final phase of the festival. All the students would begin to disperse, with Izuku leaving with his friends, but without anyone noticing, Kendo had taken Izuku to a more private place. Izuku? What are you doing, Kendo-chan? Kendo? Just come with me. The black-haired man only paid attention to what his girlfriend said, realizing that she was leading him to the waiting room. The orange-haired girl opened the door to the waiting room, entering with her partner, checking that no one was there. Kendo had closed the door and focused his gaze on his boyfriend, and he didn't hesitate for a moment and threw himself at Izuku, knocking him down onto the table, beginning to kiss him on his neck, leaving Izuku very confused. Izuku Kiki Kendo-chan, what are you doing? Kendo. This is marking what is mine, so that it is very clear to that Todoroki. Kendo was still kissing Izuku on the neck, leaving him a hickey. Kendo. Now, I'll make this very clear to that girl. Izuku. Well, now it's my turn. The black-haired man had turned around, now being on top of the orange-haired woman. Izuku proceeded to kiss her neck, drawing small moans from her. And 3 Izuku and Kun. The aforementioned stopped kissing the orange-haired girl's neck to fix his gaze on her eyes, both of them staring at each other fixedly, until Izuku surprisingly kissed Kendo, leaving her with her eyes open, but she soon returned her boyfriend's kiss, and both would begin to have a small kiss session, but Izuku had been surprised, because Kendo used his tongue to deepen the kiss, but unfortunately it was interrupted, since they could hear the voice of Present Mick. Calling all the students to gather in the center. Izuku. It's a shame, I'd like to continue like this. Kendo. Don't worry, when the festival is over we'll continue this at your house. Izuku. Do you think your parents can take care of Eri? Kendo. Of course, it will be good for Eri to be able to spend time with her grandparents. They shared one last long kiss until they separated due to lack of air and then went to the center of the stadium, meeting up with the rest of their teammates. Monoma. Hey, where did they go? Hinoko. It's true, we were looking for them. Satsuna. Hey Izuku, what's that hickey? He said it as he brought one of his eyes closer to the black-haired man's neck. Yui. Apparently they were having fun, she said with her expressionless tone, but with a bit of a mocking tone. Kendo. Shut up already. He said it while very embarrassed. Midnight. Okay, it's time for the final phase of the sports festival, and that will be a tournament in which the students who won the previous phase will be the ones who will participate. Everyone could see the names of the participants, seeing that the first match would be between Izuku and Shinso. After everyone saw what their fights would be like, they left Izuku and Shinso alone in the arena, staring at each other. Chapter 10. Izuku the Champion of Hades Chapter 10. We found ourselves in a large stadium, which was completely full of people and professional heroes, who were letting out screams of excitement, because right now the first fight of the final phase of the UA Sports Festival was about to begin, first year, and the first to fight would be between the Vigilante Hades of Class B versus Itachi Shinso of General Courses, both being teenagers staring at each other in a challenging way. Midnight. Begin. Izuku was the first to launch against Shinso, who had tried to provoke the black-haired man, but it had all been in vain, since Izuku had ignored all his provocations, and it was all thanks to Athena and Ares, since both gods had taught him not to get carried away by anger for any provocation, in addition to the fact that Shinso's insults were nothing compared to the insults of the god of war. The black-haired man gave him a powerful punch to the jaw, causing him to fly out of the arena, making the purple-haired man crash into the wall, knocking him unconscious. Midnight. Shinso is out of the arena, the winner is Izuku from Class B. Almost all of the spectators had cheered for Izuku's victory, as the fight hadn't been as exciting as they had hoped. Izuku then proceeded to leave the place, leaving almost all of the spectators somewhat disappointed, as they had wanted to see the Vigilante Hades in action. One of the robots had taken an unconscious Shinso with a recovery girl, while Izuku headed towards the stands where the rest of his friends and girlfriend were. When the black-haired man had reached the seats, he was congratulated by all his friends and received a kiss from his girlfriend. Monoma. Well done Izuku. Tetsu. You were very fast. Satsuna. Don't you think you went a little too far? Izuku. I think so, I'll apologize to him later. Hinoko. By the way, Izuku, where is Eri? Izuku. Eri is over there. He said this while pointing to a place in the stadium, and everyone could see little Eerie eating ice cream, standing next to a beautiful woman with very long black hair, wearing a dark green short-sleeved shirt and black pants, and on Eerie's right was a man with black hair, wearing a crimson vest and a red shirt, his pants being the same color, as well as his shoes. Kendo. And who are they? She said this as she sat down, as did her boyfriend. Izuku. They are my parents. All. Your parents. Izuku. Of course, I'm not going to leave my daughter's safety to any stranger. Monoma. How come your parents look like that? Izuku. Meija. Monoma. Oh sure. Midnight. Very well, the next fight will be between Shaka Todoroki from Class A, from the Hero Course, versus Hantashiro from Class A. All the spectators would let out shouts of excitement, impatient for the fight to begin. In the seats. Hades. How noisy humans are. Persephone. You're right, but it's worth it to spend time with granddaughter. Eerie. Thanks for the ice cream, Grandma. The little girl had shown a tender smile, which had caused both gods to share the same thought. Minds of Hades and Persephone. Kawaii. On the platform. Midnight. Begin. The black-haired man had thrown his ribbons, catching the two-colored girl off guard, but she had thrown a large amount of ice, only freezing Siro's legs and arms, making him unable to move and use his ribbons. Midnight. The winner is Shaka Todoroki. All the spectators had let out several shouts of applause for the victory of the bicolor, which had approached Siro, placing its hand on its chest to take it down. Kendo. Alright, I have to go get ready. Izuku. Good luck in your fight. Tetsu. Good luck Vice President. Yui. Be very careful. All her friends would be giving her their support, something that made the orange-haired girl happy. The vice president left the place with a smile on her face, but Izuku would be somewhat worried about her, since his fight would be against Izumi, knowing very well that she would be difficult to beat, and even more so having Bakugo as a boyfriend, since surely both had improved in the time they had, but he trusted Itsuka, since he knew he was strong, even with the training they did together. With Kendo. The orange-haired girl was in the waiting room, thinking of various ways to win her fight, but the door to the room was opened by a green-haired girl, whom Kendo could recognize very well. Izumi. Hey, what are you doing here? This is it. The green-haired girl saw the sign more clearly, knowing full well that she was the one who had mistaken the room. Izumi. Sorry, I'm the one who got into the wrong room, but since I'm here, I want you to answer a few things for me. Now the green-haired girl was in front of the orange-haired girl, creating a somewhat tense atmosphere. Kendo. If you ask me something stupid, I'll hit you. Izumi. I know very well that you and Izuku have a relationship, so you should know how. Kendo. How Izuku-kun changed blood, no longer being Midoriya, is that true? Izumi. Yes, so just tell me. Kendo. I don't have to say anything. Izumi. Say something, otherwise my parents are here, so keep in mind that I'm not the only one who's going to look for answers, so you better watch yourself. The green-haired girl had left the waiting room, leaving a somewhat upset Kendo, but they would resolve that in their fight, but she would have to tell Izuku everything, so that he would be careful. Present Mick. Okay, the next participants, please introduce yourselves on the platform. The orange-haired girl had left the waiting room, proceeding to walk, coming out into the light where there were many people, going up the stairs of the platform, being right now in front of her opponent. Midnight. Very well, on this side we have the girl who has an enormous will, as well as powerful hands, she is Itsuka Kendo from Class B. All the spectators would begin to shout the name of the orange-haired girl, even some teenagers would begin to throw compliments at her, something that annoyed the vigilant Hades, causing him to cast a water spell, causing everyone to be confused due to the act, since no one knew who was the causer, but without being satisfied he launched a powerful current of electricity, fainting many. Midnight. And on the other side we have a girl who has a very fiery spirit, just like the fire she can make, she is Izumi Midoriya from Class A. Everyone had also praised the green-haired girl, causing her some nervousness, but she knew how to hide it. Midnight. Begin. Kendo would launch himself against the green-haired girl, who had created a fireball, throwing it against the orange-haired girl, who was able to dodge it very easily, but Izumi would not be left behind, and also launched himself against Kendo, with his hands covered in fire. When both teenagers were face to face, they began to throw multiple blows all over their bodies, with Izumi landing blows to Kendo's stomach with his fire fists, causing some burns to Kendo, but the orange-haired girl would not be far behind, proceeding to give strong punches to Izumi, who would be very surprised due to Kendo's strength, since his blows were very painful. Blood had even come out of her mouth and nose, since that was where Kendo had thrown his first blows. But what would leave the Midoriya most intrigued is that at no time had Kendo used his quirk to enlarge his hands. Izumi's thoughts. Is he underestimating me? Kendo gave a strong punch to the stomach of the Midoriya, causing her to grab her stomach because that blow had taken away her air, but Kendo without hesitation gave her a powerful kick to her jaw, causing the green-haired girl to fall to the ground in a very abrupt way, with some blood coming out of her mouth, since that kick was with a lot of accumulated anger. Kendo. Do you want more? Izumi. Damn, you'll pay for that. The green-haired girl launched another fireball, twice her size. Kendo was amazed by the large fireball, even by the heat around it, something that even the spectators could feel. Izumi. Take this. The green-haired girl threw the fireball with the intention of finishing off Kendo, but she wouldn't stand idly by and proceeded to increase the size of her hands, being even bigger than the fireball, and proceeded to take the fireball with her two hands, starting to compress it with her hands, but Kendo would begin to let out some screams of pain, worrying her teammates who were watching her from the stands, especially Izuku, since he could see how her hands were becoming slightly scarred. But Kendo had used all his strength, managing to put out the fireball, leaving everyone very surprised and worried, since not only his hands were burned, but part of his clothes as well. When Izumi was about to speak, she couldn't say a word, since Itsuka launched himself at her, giving her a powerful punch in her stomach, leaving her unconscious on the ground. Midnight. Midoriya was unconscious, the winner is Itsuka Kendo from Class B. The shouts of applause would not be long in coming, and all the spectators would congratulate Kendo for his victory, as well as his friends, but Izuku would be happy and at the same time worried about his girlfriend, leaving there to go to the infirmary, since Itsuka was taken by robots, since she was very tired from her battle. When Persephone and Hades saw their son leaving quickly, they imitated his action, taking little Eri with them. After a few minutes, we can see a Kendo on a stretcher with some bandages, especially on her hands, since that's where she received the most damage. At that moment the door was opened by a worried Izuku, who entered the room. Kendo. Izuku-kun. Izuku. Kendo, are you okay? Kendo. Yes, I'm fine, thank you for worrying. The black-haired boy had given the orange-haired girl a hug, which was reciprocated, but someone else entered the room, and both could see that it was the gods of hell in human form with little Eri, who had thrown herself towards where Izuku and Kendo were. Eri? Mommy, are you okay? Kendo. Of course, Eri-chan. Mommy's fine. Persephone. You had a great fight. Congratulations. Hades. Izuku, you chose a good girl as a girlfriend. Izuku. I know, father, and I'm glad for it. Persephone. Kendo, please give me your hand. Kendo. It's okay. The orange-haired girl had heeded her mother-in-law's request, and in just a matter of seconds, the burns on her hands had disappeared, as well as the ones on her body. Kendo. Incredible, how was it that? Persephone. This is the good thing about using magic, if you like I can teach you. Kendo. I would like to. Izuku. Let's go with the others, they're waiting for us in the stands. Kendo. It's okay. Eri. Good luck dad, you too mom. Izuku. Kendo. Thank you daughter. Both teenagers proceeded to go to the stands with the rest of their classmates, as did Eri with her grandparents, but the gods of the underworld could see how some people had called their son, turning around, and there they could see the Midoriya family, standing in front of Izuku and Kendo, blocking their way. Izuku. What do you want, Midoriya? Inko. Son, please. At that moment Hades and Persephone had approached where their son was. Persephone. Son, is there a problem with them? Izuku. No mother, they were already leaving. Asashi. What do you mean, mother? Your mother is Inko. Hades. Son, please take Eri with you. We'll go for her in a moment. Izuku. It's okay, father. Izuku had taken Eri in his arms and Kendo from her waist, opening a portal in front of them, leaving only Izuku's parents with his ex-parents, and the four stared at each other, creating a great intensity in the environment. Chapter 11. Izuku the champion of Hades. Chapter 11. We are in the UA Stadium, where the first-year sports festival was taking place, where they were already in the last phase of the festival, which was a kind of fighting tournament, and right now they were waiting for the Izuku vs Shouka Todoroki fight to start, but right now we focus on a hallway, in which there were four adults, who were Izuku's parents, who were Hades and Persephone, the gods and kings of the underworld. And in front of them were the miserable people who did a lot of harm to their son when he was a child, and they were Midoriya's parents, and they were looking with great hatred at the people in front of them, not knowing that they were gods. Hades. Very well, I'll get straight to the point, what do you want with our son? Asashi. First of all, he's our son, and secondly, I want him back. Hades. Why? So they can mistreat him again like when he was just a kid. Persephone. Because of you, my son has had a lot of trauma, and your stupid daughter and her boyfriend gave him that scar he has, or did he just do that? Inko. I understand that very well, but we are very sorry about it. Hades. Oh yeah, sure, after hitting a kid just for not having a quirk, you have to hit, but then I regret it and ask for forgiveness and go back to being my son, don't make me laugh with that ridiculousness. The Sashi. Very well, I'm fed up. Midoriya launched himself to punch the god of the underworld with his fire-covered hand, but Hades effortlessly stopped Sashi's blow and with a single kick sent him towards where Inko was. The green-haired girl saw how they left her husband on the ground without any difficulty, but she only used her quirk to try to throw Persephone, but the aforementioned only whispered a few words, and a hand made of green smoke went against Inko, leaving the latter writhing in pain since the blow hit her full face, drawing some blood from her nose. Persephone, what do you think about this? Let's have this argument another time. Hades. It's better not to make a scene in a place like this. When the festival is over, we can settle this somewhere where no one will interrupt us. The gods of hell only left the place through a portal that was opened by Persephone, leaving the Midoriyas in that hallway on the ground. But Izuku. He was with his girlfriend and daughter, watching the fight between Tetsu and Kirishima, cheering on his metallic friend, but the fight had ended in a draw because both boys had fainted at the same time. Izuku. It was a good fight. Eri. Uncle Tetsu is strong. At that moment, a portal had appeared next to the seats of Class B, and from there the gods of hell came out in their human form, obviously. Izuku. Hello parents. Kendo. How did it go with the Midoriyas? Hades. Don't worry about those fools, we already solved that problem. Persephone. Only when the festival is over will you and Izuku have to accompany us. Izuku. For what? Hades. I'm just telling you that you'll be very happy afterwards. Izuku would just put on a confused face, as would all his friends, since they didn't know what Hades was referring to. Persephone. Eri-chan, come with us, we're going to eat ice cream. Eri. Okay, see you later, Dad, Mom, good luck. Izuku Kendo. Thank you very much, daughter. Izuku. Have fun with your grandparents. Eri. Yes Dad. Little Eri had taken both of the gods' hands and proceeded to leave with them in a portal, leaving her son with his class. Pinoko. I'm still not surprised that the Olympian gods appear here. Setsuna. You're not the only one. Ibara. Hey Izuku, do you think you can introduce me to the goddess Athena? Izuku. Of course, I'm sure you two will get along. Oase. Hey Izuku, why couldn't we see other gods when we went to hell? Izuku. Well, it's that all the gods are in Olympus and because my parents are in charge of receiving the souls of the dead and the gods almost never go to hell since they have responsibilities. Monoma. I hope to meet the others another time. Setsuna. Well, later you talk about it, look at Tetsu. Everyone had their eyes fixed on the fighting platform and they could see how Tetsu and Kirishima were arm wrestling to see who would be the winner to move on to the next round until Tetsu managed to break Kirishima's durability, causing him to be distracted and giving Tetsu the advantage to keep the victory. Midnight. The winner of the Tetsu advances to the second round. The Tails. C. Kirishima. Damn, I must have trained more. The silver-haired man had extended his hand to the Redeed, demonstrating the mutual respect they had for each other. After that, Bakugo's fight against Uraraka would be like in the original story and we go straight to the first fight of the second phase. Present Mick. Very well, on this side we have a boy who has the strength and spirit of a great warrior, he is the vigilante who is loved and feared by all, he is Izuku, the vigilante Hades. All the spectators would let out several screams of excitement, especially the women, since for all of them the black-haired man was very attractive, and especially because of his physique, and that could obviously make an orange-haired woman in the stands very jealous. Setsuna. Come on Itsuka, relax, remember that Izuku only has eyes for you. Pinoko. Setsuna is right, come on, calm down. Tetsu. I never thought Kendo would be so jealous. Monoma. I never thought I'd see her like this, she always looks so calm. Kendo. It's not because of those girls that I'm like this. Setsuna. Then why are you like this? Present Mick. And on this other side is a girl with a cold personality and a fighting spirit as fiery as fire itself, she is Shaka Todoroki. The shouts of applause would not be long in coming for the bicolor, but she would not care about that, and when she collided with the black-haired boy, she had let out a small smile with her colored cheeks and had put her hand on her lips and blew a kiss to Izuku, something that had shaken the black-haired boy, but without Izuku realizing it, that action that had made the bicolor Iso make Itsuka more furious. Yui. I see, that's why you're like this. Monoma. Wow, Kendo, it seems that Todoroki wants to take your prince away from you. That comment from Monoma caused all the boys in his class to start laughing, But that had only bothered the orange-haired girl, and in response, she only gave him a strong punch, which left him slammed against the wall, leaving the boys very scared due to the action of their vice president, and they just kept quiet so as not to be hit like Monoma. On the platform, Izuku and Shouka just stared at each other, waiting for the signal to start the fight. Midnight. Begin. The bicolor only started by throwing a large ice pillar towards Izuku, but he had used his underworld claws, managing to destroy the great ice pillar, and he had begun to run towards where the bicolor was, but she had launched a flare of fire, but Izuku had taken a great leap to dodge the fire, and he proceeded to summon his bow, and proceeded to launch multiple arrows at great speed, but Shouka had formed an ice wall to block the arrows that were heading towards her. But the ice wall had been destroyed, but only 2 arrows remained that were heading towards her, but Shouka was able to dodge them without any problem. Izuku, you are very good. Shouka, thanks, you're no slouch either. The bicolor had thrown again a great pillar of ice towards Izuku, but he had summoned his Nemean Cestus and began to throw some powerful punches, which destroyed the pillar of ice, but Shouka would not stop and would continue to throw even more ice, but Izuku would slowly be advancing towards where Shouka was, leaving the latter somewhat terrified, seeing how her ice was not enough to defeat Izuku, so she began to use her fire side as well, making Izuku jump out of there. To dodge the combined attack. But Izuku had summoned his hell claws again, but when Shouka realized that, he threw ice towards where the black-haired man was, but all the spectators had their mouths open when they saw how Izuku had summoned a Cyclops ghost, managing to destroy the ice that he had thrown towards him. Shouka. What was that? Izuku. The ghost of a Cyclops, these claws allow me to summon the souls of the creatures I defeat. Izuku had put his claws back together, but this time he had summoned the ghost of a Cerberus, which had launched itself to try to scratch the bicolor, but she managed to dodge the ghost's attack with difficulty, and the only thing that came out scratched was part of the bicolor's clothing, leaving part of her abdomen exposed. Shouka. It's time to end this. Izuku. Same here. The bicolor had begun to use his fire and ice sides, concentrating all his power in his left hand, but Izuku would begin to surround his right hand with a purple color. Shouka had launched himself against Izuku, and he had imitated Todoroki's action, both of them being very close to connect their hands for impact. Izuku. Spectral Fist. After saying that, both attacks had collided with each other and formed a powerful explosion, which caused almost everyone to fly away. Present Mick. What power? Isawa. Those two have gone too far. Present Mick. Midnight, can you do something? The 18-year-old heroine couldn't see anything because of the huge smoke screen in the room. But then an arrow had been shot into the sky, causing an explosion that caused all the smoke in the place to disperse, and everyone could see an Izuku on the platform with his shirt completely destroyed, letting everyone see his well-marked body, causing the women to blush heavily and others to have a severe nosebleed with their eyes turned into hearts. Midnight stared at the black-haired man's body, but she could see more clearly his left side of his arm and she could see his burns, leaving her somewhat surprised to see that. Izuku. Hey Midnight, Todoroki is out, that makes me the winner, right? The heroine fixed her gaze in the direction Izuku had pointed and could see Shouka fainted on the ground. Midnight. Todoroki is off the platform, the winner of Izuku moves on to the next phase. All the spectators would let out various shouts of applause for Izuku's victory, but he just left the place walking calmly. Chapter 12. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 12. After the big fight between Izuku and Shouka, with the black-haired boy declared the winner, the next fight will follow, which would be Itsuka against Mina. Both girls would be facing each other, Itsuka would have a challenging look, but Mina would have a look that showed nervousness. Izuku. Vamos Itsuka-chan. Yui. You can kendo. Monoma. Prove that our class is the best. Midnight. Begin. Itsuka wouldn't wait for the alien girl to react and launched herself at full speed to attack, but Mina would begin to throw acid towards the orange-haired girl, who would be dodging Mina's attacks, who would have no choice but to fight hand to hand, and began to skate all over the arena with the help of her acid, moving at a speed that was impossible to follow for kendo. Itsuka. Stay still. Mina. Of course not, that way I'll get the victory. The pink-haired girl would start spinning in circles around the orange-haired girl, who was trying to keep up. Mina. Try to dodge. The pink-haired girl would begin to throw shards around Itsuka, who could barely dodge the acid due to the limited space she had. Itsuka. Damn, now what? Itsuka's thoughts. What would Izuku do in this kind of case? The orange-haired girl was thinking about what her boyfriend would do in this kind of situation until she managed to remember something. Itsuka. I know. The orange-haired girl would begin to increase the size of her hands and, having brought them together, would give a powerful blow to the ground, causing part of the sand to crack, making Mina lose her balance, and the orange-haired girl would take advantage of that moment to give her a strong punch in her stomach, leaving her unconscious on the ground. Midnight. Ashido cannot continue, Kendo moves on to the next round. All the spectators would begin to let out many shouts of excitement for the orange-haired girl's victory. In the stands. Satsuna. Well done. Kanoko. I knew I'd win. Yui. Apparently I saw the same technique as Izuku-san. Monoma. That's true, it's what you do when you hit the ground, right? Izuku. That's true, but you still have a long way to go if you want to increase the power of that blow. After that, the orange-haired girl would return to the stands, and when she had arrived she would be bombarded by all her friends, who would be congratulating her on her victory, especially by her boyfriend. But the spectators. Persephone. Our son's girlfriend didn't do bad at all. Hades. You're right, what I saw was Heracles' technique when he hits the ground with the Nemean cestus. Eri. My mom is strong. After that would be the fight between Tetsutetsu and Bakugo, with the winner being the Pelissiniso, since he had defeated the silver-haired boy like Kirishima in the original story. Present Mick. Alright, it's time for the semi-finals. All the spectators would scream with excitement as the last fights of the sports festival would finally arrive. Present Mick. The first fight of the semi-finals will be between Izuku, the president of Class B, versus Tenyu Ilya, the president of Class A. It seems that the representatives of both classes will face each other. Who will win? And who will maintain the honor of their respective classes? Izuku. Well, it's time for me to go. Hendo. You can do it, my love. Monoma. Good luck, president, show what Class B is capable of. Hinoko. Good luck. Uwais. I don't think I need it. The black-haired man began walking through the stadium's corridors toward the platform, but on his way he ran into Alita, who had gone to the bathroom before their meeting. Izuku. Listen to San. The blue-haired man had turned around to see who was calling him. Lita. Oh, Izuku-san. Izuku. What are you doing here? I thought I was directing you to the platform. Lita. Oh, I had to go to the bathroom. Izuku. I see, I hope to have a good fight with you, because I don't plan on holding back, since we are both presidents of our classes and we must maintain honor. Lita. You're right about that, I'm also expecting a good fight. The two presidents had embraced each other in respect and they separated to go to the battlefield. After that, both presidents stood on the battlefield, staring at each other with a challenging gaze. Midnight. Begin. The blue-haired boy wouldn't expect any reaction and had used his recipro burst to go at full speed against the black-haired boy, but Izuku had been surrounded by rays that would surround his entire body, and he would also begin to run at the same speed as Ida, starting a fight of only speed, making it almost impossible for people to see him, since they could hardly keep up with the pace of both teenagers. Izuku and Lita had collided their legs in the middle of the arena, pushing to see who of the two would sit first. Izuku. Not bad at all, Lita-san. Lita. I say the same to you, Izuku-san, but don't think I'm going to let you win. Izuku. Same here. Both presidents had separated for a moment, but it wouldn't take long for them to resume their battle, with Izuku punching him in the face and Lita kneeing him in the stomach, but Izuku would start using his Uncle Zeus's lightning bolts to surround Lita so that he would be electrocuted, making the blue-haired boy jump away from him. Izuku would begin to be surrounded by his claws, and he would begin to be surrounded by purple flames, just like his claws, but the floor of the entire arena, leaving the blue-haired man somewhat confused, since he did not know what he was going to do. Izuku put his hands in the air, but his claws went to the ground, and when they fell, several black chains had appeared, and these had trapped Ida, who had been completely immobile, since he had been caught by the chains, and the class president A fell to the ground defeated. Midnight. Lita can't continue, Izuku advances to the finals. All the spectators would begin to celebrate the victory of the vigilante Hades, being also congratulated by his entire class, who would be shouting the name of their president. The black-haired boy had approached the blue-haired boy who was on the ground, and the president of Class B put his hands on the chains that held Ida, freeing the latter. Izuku. It was a fight, Lita-san. Lita. Likewise, Izuku-san, I hope I can have another chance to fight you. Both presidents shook hands again and both went their separate ways, receiving praise from the spectators. Present Mick. That is respect between both classes, what a beautiful moment the representatives of both classes show us. After that Izuku had returned with his friends, being congratulated by all of them and being greeted by a kiss from his orange-haired girlfriend. In the stands. Hades. That's my son. Persephone. I didn't know you taught him that trick. Hades. Teaches him how to use his claws. Eri. That's my dad. Persephone. Tonight we'll have a feast with everyone. Hades. Good idea, I'm sure everyone will be happy to see Izuku. Present Mick. Very well, the next fight will be between Itsuka Kendo against Katsuki Bakugo, students go prepare for the fight. Kendo. Very well, it's finally my turn. Izuku. Be very careful. Kendo. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Tetsutetsu. Come my fool, you heard. Kendo. Revenge is bad. Satsuna. Give it your all in this fight. The orange-haired girl was heading to the waiting room, thinking about a strategy to win the fight until someone opened the door very abruptly, this being the little-haired boy who would be confused to see Kendo. Kendo thoughts. Seriously, first the bride and now the groom, there's no doubt they're both equally idiots. Kendo. What do you want? This is my waiting room, yours is the other one. Bakugo. I know, damn carrot, but first I want to tell you something. Kendo. If it's stupid, I'll hit you. Bakugo. It doesn't matter if that idiot Deku gets angry, don't think I'm going to have mercy just because you're a woman. At that moment Izuku appeared between them, standing in front of Bakugo. Izuku. You better go if you don't want to go to the infirmary before the fight. Bakugo would only grunt in response and proceeded to leave the waiting room, leaving the couple alone. Izuku. Itsuka-chan, I didn't do anything stupid to you, did I? Itsuka. I didn't do anything, don't worry. Izuku. Itsuka-chan, if something bad happens in the fight, give up immediately, I don't want you to get hurt. Itsuka. Okay, I know you're worried, but I have to show my full potential in that fight if I want to be a hero. Present Mick. Fighters, please report to the combat arena. Itsuka. Okay, I have to go. Izuku. If anything goes wrong, I won't hesitate to intervene. At that, Itsuka would give the black-haired boy a tender kiss, leaving him surprised. When Itsuka broke away from the kiss, she left a thread of saliva that joined their lips. Itsuka. Don't worry, also remember that we have something pending after the festival. The orange-haired girl had winked at her boyfriend, leaving him somewhat blushing at what she said. After that, Kendo had arrived at the combat arena, being encouraged by all the spectators and friends, especially by her daughter, who was shouting her mother's name to support her, being one more reason for her to win this fight. Present Mick. On this side we have the representative to Class B along with the president, and she is his vice president, Itsuka Kendo. The orange-haired girl would only have a serious look when she saw her opponent, who only had an annoyed look. Present Mick. And on this side we have a boy with a very explosive temperament, he is Katsuki Bakugo. The blonde-haired girl wouldn't be as supported as the orange-haired girl, since not everyone liked how he treated Uraraka in their fight. Midnight. Begin. Itsuka would not hesitate to launch herself against the Polisoniso, who had also launched himself against Kendo, but Itsuka would be faster and began by hitting him in the face, but this would anger Bakugo, causing him to launch an explosion in Kendo's face, leaving her somewhat stunned, and this being used to launch a large amount of explosions at the orange-haired girl, but Itsuka would not let herself be won so easily and enlarged one of her hands to give Bakugo a strong slap, moving him away a few meters from her, giving him a respite. In the stands. Monma. Kendo is having a really bad time. Hinoko. I can't watch this. Satsuna. Hey Izuku, aren't you going to do something? The black-haired man wouldn't say a word and would just have a serious look. Monoma. Hey Izuku, answer. The aforementioned would not say anything when his friends asked him questions and only held back the urge to kill Bakugo. Ryako. Guys, look. Everyone would fix their gazes towards where the white-haired girl was pointing, seeing that Izuku was gripping his chair very tightly, leaving it somewhat destroyed. Ryako. She's holding back from going out and killing that Bakugo boy. In the fight. We can see a very tired Kendo with some parts of her clothes somewhat destroyed and with some blood coming out of her nose. Bakugo. Ha, and I thought that bastard trained you better. The red-haired boy is not so unharmed either, because he would also have some wounds on his arms, face and stomach due to the blows he received from the orange-haired girl. Itsuka. Shut up, I haven't given up yet. The orange-haired girl would launch herself at Bakugo again, but he would push her away with an explosion, sending her a few meters back. Bakugo. It's time to end this. The Polisoniso would be propelled by its explosions to the sky and began to spin in its whirlpool caused by its explosions. Bakugo. Howitzer impact. The Polisoniso had launched a powerful explosion towards Itsuka, who could only watch as the explosion headed towards her, since she could not defend herself due to exhaustion. Midnight would try to use her quirk to put Bakugo to sleep before he attacked Itsuka, but her quirk had been repelled by the Polisoniso's great explosion. A large trail of smoke from the huge explosion, and everyone would be impatient to see if the girl was okay. When the smoke had cleared, everyone was amazed to see Izuku, who was being surrounded by Zeus's lightning bolts, which he had used to propel himself to stop the attack. Itsuka couldn't say anything, as she had fainted from all the tiredness she felt. Izuku. The fight is over, say at midnight. Midnight. Of course, the winner is Katsuki Bakugo. The black-haired boy had let go of the short-haired boy and then proceeded to take his girlfriend Princess Style to the infirmary, but before that he would see Bakugo again, with a look full of hatred. Izuku. You'll pay for this, Bakugo, you better be prepared. After saying that, he left the place to the infirmary, leaving a scared Bakugo alone, since he could feel all the murderous instinct of the Prince of Hell. Chapter 13. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 13. We are in the UA infirmary, where we see the entire Class B, who were seeing an orange-haired girl who was in bed with many bandages because she had some bruises and slight burns, who only had a dejected look since she felt very sad about her defeat. At that moment the gods of hell had entered along with little Eri, who had thrown herself onto the bed with a few tears in her eyes. Eri? Mommy, are you okay? Kendo? I'm fine, daughter, I'm sorry if I worried you. Persephone? Don't feel bad, young lady, you fought a great battle out there. Hades? I'm sure my son will give that brat the worst beating of his life. Kendo? By the way, where is Izuku? Yui? We don't know, all we know is that he brought you to the infirmary, but we didn't see him on the way. Riko? But he looked very upset, his look said he wanted to kill Bakugo, so it's better not to get closer. Monoma? I hope he disfigures that explosive imbecile's face. Uwais? I can't believe a guy like him is in the UA. Setsuna? I hope Izuku disfigures his face with the beating he's going to give him. Ibara? I don't support violence, but this time I'm with Setsuna. Tetsu? It's not manly to make a woman suffer, much less our vice president. The entire infirmary would be wishing misfortune on the Pelissiniso. With Izuku. We can see our black-haired boy in the waiting room, warming up, punching and kicking in the air, with a lot of pent-up anger, since all he was thinking about was crushing Katsuki, since that wretch dared to hurt his beloved girlfriend, and now Izuku is going to fight like a Spartan like Uncle Ares taught him. Izuku looked at a clock on the wall and could see that there were 20 minutes left until the fight. Izuku. Wait for it, Bakugo, very soon I will make you pay for what you did to Kendo, and I will also get even for everything you did to me since I was a child. Izuku would continue punching the air. With Class A. We can see everyone except Bakugo, who was talking about what Izuku versus Bakugo's fight will be like. Haminari. Who do you think will win? Mineta. I say Izuku. Lita. I say the same. Izumi. Yo Daigo Ke Gana Katsuki-kun. Jiru. Even though Bakugo is our partner, he has no chance against Izuku, remember that he was a vigilante and has more experience than us. Momo. You're right about that, plus it said that Kendo-san and Izuku-kun are dating, and I'm sure he's very upset. Uraraka. Of course she's upset, what boyfriend would stand to see his girlfriend get hurt in front of him? Izumi. And what about my fight? Sai. That was very different, it was a fight between women, unlike Bakugo, who had no mercy on a woman, and that will surely put his hero career in danger. The green-haired girl wanted to defend her boyfriend, but everything her classmates were saying made sense, so she had no choice but to keep quiet. With Bakugo. We found ourselves in the second waiting room, where an explosive little Pelissiniso was sitting. He was a bit nervous, as you could see he was shaking and sweating a bit from the fear he felt. Izuku. You'll pay for this, Bakugo. You better be prepared. Those were the words that were repeated in Bakugo's head, and in addition, he couldn't take his eyes off the black-haired man's hateful gaze, which made Bakugo feel chills all over his body. Bakugo. What the hell is going on? Why am I shaking? I can't be afraid of that damn Deku, I am the future #1 hero, and when I defeated him I proved that I am stronger than him. The little-haired boy looked at his hands very carefully and was surprised to see how his hands were shaking, and although he did everything possible to stop them, it was impossible, since it was all because of the fear he felt at that moment. Present Mick. Alright ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final battle of the sports festival. All the spectators had screamed with excitement as they could see a fight between the strongest first-year students. Present Mick. Fighters, please come to the ring. In the infirmary. Hades. It's time for the massacre. Persephone. Well, but before that. The green smoke would cover Kendo's body and from one moment to the next, she would be cured. Kendo. That magic is really very useful. Persephone. After this I will gladly show it to you if you wish. Eri. Mom, are you okay now? Kendo. Yes, daughter, how about we go support your dad? Eri. It's okay. Monoma. I'm going to get the popcorn. Tetsu. Me for the soft drinks. Ibara. I help them bring it, I doubt they can bring it all by themselves. Setsuna. I'm going too. Yui. Well, go quickly, the fight is about to begin. Monoma Tetsutetsu Abarasitsuna. Yuvolvimos. The four of them ran off at full speed, leaving a trail of smoke, leaving the rest of their companions behind. Kawaro. Let's go now, we have to support our president. All? Yes. Everyone in the infirmary started heading to the stands, and the gods of the underworld left with the rest of the spectators, using their magic to teleport away. Present Mick. Alright, the moment everyone has been waiting for has arrived, are you ready? All? Yes. Present Mick. Alright, participants, enter the arena. That's when the black-haired boy from the tunnel arrived, being praised by all the spectators and his classmates, who were giving him their support, but he could also hear them telling him to destroy Bakugo. Pony. Break their legs. Yui. Pull their teeth. Kasei. Break his arms. Pinoko. Rip his balls off. That would make the black-haired man break out in a sweat, but it would give him more courage to fight. Present Mick. And on this side we have the vigilante who defeated all his enemies in a masterful way, he is Izuku, the last representative of Class B. Everyone would start to let out several cries of excitement and give him several shouts of support. At that moment Bakugo also arrived, with a murderous face, but deep down, he contained the fear he felt towards Izuku at that moment, since the black-haired man was releasing an aura full of evil. Present Mick. And on this other side we have a boy who with his great explosive spirit managed to get here, he is Katsuki Bakugo from Class A. For Bakugo, there wasn't much support from the spectators, since because of his violent attitude, he lost all the admiration of everyone, and the only thing he gained was the boos of half the stadium. Midnight. Listos. The black-haired man just nodded while cracking his hands. Bakugo would also nod his head in affirmation, while swallowing some saliva due to nerves. Midnight. Begin. Izuku would only be completely still, without moving from his place, waiting for Bakugo's attack, but the aforementioned would not move from his place either, since he would play that behind Izuku, some kind of demons appeared. Izuku? What's wrong, Bakugo? Do I scare you? Bakugo would only clench his fists tightly and only let out a scream that contained all his anger and launched himself against Izuku with his explosions. Bakugo. Shiny. The Polisoniso began to launch multiple explosions like crazy, without having a strategy when it came to fighting. Present Mick. This is incredible, young Bakugo began his attack against young Izuku, what do you think he will do now? Hades. He's just playing with him. Persephone. Wants to make her enemy think she has the advantage and then turn the situation around, there is no doubt that Ares taught her how to behave in battle. With Class B. Eri. Mommy, is Dad okay? Kendo. Of course, daughter, your dad won't let someone like that win. At that moment the four missing members of the class would arrive. Tetsutetsu. Sorry for the delay. Monoma. What did we miss? Kawaro. You're welcome really, the fight is just beginning. In the sand. The little haired boy continued to throw explosions like crazy until at one point he received a punch in his face, making him retreat a few meters back. When the smoke cleared it would reveal a completely unharmed Izuku, and he would only have a look that would demonstrate complete coldness. Bakugo. Damn Deku, take this. The Polisoniso had joined his hands and launched a powerful explosion, which even almost destroyed part of the arena. Izuku. All you do is raise dust, Katsuki, if that's what you plan to defeat me with, let me tell you that you only make me feel sorry for you. The smoke had dissipated again and would reveal Izuku again, but with his fist raised with his Nemean cestus, and the part of the sand that was underneath him was completely intact. Bakugo just looked shocked when he saw that his attack was useless. Izuku. If that's all, then it's my turn. Bakugo couldn't react in time, since Izuku had used Zeus's lightning to increase his speed and appeared with his fist in Bakugo's stomach, and he saw him with a surprised expression, but Izuku quickly concentrated the lightning in his hand, and everything went to Bakugo, being surrounded by all the lightning, and he would only let out a few screams of pain, but he would quickly shut up since Izuku gave him a powerful supercut across his jaw, making him fly a few meters. Bakugo would recover quickly and again launched himself to attack the black-haired man, but he would change his Nemean cestus to his hell claws and put his hands on the ground next to his claws, and from the ground his claws would come out, going straight against Bakugo, who could barely dodge it since he managed to scrape some of his clothes on the right side. Izuku. Very slow. Behind Bakugo appeared an Izuku who was being surrounded by Zeus's lightning bolts, and he kicked him with all his might, causing him to run at full speed towards the arena, but he was received by another Izuku who kneed him in the stomach, drawing some blood from his mouth. When Bakugo fell to the sand, he fixed his gaze on the black-haired man and could see very surprised that there were three Izuku, one had the claws of hell, another was being surrounded by lightning, and the last one was the one who kneed him in the stomach. Present Mick. But what do I see with my eyes? There are 3 Izuku in the sand, this is incredible. 2 of the 3 Izuku had disappeared and only 1 remained in the arena, implying that he is the original. Bakugo. Damn you. Izuku. The only bastard here is you, I'll make you suffer for doing what you did to my girlfriend. Izuku appeared again and appeared in front, who had reacted by launching an explosion with his right hand, but Izuku had stopped it with great ease and without any effort he broke his hand, drawing a cry of pain from the Pelissiniso. With a strong kick, Izuku sent Bakugo flying through the air, and the black-haired man quickly made a powerful jump to be above Bakugo, and in his right arm, he summoned his Nemean Setsu and punched him in the face with all his strength, making both of them go at full speed towards the arena. By the time they arrived, they had destroyed the center of the arena, causing a large trail of smoke, along with a small rumble. Present Mick. Who won? Asawa. Can you watch something at midnight? The aforementioned just stretches out her gaze, searching for the 2 teenagers. Midnight. Where are they? The 18th heroine would manage to find an unconscious Bakugo inside a large crater, with a lot of blood coming out of his mouth, nose and forehead, and a few steps ahead, you could see an Izuku taking some air through his mouth, since he had used a lot of magic for this fight, but he wasn't so exhausted as to be tired. Midnight. Bakugo is unconscious, the winner of the sports festival is the president of Class B, the vigilante Hades, Izuku. The entire stadium would be silent for a few seconds, but it would quickly begin to fill with shouts of excitement, and the entire Class B would be celebrating the victory of their president. Eri. Dad did it. Kendo. That's right, daughter. Kendo thoughts. You did it, Izuku. I hope you haven't forgotten our promise. Hades. That's my son, I'm so proud of you. Persephone. Congratulations my son, everyone else will be happy for your victory. In Class A. Shaka. The result was very obvious. Izumi. Kitsuki, Kun. Izumi's thoughts. Brother, why? In the sand. Izuku. Hey Midnight, can I go rest? Midnight. Go rest, you've earned it, we'll give out the medals in a few minutes. Izuku. Very good. Izuku's thoughts. This is finally over, goodbye forever Bakugo, and you Midoriya. Chapter 14. Izuku the champion of Hades Chapter 14. After the fight between Izuku and Bakugo, which was a complete humiliation for the Pelissiniso, since Izuku beat him up like that, destroying Bakugo's pride and angering the Midoriyas, especially Asashi, since he had hoped for Bakugo's victory so that his son could return. Creator's note. Poor fool, he doesn't know what awaits him, end of note. The medals had been given to the winners, with Tokoyami in 3rd place, Bakugo, who was completely bandaged from head to toe, bearing a resemblance to Asawa, came in 2nd place, and Izuku being in 1st place and the winner of the sports festival, had been congratulated by his parents and the entire B class, and hugged by his girlfriend and daughter, who were very happy for him. At the moment, we can see the gods of the underworld next to the black-haired and kendo man who had little Eri behind her, since in front of them were the Midoriya family, who were looking at each other with a serious look. Persephone. Now what do they want Midoriya? Hades. Do you want a couple of hits again? Asashi. What did you say? Ink. Asashi, calm down. Izumi. We just want Izuku to come back with us and become a family again. Kendo. Why? So that they can hurt him again like when he was a child, so that they can mistreat him physically and psychologically again. Izumi. This is none of your business, bitch. Izuku. You better watch your words if you don't want to accompany Bakugo to the infirmary. Asashi. How can you talk to your sister like that? Persephone. I have to remind you that Izuku is no longer your blood son. Inko. That doesn't matter, he's been with us since he was born. Izuku. And they were the worst years of my life. Hades. How about we settle this with a fight? Asashi. A fight. Hades. A fight between the 3 of you against the 3 of us, the winner can ask the loser for whatever he wants. Asashi. Sounds good to me. Inko. When and where? Persephone. In 2 days, the fight will begin. Asashi. Very well, where are we? Hades. We will meet in the forest where Izuku was abandoned, in that place we will have our fight. Inko. Sounds good to me. Persephone. I hope you don't regret your decision. Asashi. Very well, see you in 2 days. Izumi. You'll be back soon, and you'll come too, niece. The last thing he said was referring to Eri, but Kendo stood in front of the girl, covering her so Izumi wouldn't see her, and gave her a look full of hate, and then the green-haired girl had left the place with her parents. All of this had happened on one side of the large stadium, and luckily for them, there was no one watching or hearing what had happened. Kendo. Poor fools, they don't know what awaits them. Eri. Mommy, will everything be okay? Kendo. Of course my girl, don't worry about anything. Hades. Well, let's catch them if we're going to celebrate Izuku's victory. Persephone. The others are already waiting for us. Izuku Kendo Iri. CE. Izuku's family had headed to the black-haired boy's house, but Kendo first had to go home to change his clothes because he still had the physical education uniform from the festival, just like Izuku. Time skip. Half an hour later. We are in the house of the warrior of the underworld, and inside you could see all the members of Class B, along with the gods of the underworld, who were playing with little Iri, and then Izuku would arrive, being dressed in casual clothes, but then Setsuna would approach him. Setsuna. Wow, Izuku, you look so handsome. Izuku. He thanks Setsuna. Setsuna. I'm jealous that Itsuka has all that for herself. The green-haired girl would approach him provocatively, but obviously to annoy her friend, since she wanted to see if he got nervous. Izuku. Hey Setsuna, you should stop. Setsuna. Why? Are you nervous? At that moment, a large fist would hit the reptile girl on the head, the person responsible being an orange-haired girl with a murderous look. Kendo. Setsuna, do you want to give me an explanation before I kill you? He said this while clenching his knuckles in a very threatening manner and having a friendly smile on his face, but the green-haired girl could see how her vice president unleashed a murderous instinct. Setsuna. I'm sorry Itsuka, it's just that pony gave me $20 and it managed to make Izuku nervous. Izuku. And it didn't work, I only want you. He said it while giving her a short kiss, which had made the orange-haired girl blush, which had calmed her down. Kendo. Well, I'm glad you're not cheating on me. Setsuna. Damn, I'm so jealous of them, I hope I can find a good man someday. Izuku. Be patient Setsuna-chan, I'm sure someone will be able to appreciate you. Kendo. Well, let's go with the others who are probably already bored of waiting. Izuku. You're right, let's go. The three of them had gone with the rest of their friends and Izuku's parents. Hades. Alright, time to go. The god of the underworld had opened a portal, and everyone in the room had disappeared. Suddenly they appeared on the boat that led to the palace of Hades, being received by Charon, who had received the gods with due respect, but with Izuku and the others it was different, since Izuku told Charon that he did not have to be so formal with them. Everyone on the ship would be talking about what kind of feast they would have, but Izuku would be together talking with his parents in a part of the ship. Izuku. Father, what kind of feast are you going to have? Hades. It's a surprise, son, but all I'm going to tell you is that everyone else is waiting for you. Izuku. The others. Persephone. The other gods were watching your fight from Olympus and it was their idea to make this feast for you. Izuku. Seriously, great, it's been a long time since I've seen him. Hades. I'm sure they'll be happy to see you. Charon. Port in sight. Everyone had their gaze fixed on the front of the ship and they could see the great castle in front of them. About 5 minutes had passed and everyone had already set foot on land, gotten off the ship and began to head towards the castle, but when Charon was about to leave, he was stopped by Hades. Hades. Hey Charon, don't you want to come with us? Charon. Lord Hades, I have to do my duty to bring the souls. Hades. Don't worry about it. The god had summoned a few skeletons along with a minotaur on the ship. Hades. They'll take over your work, come have fun with us. Charon. Thank you very much my lord. Everyone had headed to the underworld castle, but when Izuku had opened the main door that led to a large room, he was greeted by a large amount of confetti, and he could see that they were all the gods. Izuku. Guys. Everyone. Hello Izuku. The members of Class B would be somewhat confused since they did not know who they were, but a tall, very muscular man, who had a kind of scar on his chest, had approached the black-haired man, and the latter had taken the black-haired man in a strong hug. Hercules. Haha Izuku, you put up a good fight, congratulations dwarf. Izuku. Hey Hercules, don't hug so much, you'll break my bones. Tessu. Hercules the Greek hero. He said it with some admiration in his words. Hercules. Hey Izuku, who are they? Izuku. Oh sure, they are my friends and classmates. Tessu. My name is Tessu sir, it's a great pleasure to meet you. He said this as he squeezed Hercules' hand. Hercules. Haha, this guy has attitude. Something tells me you and I are going to get along really well. And that would also involve a very beautiful woman who would make most men blush and women would get a little jealous of such beauty. Athena. Hello Izuku, it's been a while. Izuku. Hello Athena, it's true it's been a while. The goddess and the black-haired man would begin to talk very confidently, something that would bother an orange-haired man, but Izuku had turned around noticing his girlfriend's anger, and the black-haired man made a sign for her to come closer, but Artemis, Hestia, Hera and Aphrodite had arrived where Athena and Izuku were, but Kendo wouldn't like that, so she approached where her boyfriend was, having a tender pout on her face. Kendo. Izuku-kun, who are they? She said this while clutching Izuku's arm between her breasts. Izuku. Itsuka-chan, they are my cousins and aunts, they are Athena, Artemis, Hera and Aphrodite. Itsuka. I see, it's a pleasure, my name is Itsuka Kendo, I am Izuku-kun's girlfriend. Athena. Wow, nice to meet you, I'm the goddess of just war, Athena. Artemis. I am the goddess of the hunt, I am Artemis. Aphrodite. I am the goddess of love, Aphrodite. Hera. And I am the goddess of marriage, Hera. At that moment all the girls from B would arrive and they had stars in their eyes as they wanted to meet the goddesses. The Bar and Kanoko were talking to Athena, with Pony and Ryuko talking to Hera and with Tu and Satsuna talking to Aphrodite. The goddesses and the girls would start talking about various things, getting along very well since they had some things in common. Izuku. You don't have to be jealous of them, they're my family. Kendo. I'm sorry. He said it while pouting slightly, but Izuku would give him a small caress on his cheek, making him blush with loving affection. Izuku. You know you're the only one I love. The goddess of marriage would realize that. Hera. Very well Izuku, always a faithful man, not like a certain god. At that moment some gods would arrive. Zeus. Izuku, long time no see hahaha. Everyone could see a somewhat old man with a large beard that reached near his abdomen, but they could see that he had no pupils and he had given the black-haired man a big hug and the latter had reciprocated. Izuku. Hello Uncle Zeus, it's been a while. Class B. Zeus. Zeus. Hello young people, I am Zeus, king of the gods and ruler of Olympus. Everyone had knelt down in respect, calling him Zeus-sama. Izuku. Come on guys, don't be so formal. Zeus. My nephew is right, don't be so formal, we are in confidence and we are here to celebrate. Ares. Oh, Izuku. The aforementioned had had a slight shiver and when he turned around he could see one of his cousins, but he called him uncle as a form of respect since that man was dressed in armor with red shoulder pads, but on the shoulder pads they had 3 dog heads, simulating a Cerberus, but what stood out most about him was his long hair and flaming beard. Izuku ho 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 hello Uncle Ares. Shishida. Hey Izuku, who is he? Izuku. Is the Ares, he is the god of war. All? What? The god had approached where Izuku was and almost everyone from Class B could feel a slight pressure in the environment, but then it vanished since the god and his partner had shaken hands in respect. Ares. I saw your battle against that boy and I'm proud that he fought like a true Spartan. Izuku. Of course, I heard my girlfriend, I wasn't going to sit back and do nothing. Perseus. That's it, Izuku, always defending your woman. Dionysia. Very well, let's blah 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 and let the party begin. All? Yes. That day the whole castle of the underworld was full of joy since everyone would be dancing, drinking, eating and singing, but obviously the boys were the minors and only they would drink soft drinks and eat a lot, but Persephone and Hades would be on one side of the great hall with Zeus, Athena, Ares and Poseidon. Zeus. So those idiots want Izuku back. Athena. Poor fools. Poseidon. And what did they do about it? Hades. We challenge him to a battle and the winner may demand anything from the loser. Ares. When will the fight be? Persephone. In 2 days. Zeus. Just don't kill them, it's better for them to live with the humiliation they'll feel later. Ares. You're right about that and it's also a good opportunity for Izuku to get revenge for everything that's been done to him. Hades. I don't promise anything. Persephone. Same. And so they would spend the rest of the day having fun until nightfall and almost all the gods and students were on the floor sleeping and others had gone to the room in the castle, but now we can see a black-haired man in his bed next to a white-haired girl and an orange-haired girl, the 3 of them hugging each other and having a smile on their faces. Chapter 15. Izuku the Champion of Hades Chapter 15. After the great banquet that the gods of the underworld made for his son for the victory of the sports festival, but because of that celebration, he made all the members of Class B fall asleep in the castle of the underworld, but most had fallen asleep in the great hall, but others had fallen asleep in some rooms that the castle had. Right now we are in a room, this being Izuku's room, and inside we can see the aforementioned being in his bed next to his orange-haired girlfriend and his little daughter in the center, being hugged by both. The first to wake up was Izuku, and the first thing he saw was his beautiful daughter and girlfriend by his side. The first thing the black-haired man did was change his clothes since the route would be tomorrow, so he decided to prepare to give the Midoriya a brutal beating. Izuku was about to leave the room, but he could hear someone moving from the bed and he could see that it was Kendo. Izuku. Good morning sleepyhead. Kendo. Good morning Izuku-kun. The orange-haired girl had let out a big yawn and when she opened her eyes fully, she could see that her boyfriend was wearing workout clothes. Kendo. Hey baby, why are you dressed like that? Izuku. I'm going to train, the fight will be tomorrow, so I want to be 100% prepared. Kendo. Then I want to train too. Izuku what? Kendo. Yes, I knew everything they did to you, but I couldn't do anything for you when you had done so much for me. Izuku. But the fight will only be 3 against 3. Kendo. Wait what? While the two were talking about this topic, someone had entered the room, this one being Persephone. Persephone. Good morning, guys. Izuku. Good morning, mother. Kendo. Good morning Persephone-sama. Persephone. Just call me Persephone, no need for Sama. Kendo. Sorry, it's just that it's still difficult to speak with such confidence with God. Persephone. Speaking of the fight, you have nothing to worry about, son. The fight will be 4 against 4. Kendo. Izuku. What? Persephone. What they heard. Izuku. But it's not supposed to be between the Midoriyas and us, as I understand it, there are 3 of them. Kendo. Who is the 4th? Persephone. The 4th is that boy named Kitsuki Bakugo, he will fight alongside the Midoriyas, as you were able to investigate, he wants revenge against you for what happened at the festival. Izuku. I see, but who else will fight with us? Persephone. She. He said this while pointing at the orange-haired girl, who was very happy to have been chosen by her mother-in-law. Izuku. In that case, we don't have time to waste. After all, we have a few days off because of the festival. Kendo. That means. Persephone. That's right, darling, you'll be training with us, so change and let's go right now. Kendo. Yes. Little Eri had only moved a little, as she was still asleep, and the 3 of them put their hands over their mouths to keep quiet, as they didn't want to wake the girl. Persephone. Let's go somewhere else. Izuku. Good idea, Kendo, take your clothes to train. Kendo. It's okay. The orange-haired girl had taken some training clothes that were in a backpack, and being very careful not to wake Eri, she left the room with Izuku and Persephone, leaving the little girl alone in the room to continue sleeping peacefully. Outside the room. The black-haired man had closed the door very delicately, managing to do his job. Izuku. Listo. Persephone. Okay, let's go now. Kendo. Wait, what time is it? Persephone. It's 3 in the morning in Japan right now, but time passes differently in hell. Kendo. Really? Izuku. One day you'll get used to it. Kendo. How will I get used to it? Izuku had leaned closer to her ear to whisper in her ear. Izuku. If you want, we could get married someday, that would technically make me the king of the underworld, and every king needs a queen. The orange-haired girl had completely blushed when she imagined herself dressed in white and with a bouquet of roses in her hands, while next to her was an Izuku, dressed in an elegant suit. But she was pulled out of her thoughts by an Izuku because she had remained still for a few seconds. But Persephone had realized the reason for the Kendo blush, so she held back the urge to laugh. A few minutes had passed since Izuku and Kendo had left the castle with Persephone, and now they were in a large room. Kendo, what is this place? Izuku. It's the training room, there won't be any problem if we destroy the place. Persephone. Izuku is right, so you better use everything. Kendo. Copy that. Persephone. Okay, let's get started. The Queen of Hell had summoned a Cyclops, which had a large club as a weapon, but the strangest thing for her was that it didn't have armor, since she always saw Cyclops like that when they were summoned by Izuku. Persephone. What's wrong, honey? Is something wrong? Kendo. It's nothing, it's just weird to see a Cyclops without armor. Izuku. Ah, that's because I summoned an executioner Cyclops. Persephone. I see, but you don't care, this is the perfect opponent to practice, so you'll go Kendo first. Kendo. Very good. The orange-haired girl would be a little nervous being the first and also having some fear of the creature, but she felt that someone had touched her shoulder and she could see that it was Izuku, who only showed her a smile. Izuku. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I'll jump in to save you. That made the orange-haired girl more confident, so before going into combat, she gave Izuku a quick kiss and then left to stand in front of the Cyclops. Persephone. Are you ready? Kendo. Yes. Persephone, begin. The Cyclops was the first to launch against Kendo, throwing a blow with his large mace that he had in hand, but the orange-haired girl had been faster, since she had managed to dodge the attack, since she had jumped to the right, but without wasting time she had jumped towards the creature's face and increasing the size of her fist, hitting it square in the creature's face, which had taken a step back 1 or 2 steps back, but again the creature launched itself again to attack Kendo. Throwing a punch, but it had been reciprocated against Kendo's giant fist, colliding both their fists, causing the ground beneath them to crack a little, but the Cyclops would be the one to win in the clash since he was physically stronger than the girl. Kendo had been thrown against a wall, cracking it when he hit. The orange-haired girl tried to get up to continue the fight, but she had to dodge another blow from the Cyclops, stepping to the side to avoid being hit, but she had to do the same thing again, since the Cyclops had thrown a blow with his large mace. Endo thoughts. How can I fight something so big? You have to find a way. Izuku. You don't have to defeat him with brute force, analyze your opponent well and find his weakness. Those words made Kendo reflect, since she thought about defeating the Cyclops with blows, taking advantage of her skills as a martial artist, but upon hearing that coming from her boyfriend, she decided to completely analyze the Cyclops, seeing him from head to toe. Kendo thoughts. Well, as I can see, the Cyclops has the advantage in brute strength, in addition to his weapon in hand, but as I can see, you have two weak points. The first would be his legs, due to his size, if he managed to weaken one of his legs, he will lose his balance, and that will be a good opportunity. The second would be his eye. The memory had come to Kendo, when before going to the Uges, he remembered how Izuku had focused on the eye of a Cyclops, but when he tore it out, it caused his immediate death. End of the flashback. Kendo thoughts. The second would be the eye, if I manage to land at least one hit, he will lose his vision for a few seconds, which will give me the perfect opportunity to land a few hits. Kendo could no longer wander in her thoughts, as she had to dodge another blow from the Cyclops, as he had launched himself at her. Kendo. Now. The orange-haired girl had launched herself at the creature, and with her enlarged fist, she managed to hit it square on one of its legs, causing the Cyclops to fall to one side, losing his balance because of the blow. Kendo had taken advantage of that moment to head towards the creature's eye, pushing off with the Cyclops' shoulder, and with all his strength he had hit it with all his might in the Cyclops' eye, causing it great pain, and quickly he got on the creature's chest, and with all his strength, he had begun to launch a great burst of blows all over the Cyclops' face, leaving Izuku and Persephone astonished, especially the latter, because she had been amazed by the strategy he had planned. Kendo had delivered the final blow with all his might towards the Cyclops' face, leaving him completely unconscious, but for obvious reasons it had not killed him. Kendo. I did it. Izuku. Congratulations Kendo-chan. Persephone. Congratulations, you've impressed me. Kendo, upon hearing this, was happy for her victory since she was close to her mother-in-law. Persephone. But you still have a long way to go. Kendo. What? Persephone. That Cyclops was one of the weakest, you still have a long way to go if you want to be a true warrior. Izuku. Hey mom, don't be so hard on her, remember the fight is tomorrow, so don't shut her up and kill her. Persephone. Don't worry, I'm just going to make her train her mind, since she was able to quickly discover the Cyclops' weakness, that's what makes her special. The rest of the day would be spent training constantly, and even some of their classmates had joined in, as they too wanted to be as strong as their homeroom representatives. Chapter 16. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 16. The 2 days that were given for the fight between families had already concluded and both had made the most of the time they had to train. For the Midoriya it was a great training, who had even exploited their quirks to the maximum, but Bakugo this training was a great benefit since he wanted to return the beating he received from Izuku at the sports festival, since the black-haired man had humiliated him in front of everyone, even on television. Something that was very humiliating for the Pelissaniso. But for the Underworld family it would not be a big deal, since they only had light training, since they were very focused on kendo training, since she was the weakest of all, although she was able to defeat Izumi at the festival, she managed to do it with great difficulty, but thanks to Izuku and Persephone, she managed to come back stronger, not as much as she expected, since after all it was only 2 days of training. At the moment. We can see the Midoriya family with Bakugo, who were in a kind of forest at night, since it was in the morning, everyone was ready to fight. Asashi. Very well, are you ready? Inko? Yes. Izumi Katsuki. Of course. Both teenagers were dressed in their hero costumes, ready to fight, but both adults were dressed in costumes that looked like hero suits. With Asashi being his suit something very similar to Endeavor's, only this one was black with red lines, and his wife had a dark green maya, also having a mask covering her eyes. Izumi. Wow dad, you look great in that suit. Bakugo. Were you a hero before? Asashi. Of course, it was before meeting Inko. Izumi. And yours, mom? Inko. Well, this was the costume I had in mind when I wanted to be a heroine, but I lost interest later, but I always had it saved. What surprises me the most is that it still fits me. While the Midoriya and Bakugo families were talking quietly, a red triangle had formed in front of everyone and an armored skeleton had appeared there. Skeleton. Midoriya family, the fight is about to begin, follow me. The Midoriyas and Bakugo were completely confused, but they remembered that Izuku could summon creatures, including skeletons, so they thought it was his work. Creator's note. Poor fools, they don't know the beating that awaits them, end of note. The green-haired and the pale-haired boy had stood on top of the pentagram, standing in front of the skeleton and the triangle that was about to be surrounded by fire, something that worried those present. Skeletons. Fighters ready, my lord. The fire had completely engulfed those present and in a moment had appeared in front of the entrance of a large coliseum. Skeleton. Very well, gentlemen, who will be the first of you to fight? The Sashi. I'll be the first. Izumi. Dad, are you sure you want to go first? The Sashi. Yes, daughter, after all I am Izuku's father, so it is my duty to go. Inko. Good luck, darling. Bakugo. Don't even think about losing. The Sashi. Of course not, Kitsuki, I will give my all in the fight. Skeleton. Very well, sir, you just go straight ahead first, and as for you, please follow me, I will take you to your waiting seats, there you can wait for your fight to begin. Izumi. Very well, Dad, good luck. Bakugo. Don't even think about losing. Inko. Remember we have to get Izuku back. The Sashi. Of course. The older Midoriya began to walk down the large hallway that led to the center of the Colosseum, but in his mind, he would be wondering how Izuku could have done all of this. When Sashi had reached the end of the tunnel, he had been illuminated by a great light, which blocked his vision, but when he was able to regain his sight, he could see a great Roman-style Colosseum, and he could see that the spectators were Class B and some people he knew, but in some seats he could see his family, which Lean were watching. Skeleton. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, today the fight between the Midoriya and the Hell family will begin. Creator's note. For those who don't know, Hell means hell in English, end of note. The spectators would begin to let out several screams of excitement since they wanted him to start the fight and because the members of Class B were able to realize Izuku's past and the mistreatment he had received from the Midoriya, so they decided to support their friend and his family. Skeleton. Very well, the first Midoriya fighter will be the patriarch of the Midoriya family, he is Isashi Midoriya. The vast majority of the spectators had only booed him, something that had upset the aforementioned and his family. Skeleton. And his opponent, the patriarch of the Hell family, the first to fight of all, he is Hades Hell. The reddish-skinned man had come out of the tunnel, who was wearing some spikes and a large helmet that covered his entire face, but some smoke could be seen coming out, but in his arms, he had some species of purple claws with chains that held him. The god of hell had come out onto the battlefield, being in his true form, something that had scared Isashi. Hades. Very well, now it's time for you to pay for everything you've done to my son. Isashi. Is that your quirk? Hades. This is my true form, what you saw before was just a facade, right now you are going to face the god of the underworld. Isashi. What do you mean, god? Hades. I'm not lying, I'm the god Hades, and the rest of the people are the Olympian gods. That had shocked all the members of the rival family, as all the gods had shown their true forms. Hades. We saw all the injustice that Izuku suffered since he was a child, so we decided to act, and we gave him what you didn't give him, and that is the love of a family that did love him, and it is also thanks to us that he managed to become the warrior that he is now. Isashi was still amazed to know that he was in front of the Greek gods, and that his opponent was the god of the underworld, and as he knew, Hades was one of the strongest gods that had ever existed. Hades. And what do you say now, mortal? Do you give up? Isashi had finally recovered from the shock and quickly got into a fighting stance. Isashi. I don't care if you're a god, get my son back no matter what it costs. Hades. Ha, as I can see you have some courage, very well as you wish, so that you see that I am kind I will give you some advantage. The god of the underworld had also put himself in a battle pose, signifying that he was ready for combat. Skeleton. Very well, the fight between both parents of each family begins. In one part of the great Colosseum you could see the rest of the Hell family, these being Izuku, Persephone and Kendo, who were watching how the fight was going to begin. Kendo. Wow, it seems that bastard has guts. Izuku. Well, the rest of his family doesn't seem to have the same courage. When Izuku had said that, Persephone and Kendo had fixed their gazes towards the Midoriyas and could see that those three were trembling. Persephone. Looks like this is going to be boring. Kendo. Hey Izuku-kun, when all this is over, how about we go on a date? Izuku. Of course, why not? Hey, mom, do you think you can take care of Yuri while Kendo-chan and I go out? Persephone. Of course, no problem, after all I want to spend time with my granddaughter. Kendo. By the way, where is it? Izuku. She's over there. He said this while pointing to the seats where the rest of Class B were, along with the rest of the gods. Izuku. It's a good opportunity for him to have fun with the others and for them to also prevent Yuri from seeing us beat the shit out of them. Kendo. Good point. Persephone. Look, the fight has already begun. The first to attack had been Isashi, starting by launching a powerful, large fireball, causing the god to receive it fully, making Isashi believe that he had hurt him. Asashi. What did you think of that? When the smokescreen had cleared, it could be seen that the god of hell was completely intact, without a single scratch. Hades. Do you want to hurt me? Or do you want to tickle me? Asashi, seeing that his attack did not work, decided to surround himself with fire and propelled himself to attack Hades, having his fists covered in fire, and it did not take long for him to launch blows at the god all over his body. But Hades was not unclean by Asashi's blows, and this only frustrated the aforementioned, since his blows did not cause damage to the god. Asashi had taken his distance and had commanded to turn around, leaving Hades confused. When Asashi had finished turning, he had taken the stance again, but his left leg was surrounded by fire. Asashi. Devil's leg. Hades. Oh, that won't do any good, but try it. Asashi had launched himself at Hades, but this time his speed had increased, and from one moment to the next, he had appeared in front of Hades and quickly had done an axe kick to his chest. All the spectators could see how Hades' chest had opened due to the attack he received, something that had made Midoriya and Asashi happy, since they finally thought that their attack had had an effect against the god, so they had then taken their distance, but when he tried to stand up, he almost leaned to the right with some pain, since his left leg was somewhat burned, since he had used his quirk in a very forced way to be able to hurt his opponent. Asashi. Hahaha, what did you think of that? Hades. I won't deny it, that did hurt. He said this while holding his chest, where the wound he received was. Asashi still had a smirk on his face, but that expression was gone. Hades. Okay, my turn. The god had begun to throw his claws towards Asashi, but the aforementioned barely managed to dodge him, but received a cut on his chest on his left side. Hades continued his onslaught with his claws, causing Asashi to dodge all of the god's attacks. Hades. You are now in my domain, mortal. The god had managed to catch Asashi by his left leg, which was slightly burned, but without waiting any longer, he would begin to drag him by the chains. Hades had sent him crashing into a wall of the great stadium, leaving him stamped. Hades. Don't think that was all. The god had brought his claws together in an X shape. And some black skulls had been directed against Asashi. The Midoriya would launch a flare of fire to counter the skulls, but he could only undo one of them, but the other two hit him square in the chest, leaving him with a sharp pain in his chest, causing the wall in which he was stamped to be destroyed, leaving only a large hole. Hades. Don't think I'm done. The god had grabbed the green-haired man by the leg and dragged him into the middle of the field. Hades had made a great leap, and when he had landed, a large purple wave had formed throughout the arena, which had also made the stadium shake a little. Asashi was in a very serious condition, apparently close to death. Hades. Alright, I'm bored now. I better get this over with. Hades had summoned some ghost skeletons, which had held Asashi from both sides, to put him standing in front of their lord. Hades had begun to spin in the air, leaving the Midoriyas very worried. Hades. Your soul is mine, mortal. The god's claws had taken Asashi from the chest, and everyone present could see how Asashi's soul left his body. Hades. Don't worry, it won't hurt. The god had given one last shot to the claws, and Asashi's soul had entered his body. Asashi. What did you do to me? That was the last thing he said before falling to the ground completely unconscious. Inko Asashi. Izumi. Dad. Bakugo. Did he kill him? Hades. Of course I didn't kill him, all I did was take his soul, which also took away his firepower. The three members of the rival family had been shocked to hear that, knowing that their husband-dad-father-in-law was a quirkless god. Hades. Now you will feel what my son felt when he was a quirkless, I hope you enjoy your life without powers. The god had turned around to head for the exit to leave with his family, while the shouts of congratulations from the gods, the students, and his little granddaughter could be heard. Chapter 17. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 17. We find ourselves in hell, more specifically in a Roman-style Colosseum, with the gods of Greek mythology as spectators, being the gods of Olympus and the members of Class B, since at this moment there were some fights taking place, these being the Midoriya family versus the Hell family, the members of the Midoriya family being Asashi, Inko, Izumi and Bakugo, the latter was participating since he was Izumi's boyfriend, being a member of the family. The members of the Hell family were Hades, Persephone, Izuku, and Kendo, the latter also participating since she was the black-haired man's boyfriend. Right now they were waiting for the second fight to begin, this one being Inko versus Persephone. But the Midoriyas. We can see on the left side of the stands the green-haired family next to the red-haired boy, the three of them watching an unconscious but wounded Asashi due to the fight he had against the god of the underworld. Inko. I can't believe it, well I can't be surprised by anything, after all they are gods. Izumi. So what? Are we leaving? Bakugo. That's not it, we're already here, and we can't make your father the only one who suffered in this, besides we saw that it is possible to hurt the gods. Inko. Kitsuki is right, now I'm going to go, you decide who will be the next to fight. At that moment a bat had flown to the Midoriya's side. Bat. Midoriya family, we need to know who will be the next to fight. Inko. I'll be next. Bat. Very well, ma'am, please follow that skeleton, he will guide you to the arena. Inko. It's okay. Skeleton. Please, miss, follow me. The skeleton would begin to walk through the Colosseum, being followed by the matriarch Midoriya, who had a look full of determination. But the Hell family. We can see all the family members with smiles on their faces as they congratulated Hades on his victory. Izuku. Well done father. Hendo. Congratulations on your victory father-in-law. Hades. Haha thanks guys. Persephone. Now it's my turn, I'm going to get ready. Hendo. Good luck Persephone-san. Izuku. Destroy the mother. Hades. Hey dear, don't go finishing too quickly. Persephone. Thank you very much guys, and don't worry dear, I don't think I'll finish so quickly, I'll take my time to play for a while. The Queen of Hell had begun to head towards the path to go to the center of the stadium. While Persephone was retreating, Izuku and Kendo would start talking. Izuku. Well, Itsuka-chan, wouldn't you mind if I went after my mother? Kendo. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, Izuku-kun. I wanted to go after your mother. Izuku. Why? Kendo. Well, this tournament is for you, and I don't want to lose you, and I want to show the results of my training. I barely managed to defeat Izumi at the sports festival, so I don't plan on letting that happen again. Everything the orange-haired girl said was full of determination and confidence. That had made Izuku and Hades amazed by everything Itsuka said, and that had brought a smile to father and son, but the god could not notice it because of his helmet. Izuku. That's why I fell in love with you, always so determined. The black-haired man had hugged the orange-haired woman by the waist, which had brought a blush to her face. Hendo. Aye Izuku-kun. Izuku. Okay, you'll be next, just be careful please, I don't want you to end up like at the festival. Itsuka in response had given Izuku a kiss on the cheek. Hendo. Thank you for worrying about me, but you don't have to, I promise I'll take care of myself. Izuku. Thank you. At that moment the skeleton announcing the fights had been heard. Izuku. The fight is about to begin. Skeleton. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the waiting period is over, and right now we're going to start the second fight between the two families. The gods and the members of Class B had shouted with excitement, showing that they already wanted to see another fight, since they had been amazed by Hades' fight. Skeleton. On this side, we have a woman with great power that almost many wanted to have, having right now a great determination and wanting to avenge the fall of her beloved, she is Midoriya Inko. The green-haired girl had come out from the left side of the Colosseum, having a look full of determination, but like Asashi, she received many boos from the spectators, but she didn't care, since she was only thinking about how she could defeat a rival. Skeleton. And on this side, his opponent is a woman, she is one of the gods who fight for what is theirs, she is the queen of the underworld, she may not be as strong as Lord Hades, but her strength is widely recognized by everyone, she is the goddess Persephone. The aforementioned had emerged from the tunnel on the right side of the Colosseum, still dressed in her dress, and was warmly received by her divided comrades and her son's companions. Inko. Aren't you going to fight? Persephone. What do you mean? Inko. Why aren't you in your combat suit? Persephone. Oh sure, in that case. The goddess would begin to be surrounded by a faint light all over her body, while she was surrounded by 4 black wings. From one moment to the next, the goddess had a green armor with yellow stripes, surprising Inko with the armor the goddess was wearing. Persephone. Okay, I'm ready. Skeleton. Alright, let's begin. The first to launch the first attack would be Persephone, taking a great step towards the ground, and in front of the goddess was placed a great rock. Persephone. Don't worry, it won't hurt. The goddess had kicked a large rock in front of her, and the rock went against Inko at great speed, but Inko could barely stop the rock, being only a few centimeters from her face. If it weren't for her telekinesis, right now she would have a large scar on her face. Persephone. Good reflexes. The goddess had again placed another rock in front of her. Persephone. But not enough. The rock once again went against Inko, but the green-haired girl had used the rock that she had stopped previously, causing both rocks to collide, and both had been destroyed upon impact. Inko had quickly used her telekinesis to attract several rocks that were around, and quickly the rocks flew towards Persephone at great speed. The goddess responded by throwing out a kind of yellow light, destroying all the rocks that came towards her. Inko was surprised to see that her attack hadn't worked. The green-haired girl had put her hands on the ground, and without anyone expecting it, 2 pieces of the floor had crushed the goddess. Inko. What did you think of that? The green-haired girl had a sly smile on her face, thinking that her attack had had an effect on the goddess, but that smile had disappeared when she saw how the goddess had destroyed the rocks that had crushed her. Persephone. Wow, that was not bad at all. Inko was surprised to see how the goddess was alone with some dust around her. Persephone. But there's still a long way to go to reach me. The goddess had launched herself at Inko, holding a sword of green glow in her hands. Inko was barely able to dodge the attack, but Persephone had managed to at least do a little damage to her opponent, making a small cut on her abdomen on her left side, tearing part of her suit. Inko had stepped back to gain distance. Persephone. What's wrong? Aren't you going to fight? Don't you want Izuku back? You hurt me so much. Inko. You shut up, I'll get my son back. Persephone. You should have thought of that before hurting him so much, otherwise he wouldn't have that scar he has, all because of your daughter and her boyfriend. Inko in response had used her telekinesis again, causing some rocks to collide above her, and then had begun to levitate a large amount of rocks all over the ground. Persephone had destroyed all the rocks that had crushed them. Persephone would begin to shoot rays of light from her hands, but Inko had responded with the rocks she had levitated, blocking all the rays of light that were heading towards her. All the attacks they launched at each other released a large amount of smoke, leaving everyone amazed by the great fight that took place between women. When both women had stopped, they were being surrounded by a large smoke screen, but Inko was somewhat tense, as she was somewhat tired due to the excessive use of her quirk. The green-haired girl was looking around, alert in case of Persephone's attack. Persephone. That wasn't bad at all, but it's not enough to win me over. The goddess had appeared behind Inko, giving her a strong kick in her back, causing Inko to take a few steps back. Inko had decided to fly, believing that she would have some advantage. While in the air, the green-haired girl had used her telekinesis to make all the smoke in the arena disappear, but she couldn't find her opponent. Inko. But where is it? Persephone. Here I am. The green-haired girl would turn around to find the person who made the voice, and she could see Persephone flying with her wings. Persephone. You know, you put up a good fight, but I'd better finish now. The goddess had caught the green-haired girl in an embrace, beginning to surround Inko with a light green light, causing Inko to slowly lose consciousness. Persephone. I can see your regret, so at least I'm giving you a defeat that isn't so painful. That was the last thing Inko could hear before falling completely unconscious and quickly went to the ground, being a fallen source, which even I saw a small crater below. Skeleton. The Midoriya matriarch is out, the winner is the matriarch of the Hell family, Persephone-sama. The gods and the students had let out several shouts of applause for Persephone's victory. Chapter 18. Izuku the champion of Hades. Chapter 18. As we know so far, the fight between both families, being that of Inko versus Persephone, the winner of the battle being the goddess of hell, giving Midoriya a defeat not so humiliating, since he could see that she was truly sorry for her actions, but that will not make Izuku return to her side. The damage has already been done, but the final decision is made by the young black-haired man. At the moment. But the Midoriyas. We can see all the members in their respective stands, with 3 members currently conscious, these being Isashi, Izumi and Bakugo. These 3 were watching an unconscious Inko, who was in her seat with some injuries. Isashi. I think it would be best if we retreated. He said it while his eyes were closed, being seen by both teenagers, who would look at him in amazement. Bakugo. What do you mean we should retreat? Izumi. What do you mean by that, Dad? Isashi. We'd better not go at once, it's better than continuing to be embarrassed, after all, our enemies are gods, we can't do anything against them. Bakugo. Of course not, we're not leaving here. Isashi. Do you want to die against them? Bakugo. The last ones left to fight are Izuku and that carrot head, they are no match for us. Izumi gave him a serious beating at the festival. Izumi. That's right, this time I'll take charge of defeating that damn thing, I'll make her pay for the humiliation she put me through, this time I'm going to burn her to a crisp. He said this while his hands were surrounded by fire. At that moment the bat had appeared, being seen by the Midoriya and the Bakugo. Bat. Very well Midoriya family, are you going to continue or are you leaving? Bakugo. We stayed. Izumi. I don't want to leave. Bat. Very well, then, who will be the next to fight? Izumi. It'll be me. Bat. Very well, young lady, then, follow that skeleton, it will guide you to the entrance. In a circle of fire, an armored skeleton had appeared and then it would begin to walk, signaling the green-haired girl to follow it. Izumi. Very well, here I go. Isashi. Good luck daughter. Bakugo. Show them who's boss. Izumi just gave a thumbs up, then walked towards the entrance. But the Hell family. We can see all the family members celebrating the victory of Persephone. Kendo. It was a great fight Persephone-san. Izuku. You were amazing mom. Hades. I knew you could, my dear. He said this while hugging her and lifting her up. Persephone. Thank you very much. While the family was celebrating, another bat had appeared. Bat. Hell family, excuse me for interrupting, but it's time for the third fight. Izuku. I see. Hades. Thanks for letting us know. Bat. It's nothing sir, but who will be the next to fight? Izuku had taken the orange-haired girl's hand, who had fixed her gaze on the black-haired boy, who gave her a smile. Izuku. Are you ready Itsuka-chan? The orange-haired girl couldn't hold back and gave her beloved a kiss, which he reciprocated, and when they separated, they both saw each other with a smile. Kendo. I'm ready. The orange-haired girl had stood up and directed him towards the bat. Kendo. I'll be the next to fight. Bat. Very well, young lady, please follow that skeleton, he will take you to the entrance of the Colosseum. Kendo listened to what the bat said and began to follow the skeleton. Izuku. Good luck. Kendo. Thank you, love. Persephone. Take care, darling. Hades. Don't go and kill her. But the spectators. We can see that everyone was bored of waiting and was about to fall asleep. Monoma. Who's next? Yui. Let's see, only Izuku and Kendo are left, but who will be the one who is going to fight? Satsuna. I hope it's Kendo. Tetsu. I hope it's Izuku, you've seen him in action. Uwais. Me too, what I saw at the festival was amazing. Monoma. It's not for nothing that he's our president. Hinoko. Look, they're already coming out. Eri. Is that mom? She said this while watching the orange-haired girl walk out onto the field. Ryuko. Yes, it is Kendo. Satsuna. Good luck Kendo. Monoma. You can vice president. Eri. You can do it, mom. Skeleton. Very well, gentlemen, right now we are going to see the third fight of this tournament. Here we have on the Midoriya side Izumi Midoriya, the Fire Maiden. The green-haired girl had been surrounded by flames all over her body, with a look full of determination. Skeleton. And on this side we have the family being Hell, the suitor of the prince of the underworld, having great determination with her martial arts, she is Itsuka Kendo. The orange-haired girl had taken her hands, being in her hero costume, but having a slight blush on her cheeks due to the last thing the skeleton said, but at that moment she had imagined an image of herself along with Izuku and Eri, but I saw that some of her companions made fun of her, including the gods. But Izuku. We can see that this one also had a slight blush on his face, but his parents were laughing at him since they never saw their daughter get embarrassed. In the field. Skeleton. Very well, ladies, are you ready? Izumi. Hey, why are you here? Kendo. It's not obvious, I'm not going to let my Izuku return with hypocrites like you, besides, Bakugo isn't Midoriya and he's still here. Izumi. He's my boyfriend and he's already part of my family. Kendo. Well, I'm also part of the Hell family because I'm Izuku's girlfriend. Izumi. This time I'll turn you into ashes. Kendo. Well, come and try it. Both women had gotten into a fighting stance, staring at each other with great intensity. Skeleton. That means yes, very well, begin. Without waiting a single second, the first to attack would be Izumi, starting by throwing many fireballs towards the orange-haired girl, who had begun to dodge all the fireballs, starting to run in a circle. Izumi. You won't escape. The green-haired girl had begun to chase the orange-haired girl, but with her hand surrounded by fire. Kendo, upon realizing this, had been close to the wall of the Colosseum, but when he was close to hitting the wall, he had put his foot on the wall and gave a strong push, managing to pass over Izumi, leaving her very confused, but received a powerful kick to her head, this being an act of Kendo. Itsuka. You really are stupid. Izumi. Damn talking carrot. The green-haired girl had turned around and joining her hands, she launched a flare of fire, but luckily for Itsuka, she managed to dodge it, but it would only burn a part of the left side of her suit. When Kendo hit the ground, he launched himself at Izumi, his action being imitated by the green-haired girl. Both girls had collided their fists with all their strength, being something advantageous for the Kendo, since she did focus on her physical strength, and that was also because of her quirk, but Izumi only made a grimace of pain, due to the force she had felt when colliding. Izumi's thoughts. How is it possible that he has that strength? At the festival it wasn't a big deal. Itsuka had quickly kicked him in the stomach. Izumi in response had thrown a punch in Kendo's face, but the orange-haired girl managed to catch her hand, being only feelings away from touching her face. Izumi just showed a smile, something that had confused Itsuka, but she quickly moved her head to the side, as she had to dodge a blast of fire that had been shot from Izumi's fist, managing to make a slight scar on the orange-haired girl. Kendo had gotten angry about that and had quickly bent Izumi's arm, making her complain in pain, and with his other hand, he would grab her from her head and making her fall to the ground, but he received a powerful knee to his face from Kendo. Everyone was very surprised to see how Kendo had attacked, it even surprised Izuku, but he had a smile on his face. Izuku's thoughts. Mental note, don't make Kendo-chan angry. In the field. Itsuka. That's for Izuku-kun. Izumi had pulled away, holding her nose with both hands because a lot of blood was coming out. Itsuka hadn't let Izumi recover and quickly began throwing multiple punches. Izumi couldn't do anything about it. Izumi's thoughts. I can't give up now, I don't plan on losing to you again. The green-haired girl had recovered from the attacks and had surrounded their bodies completely with fire, causing Itsuka to have to retreat. Izumi. Emperor's great armor. Itsuka could see how Izumi was surrounded by fire, even his hair was on fire. Both girls had once again launched into the attack, with Izumi's first attack being a punch to Itsuka's face. Kendo. Damn. The orange-haired girl had thrown a punch with her right arm, which was dodged by the green-haired girl, who had ducked. Itsuka was able to realize quickly, and without waiting, she gave a strong kick to Izumi's jaw, causing him to spit blood. Kendo, without expecting anything, had thrown a strong punch in Izumi's face with his giant fist, causing Izumi to fall to the ground. Izumi quickly recovered from that and launched herself against Kendo again, giving her a strong stop to her stomach, making Itsuka groan in pain, but Izumi had thrown a punch right to Kendo's chin. In response, she had thrown another punch with her giant fist. Izumi had thrown a powerful kick. They both had Chicago on each other, making a powerful gust of wind all over the place. The spectators were very surprised to see such a tremendous fight, even the gods were surprised to see it. Kendo had grabbed Izumi by his leg, managing to catch her in the air, and would begin to turn. Izumi tried to break free, but it was all useless. Kendo had thrown the green-haired girl into the sky, and when she began to fall to the ground, he had prepared one last blow, concentrating all his quirk in his hand. Izumi's thoughts. This will be my last blow. Kendo. It's time to end this. The orange-haired girl had launched herself at Izumi, her hand surrounded by a dark green glow. Both girls were inches away from fist bumping. When these two had collided, their blows had caused some to fly away due to the powerful gust of wind that had been caused by it. It would take them all some time to recover, but when they saw the field, they were very surprised to see the result. Skeleton. Midoriya Izumi is unconscious. Everyone could see how the green-haired woman was on the ground with some burns all over her body. Monoma. Well done, Kendo. Satsuna. You fought very well. Tetsu. Congratulations. Everyone could see a Kendo in front of the unconscious Izumi, with her fist raised, being a sign of victory. Artemis. For a moment I thought I'd lose. Athena. Well, if she'd trained harder she would have succeeded. Apollo. What do you mean? Ares. That girl's armor gave her a powerful power boost, but it also causes a lot of damage to herself, it's a double-edged sword. Poseidon. If I had trained that technique more, I would have achieved it, but I congratulate the young Kendo. Athena. You're right, he put up a great fight. Aphrodite. Of course, she was fighting for the man who wins. Izuku. Very good, Itsuka. The orange-haired girl had fixed her gaze on where her boyfriend was, and she could only show him a smile before falling to the ground from exhaustion. Skeleton. The winner is Itsuka Kendo. Chapter 19. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 19. We are in the Hell Colosseum, being in the battle between the Hell and Midoriya families, with the Hell family having secured the fight at once, but only wanted one pending fight, being that of Izuku against Bakugo, but it depended on the Midoriya family if they wanted to continue with the fight, but in the same way they would no longer have a chance of winning, since all the cards were in favor of the Hell. But the Midoriyas. We can see right now each and every one of the green-haired boys in their respective seats, being completely bandaged due to the crushing defeats they had against Izuku's parents and girlfriend, the one who was most injured being Izumi, due to using her fire armor, since she hadn't perfected it yet, and only did it out of pure instinct in the fight so as not to lose, but her plan didn't go as well as she expected. Asashi. We'd better get going. Bakugo. But what is he saying? Asashi. It doesn't matter if you win your fight, we're 3-0, the result is already made, so let's go with dictating. Inko. I think you're right, we'd better go. Bakugo. Not a damn, if you want to go, I'll stay here to fight my fight. Izumi. Calm down, Katsuki. Bakugo. No way, I'm not leaving without fighting that bastard for humiliating me at the festival. The little haired boy had fixed his gaze on the skeleton that was heading towards them. Bakugo. Hey you, I'll be the last one, and I don't care what you say, start this shit already. The Polysiniso had made a strong leap towards the battlefield, with a fury that was demonstrated on his entire face. Han las hell. The family members were congratulating the orange-haired girl on her victory, but they had noticed that Bakugo had entered the arena, waiting for his rival to come down for the fight. Kendo. Can't that idiot wait or what? Hades. Is he that desperate for his beating? Persephone. As I understand it, that boy wants revenge on Izuku for what happened at the sports festival. Izuku. Well, I better get this over with. Hades. Tear him apart, son. Persephone. Don't be so cruel to him. Kendo. Love, good luck. Izuku. Thank you, dear. The black-haired man had approached his girlfriend to give her a gentle kiss, which Izuku reciprocated. When they separated, Izuku approached her ear. Izuku. When all this is over, how about we go on a date, just you and me, and my parents take care of Eri. Kendo had blushed at that, but he kissed Izuku on the cheek. Kendo. Sounds good to me. Izuku. Alright, time to dance. The black-haired boy had jumped towards the battlefield and began to walk very calmly towards Bakugo while being supported by the gods and his friends from Class B who were saying that he finished off the talking mine. In the stands. Monoma. Come on, President. Satsuna. You can do it, Izuku. Hinoko. Destroy his legs. The waist. I bet you 10,000 yen that he breaks your arms and legs. Kurogiri. I say it shatters his skull. Pony. I say they rip his head off. That had made them look at her in a very strange way while she only paid attention to the battle. Ares. Ha, with that innocent face he has, I didn't think it would be like that. Artemis. Appearances can be deceiving. In the field. We can see right now the teenagers face to face, with Bakugo having a frown full of anger, while Izuku was alone with a neutral look. Skeleton. Very well, here we are about to begin the final battle between both families, are you ready, gentlemen? All. Yes. Skeleton. That's the attitude, are you ready? Izuku. Start whenever you want. He said this while getting into a fighting stance. Bakugo. Start now, damn skeleton. Skeleton. Very well, gentlemen, begin. The Polisoniso had launched himself against Izuku, starting with a powerful explosion, something that Izuku had dodged without problems. Izuku. Attacking without thinking is no good. Bakugo. Shut up, trash. The red-haired boy once again attacked the black-haired boy with his explosions. Izuku had dodged to the right and connected a kick to his jaw, levitating him a little in the air, but he was grabbed by his leg and quickly knocked to the ground, causing a crater to form. Izuku. That was it. What do you hurt me for? Bakugo. Shut up, trash. He launched an attack again, but this time he threw a kick towards the black-haired man's face, but the latter had blocked it with his arm, reducing the damage from the blow. Bakugo had used his explosions to spin around, trying to kick again, but Izuku had ducked, managing to dodge the kick. Izuku had once again kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying into the stadium wall. Izuku didn't stop and ran towards Bakugo, now being face to face, and would begin to throw a large flurry of punches at Bakugo's chest and face. The Polisoniso was grimacing in pain, since Izuku's blows were very strong, they hit like a brick. Bakugo had quickly launched an explosion to the ground, causing Izuku to separate from him. Izuku. Not bad. Bakugo. Toma. The Polisoniso had fired multiple bursts of explosions that headed towards Izuku, leaving the latter surprised by it. Izuku would just start running around, dodging the explosions that were heading towards him. Izuku's thoughts. He's really upset, even though it's really fun to break his pride again. The black-haired man had smiled at that thought while he continued dodging the explosions. Bakugo. Stop dodging, damn it. The blonde-haired boy would begin to approach where Izuku was while still continuing to throw explosions at the black-haired boy. Izuku had noticed that and also began to approach Bakugo while dodging each of the explosions that were directed at him, but during the process, he had to get a few scratches. Although Izuku wouldn't like to admit it, those bursts were pretty good. Bakugo was about to launch a large explosion, but a kick had collided with his hand, causing it to point to the sky, causing his explosion to go into the air. When Bakugo lowered his gaze, he could meet Izuku's black eyes, who would be looking at him seriously. Bakugo couldn't react in time, since Izuku connected with a powerful punch in his stomach, but without giving Bakugo any chance, he began to give him multiple blows all over his face, managing to draw a lot of blood from his mouth and nose. Bakugo had quickly managed to land a punch on Izuku with his forearm, but when Izuku tried to hit Bakugo with his other hand, the red-haired boy managed to catch the blow. The two would begin to struggle to see who would give in first, but Izuku would only show a smile to the little-haired boy, who had been very confused by that. Izuku had given him a powerful kick to his jaw. Bakugo had been stunned by that, while at the same time Izuku had summoned his hell claws and had quickly summoned some purple skulls, which went at full speed against Bakugo. The Polisoniso had propelled himself with his explosions towards the sky, escaping from the skulls that would chase him. Bakugo's thoughts. Damn, if he doesn't think of something fast, I'll be beaten to a pulp. Without Bakugo realizing it, Izuku launched himself at him, delivering a powerful knee to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him and also causing him to face the skulls, which hit them squarely in their backs. Izuku had stepped on the ground, but Bakugo was not so lucky and fell flat on the ground, forming a crater beneath him and revealing his bare back, which had slight burns. The shouts of his friends and family would not be long in coming, congratulating him for that. Izuku? Well, I better go now. The black-haired man proceeded to retreat towards the exit of the Colosseum. Bakugo? Unhappy wait. Izuku had turned around and could see that Bakugo was back on his feet but in terrible condition. Blood was coming out of his head, mouth, he was even missing a tooth, not to mention his nose, which was completely broken and spurting blood in torrents. Izuku? Leave that alone Bakugo, I already got what I wanted anyway. Bakugo? What? Izuku? Look at you, you're in no condition to continue fighting, and your great pride is shattered, it no longer makes sense for me to continue a fight that I've already won, it would be better if you lived with that weight on your conscience, forever. Izuku turned around again to head for the exit. Izuku? Listen Bakugo, the duel is over, you better not mess with me or anyone in my class again. Bakugo would just be looking with a lot of hatred at the black-haired man, who was currently walking towards the exit. Bakugo? Damn Deku, you will never, and I hope you remember this, I will never, lose against a damn Quirkles like you. The Policioniso had taken his grenade gloves and quickly removed the safety and aimed towards where Izuku was. Bakugo? Shinii. An explosion of great destructive power headed at full speed towards where Izuku was, who noticed the attack. The explosion hit them full on, even causing a powerful blast of air to spread throughout the place, even reaching the stands, causing some to close their eyes. Monoma. He's a madman, maybe I should kill him. Yui. Izuku-san. Class B. President. Eli. Dad. Hendo. Izuku. The orange-haired girl shouted, very worried. Persephone. Calm down, dear, don't worry. Hendo. No, but. Hades. My son would never let himself be killed by something like that, just watch. Hendo, still having doubts, only observed the field of the Colosseum, being the place where Izuku was. Bakugo. Ha, what did you think of that, unhappy, you can't say anything anymore, because you're nothing but dust ha. The Policioniso would be laughing like a maniac, since he thought he finally finished off Izuku, but his laughter had stopped, since footsteps would begin to be heard from the destroyed area. Izuku? Wow, I'm not going to deny it, that was a good attack. Everyone could see that Izuku had come out of the smoke, which was full of dust, also having some burns, but they were not so serious as to cause him pain that it would prevent him from fighting. Izuku? You're an idiot, I gave you one last chance and you didn't take advantage of it, now you've made me angry. The black-haired man had unleashed all his killer instinct, something that had completely scared Bakugo, who was trying to stay standing. Izuku? Very well, get this over with. Izuku had completely disappeared in a blur of speed, leaving Bakugo confused, but then he would wince in pain, as Izuku had punched him in the stomach, having his Nemean baskets, causing Bakugo to write blood, but then he was sent flying by a blow to his jaw, causing blood to spurt out. Izuku had disappeared again, and standing behind Bakugo, he punched him in the back, breaking it on the spot and sending him flying against the ground, making a large crater in the center of the stadium. Bakugo was completely covered in his own blood, but he could see how Izuku fell at full speed and received the strongest punch he had ever felt in his life, since Izuku, with his two Nemean baskets, hit him in the chest, breaking all the bones in his body. Izuku? I had already told him, but you never paid attention. Izuku gave the blonde-haired boy a strong kick, causing him to fly straight into the Midoriya stands. Izumi could see how her boyfriend was completely unrecognizable, and she was completely scared, as were her parents, since they saw what Izuku is capable of, and the aforementioned stood in front of them all, with a look full of malice. Izuku? It's over, this already determines what was dictated, when my family wins the tournament, you no longer have any rights towards me, you will no longer try anything towards me, that was the deal, it has been made clear to you Midoriya. Asashi? We understand, since we won't try anything. He said it with resignation, since he knew that due to his idiocy, he had lost his son, and he had no choice but to accept that he would never be able to call him son again. Izumi? Izuku? The aforementioned just looked at the aforementioned with his cold gaze and just placed his hand on her head and a small purple light would surround her and in a moment, Izumi would begin to see 1,001 ways of her death, leaving her very scared by that. Izumi? What did you do to me? She said it very terrified, she even fell to the floor trembling with fear. Izuku? He put a curse on you and it will only disappear until you no longer look at me as your brother. After saying that, Izuku just disappeared into a portal, returning to his family. And so the tournament of hell ended, being a crushing defeat for the Midoriya and being a great victory for the Hell family, being the winners of 4 fights. Chapter 20. Izuku the champion of Hades. Chapter 20. A good amount of time had passed since the Underworld tournament, fulfilling what the agreement had said. The Midoriyas no longer tried to get close to Izuku again, especially for Isashi and Inko, since they did it for 2 reasons. The first was because of the deal they made during the sports festival, being that if they lost, they would leave Izuku alone, something they had kept up until now, and the second reason was that Izumi was having nightmares, and from time to time, he felt a lot of pain. Inko and Isashi told him that he should already leave the idea that Izuku was his brother, even the Midoriya blood that he had, no longer existed inside him, something that hurt them inside, but that they had to accept once and for all, since because of his stupidity, they lost their son, they lost Izuku Midoriya forever, and the only thing that remained was Izuku Hell. Izumi little by little began to accept this sad reality, since he also had a problem to solve, and it was about his relationship with Bakugo, since ever since they lost the toner, Bakugo became somewhat unbearable, since now he behaved in a more aggressive and disrespectful way, something that Izumi didn't like, keeping in mind that if Bakugo didn't change his attitude, he would end it. At the moment, we are at the UA facilities, more specifically within Class B, where all the students in the classroom were talking to each other, mentioning the fights that Izuku's family and Kendo had, who was with her boyfriend, who were talking to each other. Izuku. Hey love, when did you learn to use magic? Kendo. Well, Persephone-san taught it to me when you were training with your father, and I wanted to surprise you. Izuku. And boy did you surprise me. Yui. And what kind of power does that give you? Dabara. I'm also interested in knowing. Kendo. Well, I can only use it on my fists to make hit stronger, but Persephone-san told me that if I trained with it, I could fly and throw small flames with it. Yui. That's great. Dabara. I hope you can do it. Izuku. I'm sure you will. And so they continued talking to each other until finally their sensei Vlad arrived. Vlad King. Well guys, first of all, congratulations to our president for winning the sports festival. The entire room had given several rounds of applause for the black-haired man. Izuku. But it wasn't just me, you all put on a great show too, you gave your all at the festival. Vlad King. Well said, Mr. President, you also gave your all at the festival. I'm very proud of you. All. Thank you very much sensei. Vlad King. Well, right now we're going to an important matter, as you all already know, many heroes saw your performance, making them interested in you, something that made you get many offers. Uwais. Offers. Vlad King. That's right. The blood hero had pressed a button in his hand, and on the board he had shown the names of all the students, the 3 leading ones being Izuku, Kendo and Tetsu. Ryuko. The strongest in the room are in order. To say. Truly, after the presidents, Tetsu showed off in his fight against the Deity from Class A. Manga. Too bad he lost to Bakugo, if only he hadn't advanced further. Tetsu. That doesn't matter, I'm going to train harder so I can defeat him. Izuku. That's the spirit. Vlad King. Well, aside from receiving these offers, you're going to be interning with pro heroes for a while, so you can see the life of a hero, but before you choose which pro you're going to go with, you have to choose your hero name. All. Our hero. Vlad King. That's right, but I'm not good at it, so someone else will help you. The door had been opened again, and all the men had blushed at seeing the 18 heroine entering in a very sensual way, which had highlighted her breasts. Izuku had fixed his gaze on her, but quickly turned his gaze towards the window for 2 simple reasons. 1. He already had a girlfriend and would never be unfaithful to her, just as his father taught him, and 2. Kendo were looking at him with a voracious gaze, something that had scared him, showing his jealousy very obviously, and if Izuku didn't want to be hit, he just looked away. Midnight. The names of heroes chosen by high school students end up being the names of new professionals who will emerge, let's see. Pointing at Yui. Please distribute these boards to your classmates. The black-haired girl just nodded, keeping her gaze neutral, and began to distribute all the boards to her classmates. Midnight. Come on guys, write your hero names, I'm sure many of you already had their names since you were kids. Everyone would start writing. Monoma. Hey Izuku, what will your name be? Izuku. I don't know. Yui. Why not with your vigilante name, like the hero Hades? Monoma. Well, it doesn't sound bad at all. It would suit you well. Izuku. Could be. Kendo. Hey Monoma, what would yours be? Monoma. Mine will be Phantom Thief. Izuku. How creative. Monoma. That's true. Kendo. Mine will be Battle Fist. Izuku. Bar. Dabara. Mine will be Maria. Yui. Let me imagine, by the Virgin Mary. Reply. Yes. Midnight. Alright, now come forward and show your names. Some had become very nervous. Izuku? Can I be the first? Midnight? Go ahead. The black-haired man had come to the front, showing the blackboard that said the name, Hades. Midnight? Oh, your vigilante name? Izuku? That's right, it was the name I used for a long time, I wouldn't like to change it. Midnight? Well, that's fine by me, the new hero Hades. All. Hades, Hades, Hades. The entire Class B would start shouting the name of their president, but outside a boy from general courses had passed outside the room and he had been scared since he thought that the class was performing a ritual. Extra. What's up, what's up? After Izuku revealed his hero name, everyone followed suit, all having very good names like Shishida, whose hero name was Yavaden, Setsuna being called Lizardi, and Tetsutetsu being Real Steel. Lad King. Well, as you may know, you've already had many offers, but you'll only be able to choose one hero who will receive your request, and so you'll be with them for a whole week, so choose your hero well, good luck. The sensei had left the classroom with the 18th heroine, heading to the teacher's room, leaving the students alone. Setsuna. I don't know which one to choose. Ryuko. Who will you go kendo with? Kendo. Maybe it will go with Iwabani. Having some doubt about going with the snake heroine. Monoma. Hey president, who are you going with? Izuku. I think I'll go with Endeavor. Uwais. Number 2. Shishida. Congratulations, president. Izuku gracious Shishida. To say. It's amazing that you have a number 2 recommendation. Izuku. Come on guys, it's not that bad. Setsuna. How is it not that big a deal? Hiwaro. It's not normal for number 2 to send offers to just any student. Manga. It's normal that he only recommends it to his daughter, but to someone from Class B, that's great. While everyone was congratulating the black-haired boy, an orange-haired girl had a thought. Endo thoughts. If he's with Endeavor, he'll be close to that damn Todoroki. I won't allow that. I'll make it clear to you that Izuku is only mine. So everyone spent their time until it was time to leave and everyone had gone home, but not before leaving their choice cards from the hero agencies. The only ones who had stayed were Izuku and Kendo, since they had to go to a meeting with their sensei about internships. After that Izuku and Kendo were in the classroom, since they had left their things. Izuku. Damn, that meeting was really exhausting. Kendo. You're right, sometimes I regret having that title. Izuku. Well, it was either us or Monoma and Setsuna, and I highly doubt those two would do the jobs. Kendo. Well, you're right about that. Izuku already had his things ready, being about to leave. Kendo. By the way Izuku-kun. The orange-haired girl had placed a hand on the black-haired boy's shoulder. Izuku ke pasa Itsuka. The black-haired man had turned around, but in a quick movement by the orange-haired woman, she pushed him against a door, being in a very comfortable position. Izuku. Did Itsuka-chan. Kendo quickly caught the black-haired boy in a kiss, leaving the latter surprised, but it wouldn't take long for him to reciprocate his girlfriend's kiss, taking her by the waist. Itsuka had wrapped her arms around Izuku's neck, deepening the kiss. They would stay like that for a few seconds, but due to lack of air they had to separate. They would be breathing somewhat labored. Izuku. Why was that? Kendo. I know very well that you are going to leave with effort. Izuku. And what's wrong with it? Kendo. That you will be close to that girl from Class A. Izuku. You mean his daughter? Kendo. Yes. Izuku. What happened at the sports festival meant nothing to me, you're the only one I love. Kendo. I know you wouldn't do it, but I'm still not convinced, so. He quickly began to kiss the black-haired man's neck, who reacted by grabbing his waist, until Izuku only let out a small moan of pain. Kendo had pulled away, blushing bright red from what she had just done. Kendo. Ready, the brand is now more noticeable. Izuku. You seem to be marking your territory with this. Kendo. Well yes, you're mine and only mine. Making a cute pout. Izuku. Well, if we're talking about that, I'll also mark mine. Izuku had taken Kendo by the waist and with his other hand his cheek and would begin to kiss Itsuka's neck, who would be moaning at her boyfriend's act, beginning to cling to the black-haired boy's back. Izuku had left not one, but 2 hickeys on Itsuka's neck, something that had left the orange-haired girl very embarrassed. Izuku. That will be more than enough, when I finish the internship, don't think you're going to be saved from me. Itsuka. Same here. These two again gave each other a long kiss that lasted 2 minutes. After that, the two walked to Erie's school, spending a pleasant family moment as they went for some ice cream and some games, with Izuku winning some stuffed animals for his daughter and wife. After that, they went to the orange-haired girl's house, followed by a kiss on the cheek from her little white-haired girl and a kiss on the lips from her lover. Izuku had disappeared into a doorway with his daughter, returning home. It was a happy day for Izuku, leaving him only to wait for the day he started his internship. Chapter 21. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 21. Right now we are inside the Hero Academy, but we focus on the classroom, being Class B, in which we can see how it was a mess, since all the students were doing their characteristic daily nonsense, with Tetsu saying that anything is manly, with Momo saying any nonsense about how to defeat Class A, with Abara praying at her desk, with Setsuna being divided throughout the classroom, Kinoko growing a couple of mushrooms here and there. All this scene with a calm face with a black-haired man, who was with a small smile seeing the scene of his companions. Izuku's thoughts. I'm definitely glad to be in Class B, they never get bored here. At that moment the door had been opened by an orange-haired girl who was coming from the bathroom and seeing the scene that her friends were giving. When she looked at her boyfriend, she could see that he was standing there with nothing on, just smiling at everything that was happening. Hendo had quickly grown his fists, then made them collide his palms, making them all over the room, making everyone scared. Hendo. Very well, calm down and sit down at once, now. As if by magic, everyone was in their seats, even Kinoko had removed all her mushrooms that had appeared around the room. Hendo. Izuku, why did you have them? Izuku. I didn't see the need for it anyway, Vlad-sensei is late and we were bored. Setsuna. You see them Kendo, don't be so harsh, relax a little. Monoma. Izuku is right, Vlad-sensei arrived late and what better way to distract ourselves than to do our nonsense. All. Yes. At that moment the door had been opened, being the hero of blood. Everyone had become very nervous, thinking that their sensei had heard them. Vlad King. Good morning guys. All. Good morning sensei. Vlad King. I'm sorry for the delay, I had some problems with the paperwork, but anyway, let's get straight to the point, today you're going to your internships, so go get your briefcases where your suits are and wait for me outside the academy. All. See sensei. The hero had left the classroom, leaving the students alone. It only took a few seconds for everyone to start leaving the room and heading to the locker room to get their suitcases. Change of scene. An hour had passed after what happened in the classroom and then everyone went to the train station. Vlad King. Very well, today you are going to spend a whole week under the tutelage of a professional hero, who will be instructing you and showing you what the world of a professional is like, in which you will one day be just like them, you better learn a lot and not make the same mistakes, do you understand? Looking at a blonde man and his small group, which consisted of a brown-haired man, a Chinese man, and a black boy. Vlad King. Alright, go to your respective trains and good luck. All. Yes. Each member of the class began to disperse and others were saying their goodbyes as they would not see each other for a week. Izuku was saying goodbye to his friends, these being Shishida, Tetsu, Yui and Kendo. Shishida. Good luck guys, hope to see you soon. Izuku. I say the same to Shishida-san. Tetsu. When I come back I will be stronger. Yui. We hope so. Tetsu. When I get back, I want to have a fight with you, President. Izuku. Sounds good to me, I look forward to our meeting. Shishida. Okay guys, I'm leaving now, my train is leaving. Beast Boy left the place. Tetsu. I'm leaving too, good luck guys. Yui. I still have to wait a little longer. Kendo. Mine comes a few more minutes. Izuku. Sorry girls, my train has arrived, see you later. Yui. See you President, good luck. Kendo. Goodbye love, remember to stay away from the bitches. Izuku. Quiet Itsuka-chan, I really don't have a tea. Giving her a kiss before leaving and saying goodbye to Yui. When the black-haired man had left, the girls started talking among themselves. Yui. I don't think you have anything to worry about, Kendo. Izuku would never be unfaithful to you. He truly loves you. Kendo. Didn't I tell you what happened at the festival? Yui. No, what happened at the festival? Curious about what happened during the festival. Kendo. When we were in the obstacle course, something surprised Yui for two reasons. One, that a girl was hitting on her president, and the second, because her president would be a bit jealous since it was her boyfriend. Yui. I never thought that would come from Todoroki, she was always so dry with the boys. Kendo. I thought that too, but I marked what is mine. Yui. How did you mark what is yours? Kendo. I left a big hickey on his neck. With great pride in saying it, but I hope that her friend has a drop of sweat on the back of her neck, but then she fixed her gaze on her vice president's neck. Yui. Well, I see that Izuku didn't stay behind as I see. Laughing a little at the side of her friend's neck, which had two hickeys, but they were hardly noticeable since Kendo was covering them with the collar of her shirt, but was discovered by Yui. The orange-haired girl turned so red that smoke was coming out of her ears, something that amused Yui even more. Kendo. Don't tell anyone about this. Yui. Don't worry, I won't say anything, but if Izuku did that for you, I can't imagine what he'll be like in bed. Laughing a little, as Kendo began to imagine her and Izuku doing unholy things, but she quickly put that out of her mind as she saw that her train had arrived. Kendo. Well, Yui, see you. Yui. Good luck. So all the members of Class B had headed to their respective agencies, having great expectations about the heroes they were assigned. Change of scene. Now we can see how Izuku was in front of the Endeavor agency. Izuku. Hey, dude, heroes do like to have big buildings, well, you can't expect anything from the number 2 hero. When Izuku was about to enter, he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder, and when the black-haired man turned around, he was greatly surprised to see the number 2 hero behind him, along with a 2-colored suit next to him. Endeavor. Hades, nice surprise to see you here. Izuku. What's up? Well, I came to do my internship with you. Endeavor. It's true, we received a request from you, but also a partner for the internship. Izuku glanced at Shaka, who had her usual neutral look. Endeavor. Well, let's not waste time, let's go to my office, I'll give you a quick tour of the place, and then we'll go on patrol. The three had entered the building, seeing a large number of heroes doing different jobs, some were walking around the place with leaves in their hands, others were coming and going from their patrols, but when they saw the vigilante Hades, they were surprised to see him in the agency, and the questions would not be long in coming, being answered by Izuku and Endeavor. Endeavor. Well, these guys are going to be with us in a week for their internships, I hope they get along. All. Yes, Endeavor-san. Endeavor. Okay, guys, follow me, let's go to my office. Both young men followed the fire hero, and when they arrived, Endeavor sat down at his desk, facing the two teenagers. Endeavor. Well, as you know, the life of a hero isn't easy. Just saw how all of them are doing their best. When you graduate from the academy, you'd have to do the same. They had felt them in affirmation. Well, go put on your hero suits, in 10 minutes we're going on patrol. Izuku. Shaka. See. Both young men had left the office to go to the locker room. Shaka. Tilamas. Izuku. No. Izuku. Yes. Shaka. You see, what happened at the festival was just in gratitude for helping me. Izuku. What? Shaka. When we're outside, my father will explain everything to you. Izuku was somewhat confused by what Shaka said, but he didn't give it much thought and would just wait until patrol time arrived. With Kendo. We can see how the orange-haired girl was in her hero costume, being accompanied by the vice president of Class A, this being Momoyao Erozu. Both girls were in front of the snake heroine Iwabani, who was putting on makeup. Iwabani. It's normal for heroes to have other jobs. When heroes first appeared, there was a lot of controversy. For example, I'm going to record a commercial right now, so don't stray far. Kendo. I thought this work would be more serious. Erozu. No, there is a reason, or am I wrong? What is the reason for inviting us, right? Iwabani. Of course, I invited them because they are both pretty. Kendo. Momo. What? Kendo. Thoughts. If I had known this before, I would have been better off with Persephone-san. Iwabani. Well, come with me, I want you to help me make a commercial, maybe there are some dresses for you. Kendo. No. Chapter 22. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 22. We are at the agency of the heroine Iwabani, but we can see how the heroine was with two girls, this one being a black-haired girl and an orange-haired girl, who were being made up by the heroine, who had the idea of making them look more feminine, and what better idea than to make them up and find them some dresses. Momo's thoughts. I don't think it was a good idea to come and do my internship here. Sighing in disappointment at herself, already wearing makeup. Kendo. Thoughts. By the gods, I don't like wearing these kinds of clothes, although, Persephone-san has some similar dresses, will Izuku like it if I dress like this? No, he doesn't care about that kind of things, even his father doesn't have that kind of clothes, but… The orange-haired girl couldn't continue wandering in her thoughts, since Iwabani had arrived with a couple of dresses for them, sending them to the locker room to change, something the girls had to do, or rather, they were forced to do. 5 minutes later. Iwabani. Let's see girls, how do the dresses look on you? Being excited to see more girls in their dresses. The two had gone out and stood in front of the snake woman, who had become happy since the two girls were in beautiful clothes. The two of them didn't know how to react and could only smile at the heroine since neither of them knew anything about modeling. Iwabani. They look beautiful. Kendo. Thoughts. I don't like wearing these dresses, but how will Izuku look in that? At that moment the girl began to imagine a scene where she was wearing the dress in front of Izuku. Kendo. Izuku-kun, how do I look in this dress? Somewhat shy since she didn't like to wear that type of clothing. Izuku. You look beautiful, my pretty queen. Taking her by the waist with one hand and with the other he had joined his hand with hers. They were both about to kiss, something that made Itsuka very happy. Hendo, wake up. That scream had awakened Itsuka from her imagination and returning to the real world. The orange-haired girl was completely red-faced, imagining that with her beloved green-haired boy. The scream was part of Momo. Hendo. What's going on? Momo. I was talking to you for like 3 minutes, but you were staring into space. That had left the girl completely blushing. Iwabani. Let me guess, he's a boy, right? Hendo had let smoke out of his ears this time in embarrassment. That had made the heroine laugh a little. Hendo thoughts. Now that I think about it, what is Izuku doing? With Izuku. We can see how the black-haired man had neutralized a villain who had stolen a briefcase with money. The black-haired man had tied up the villain with his claw chains. Izuku. Villain neutralized. Speaking through a communicator in his ear. Well done, wait there, we'll be there in 2 minutes. The fire hero was the one who spoke, cutting off the communication. Izuku stayed alone to wait for the hero with his daughter, who had gone in another direction to stop an out-of-control truck since its brakes had stopped working. During all this time, Izuku had spent all this time patrolling the streets, which was very fun for him, but also very tiring, since now they had to move everywhere at all times. At that moment the father and daughter duo had arrived, who had seen a villain tied up with chains on the ground and an Izuku next to the villain eating a bun. Izuku. Hour. Still eating his bun without any concern. Endeavor. Good job, Hades, the police are already arriving, we just have to wait. Izuku. Yes. Shaka. Very well, what will we do next? Endeavor. Well, it's a bit late, we'll go back to the agency. Izuku. Shaka. Está bien. After a few minutes the police had arrived, who thanked them for their help, and they had to sign and answer some questions from the reporters and some fans, especially from the girls for Izuku, since his hero costume allowed him to see his abdomen where his scar was. Endeavor and the two teenagers managed to leave the place, with Endeavor carrying Shaka on his back to fly away and Izuku taking a great leap to start jumping between the buildings, following the fire hero and his daughter. On the way Izuku started talking to the father and daughter duo. Izuku. Hey Endeavor. Endeavor. Yes. Izuku. Your daughter told me that thanks to me, your family managed to become happy again, could you tell me what that is about? The elder Todoroki only saw his daughter who was on his back, who only showed a smile to her father, who only let out a slight sigh. Endeavor. Well, do you remember what you told me when the heroes and Nezu went to look for you? Izuku. Yes, I told you about my past with my old family. Shaka. Could you tell me that story? Izuku. First tell me about Endeavor and his family, then I'll do it, okay? Shaka. Done. Endeavor. Very well, when you told me everything your family did, it made me reflect everything I did. Flashback. We can see how Uraraka was in the living room of his house, thinking about everything he did with his family, being able to see a photo where his whole family was together, and remembering the words of the vigilante Hades. Those idiots did this to me, just for the simple fact of not having a quirk. Endeavor began to reflect. Endeavor. If they did that to him simply because he didn't have one, for God's sake. Remembering the burn his wife gave his youngest daughter because of her fiery side. Putting his hands on his head and fixing his gaze on the ground. Endeavor. I have to change. Without Enji realizing it, it had been heard by all of his children. They were shocked by this, giving some looks of understanding upon seeing their father like that, but they still had doubts if it could be true. After that, a day had passed, and the first thing Iso did was talk to his children, who still didn't know if it could be true. Endeavor. Well, children, first of all, I want to tell you that, starting today, everything is going to change. The three children of the family had said nothing and just stared. Endeavor. Well, I'm going to change. I don't think I'll be the same with you guys anymore. Shaka. What are you talking about, old man? Enji. I want to redeem everything I did with you. Natsuo. Do you really think that just by saying that, we'll forgive you for everything? Angry for believing that his father wanted him to forgive him just like that. Enji. I don't want you to forgive me, but rather to allow me to redeem myself. I know you can't forgive me for everything I did to you, but don't do it for me, do it for her. I'll also go see her to ask for forgiveness, even if she doesn't accept my apologies. I want her, and you too, to see that I'm truly sorry. Enji had gotten up and left the room to go see Rei. The three brothers couldn't believe what they had heard, their father, the man who had left them aside, and the one they had used as a weapon, was actually asking for forgiveness. Enji. We can see how the patriarch Todoroki had arrived at the psychiatric center, holding in his hands a bouquet of blue flowers, being Rei's favorites. When he arrived at the reception, he asked to see Rei, but she couldn't see him yet, since she might feel an anxiety attack upon seeing him, and he only asked her to give him the flowers, which contained a note inside them. When a nurse entered Blanca's room, she was surprised to see the flowers, which she had left in a pot, but she noticed a note that had the flowers. Note. Ray, maybe you can't forgive me for all the harm I did to you and our children, but someone could teach me everything I caused, but I would like to ask for your forgiveness for everything I caused you, since, don't admit it, you are the only woman who has my heart. I don't want you to forgive me, but I want you to see that I am sorry. Signed. NG Todoroki. Ray hadn't realized it, but she had begun to shed a few small tears as she read the note in her hands. Time had flown by, and in all this time, the Todoroki family slowly began to bond more with each other. Even Shaka managed to see her mother face to face again. Even Natsuo could now see Enji's face, since he was the one who hated the deed the most, something that truly made Fayumi happy. Before the UA exams, we can see how the three brothers were decorating the living room of their house, looking as if they were celebrating something. Fayumi. It's almost here, is everything ready? Shaka. Yes, it's already there. At that the bell would be rung. Natsuo. Here I go. The white-haired man had gone to open the door of his home, while Shaka and Fayumi held a sign. The door had been opened, revealing an Enji, and next to him was a beautiful woman in white pleo. Natsuo Fayumi Shaka. Welcome home, Mom. Throwing some confetti while both daughters held the sign that said welcome. Ray, seeing such a welcome from her children, couldn't help but cry with happiness. Change of scene. Now we can see how everyone was at the table eating their favorite dishes. Enji. I'm so glad to have everyone back together. Ray. I'm happy about this too, now we can be together. Shaka. And everything because of Friday, I mean Dad, has changed for something. Ray. Now that you mention it, in the note you gave me in the first bouquet you sent, it said that someone opened your eyes. I'd like to know who it was so I can thank them. Natsuo. I would also like to thank you. Enji. Well, it was the Hades watchman. All. Hades. Fayumi. How did it open your eyes? Enji. Well, we didn't talk about this topic between us, let's just say it helped me indirectly. Shaka. I would like to thank you. Enji. Maybe you can, since he will be at the UA, and it is possible that you will see each other there. Shaka. That's great. Ray. I'd like you to bring him so I can talk to him. I'm sure he's a good guy. Enji. Don't worry, I'll bring him, of course, if I have the chance to talk to him again. End of the flashback. Enji. And that's how everything happened. Without the three realizing it, they had already arrived at the agency, but Izuku was with some tears in his eyes, hearing such a wonderful story of reconciliation between a separated manner. Shaka and Enji had a few drops of sweat on the back of their necks when they saw Izuku cry. Izuku. Sorry, but it was so touching. Shaka. Well, now it's your turn to tell your story. Izuku. Cough cough, well, a deal's a deal. When Izuku was about to say something, Enji's cell phone rang and was answered by the hero. Enji. What do you say? Yes, I understand, let's go there. Enji. Change of plans guys, we're going to Hosu. Izuku. A Hosu. Shaka. What is the reason? Enji. The hero killer is over there and they're asking for our help, let's go. Izuku Shaka. See. Chapter 23. Izuku the Champion of Hades Chapter 23. We can go inside an agency of the heroine Snake Iwabani, in which we can see how two vice presidents of the A and B classes, these being Momoyae Rozu and Itsuka Kendo, who were apparently inside some rooms that were on behalf of the heroine's agency for both young women. Momo. Wow, that was a great day. Kendo. A great day. All day we were helping out as models, trying on dresses, getting our makeup done, they even made us film for a commercial, and we only patrolled for about 2 hours. It wasn't fun at all. If I had known from the beginning that it would be like this, I would have gone with Izuku-kun. Momo. It's true, Izuku-san is your girlfriend right? Kendo. That's right. Very happy and proud of herself for that. Momo. Which agency did he go to? Lying down on his bed which was next to Itsuka's, who was staring up at the ceiling. Kendo. He left with Endeavor, but now that you mention it, I wonder what he's doing now. Momo. Why don't you call him, after all, it's night, he must be resting from time to time too. Kendo. I think you're right, I'll call him. The orange-haired girl had taken her phone out of a small purse and proceeded to dial her beloved black-haired man's number. Momo. If he doesn't answer you, it's because he must be sleeping. Kendo. You're right about that, after all, he's with number 2, it must be tiring being there. Hello. It was Kendo's phone ringing, as his call had been answered. Kendo. Hola Izuku. Call. Hello Itsuka-chan. Kendo. How was your day today? Are you okay? Izuku. Of course, they were great days of patrol, today I captured a villain who tried to take a briefcase with money, but I managed to neutralize him with my chains. Kendo. That's great, love. Izuku. How did it go for you? Kendo. Well, it's normal, they're instructing us more on how to calm civilians. Izuku. That's great. Obviously Izuku didn't know what was going on, since Kendo didn't want to tell him that he was forced to do a commercial, while Momo held back her laughter. Kendo. I hope to see you soon, I miss you. Izuku. I feel the same, there are only a few days left, when I finish we will have a date. Kendo. Sounds good to me. Izuku. Okay, love, I'll talk to you later. I have to go. Kendo. It's okay, please take care. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be fine, bye, I love you. Kendo. Me too. The call had ended, leaving Kendo completely red as Momo was letting out a few giggles. But Izuku. We can see how the black-haired man had his phone in his hand because he finished talking to Kendo while he was observed by a mocking look from Shaka. Izuku. What? Looking at the bicolor with a blush on her cheeks. Shaka. No, nada. Still with a mocking smile on his face. Endeavor. I hope you're ready, don't forget that we're going to Hosu for Stain, you have to be at 100% at all times. Izuku. Si senor. Todoroki and Izuku were going to Hosu by train, waiting patiently to arrive at that city. Izuku was just thinking about how his girlfriend was doing during her internship and she just called him. Shaka. What's wrong, are you nervous? Izuku. I was nervous, not only was I thinking about one thing or another, but as I could see, you are worried about something, what is it? Shaka. Well, my partner's brother was attacked by the hero killer and now he can't be a hero, but my partner has gone to Hosu to do his internship, but I think he went looking for revenge. Izuku. And you think he meets him to avenge his brother? Shaka. That's right. Izuku. Don't worry, I don't think I'll be so lucky to run into him, after all, it's not like I'll run into him in the first alley I see. Shaka. I think you're right, I don't think he'll meet him. At that moment a sudden movement had been felt outside the train, putting the heroes on guard. At that moment the wall of the train had been destroyed by a hero who had flown in very abruptly. A strange creature with its brain exposed had entered the hole. Izuku and Shaka could see that it was a Nomu. Before Endeavor could launch his attack, Izuku had summoned his bow and launched an arrow of electricity at the Nomu, causing it to retreat, providing the perfect opportunity for Endeavor to push it off the train. Endeavor. Shaka and Hades, secure the civilians and catch up with me. The hero went straight against the Nomu to take him to a part of the city. Izuku. Shaka, go with Endeavor-san, I'll take care of the hero and the civilians. Shaka. Are you sure? Izuku. If you don't mind me, go quickly. The bicolor had left the train to begin sliding on its ice to reach its father. Izuku had put the injured hero in a female position and quickly placed his hand on the hero's chest to proceed to surround him with a green aura. This was seen by the civilians who were on the train. When Izuku spoke, he removed his hand from the hero's chest, he stood up in surprise since his wounds had been healed. Izuku. Done, you're cured now. Hero. Thank you Hades. Izuku. It's nothing, but I need you to stay here to protect the civilians. Hero. Don't worry about that, leave it to me. Besides, I think you'd be a better help out there than me. Izuku. I trust you. Heading off the train to take a giant leap into the city. Izuku had arrived on the roof of a building and began to run to get to the center of the city, since in the distance he could see that there was smoke coming from there. On the way Izuku had opened a portal from which came his faithful three-headed friend. Izuku's thoughts. How is it possible that there are Nomus here, but as I could see, they are not like those of the Uges, these are not weaker, what the hell are you planning tomorrow? At that moment a cry of pain could be heard, coming from an alley. Izuku. Cerberus, see with me. The two had reached where the cause of that scream was. The black-haired boy could see that he was locked onto the hero killer Stain, who had his leg on top of a blue-haired boy, and a few steps behind him there was a wounded hero, but something strange seemed to be happening, both the hero and the boy seemed to be paralyzed. Before Stain could plunge his sword into the blue-haired man, Izuku had shot an arrow with his bow, causing the sword to fly a few meters back. Izuku had launched himself at Stain to kick him, but the assassin jumped back to avoid the blow and grab his sword. Izuku. Hero killer, for having committed multiple murders of professional heroes, you are under arrest in the name of justice. Stain. They are not heroes, they are false heroes, who do not deserve to be called heroes, they deserve to be exterminated. Izuku. I think so too, but that's not the way, but as a hero, I'll have to arrest you. Hey, what are you doing here? Go away, I have to solve this. Izuku. Who are you? And why did you come alone to confront him? Because of you, my brother can't be a hero again. I should have avenged his fall. Izuku. So you're Lita, Shaka already told me everything, I'm sorry to disappoint you friend, but seeking revenge is not what a hero does, a hero must move forward, even if there is pain along the way, and I doubt your brother would want to see you in this state, but you still have a long way to go to be a great hero, so reflect on this, so you can see your mistake. The little speech Izuku had made had left everyone present, including Lita, Stain, and the hero, wounded. Applause would begin to be heard, with Stain being the one clapping. Stain. Well said Hades, this is how a hero should act, you are a true hero, but. Putting themselves on guard with their swords. Don't think I'll let myself be captured so easily, Hades, so you better put up a good fight. Izuku. Same here, Cerberus, take these two. The Hound had heeded his master's command, taking Lita and the wounded hero with two of their heads, and proceeding to leave for a place of safety. Izuku. When you drop them off at a safe place, go to the center and I'll help the heroes. The black-haired man quickly launched an attack against Stain, and a spear and a shield appeared that had the symbol of Sparta, being the weapons that his uncle Ares gave him. They had both clashed their weapons, starting with a struggle, but with smiles on their faces. Stain had separated and launched a slash with his sword towards Izuku's face, but the aforementioned had blocked the attack with his Spartan sword, but without Stain expecting it, he had received a kick in his stomach from Izuku. The black-haired man once again launched an attack against the murderer. Downtown. We can see how almost everything was on fire due to the attack of both Nomus that were causing several problems to the heroes who arrived. Shaka had managed to reach the place and had quickly used his eyesight to put out the fire around it. Shaka. This is a mess, but where's Dad? At that moment it was possible to see how Endeavor was arriving at the place. Shaka. Dad. Endeavor. Shaka, where is Hades? Shaka. He's coming right now, he had to look after the safety of the civilians. Endeavor. Okay, let's help the others with this, the bicolor had started to use her ice to put out the fire, while Endeavor was facing a large Nomu. At that moment a Nomu had arrived that was apparently somewhat burned, being the Nomu that managed to escape from Endeavor, but I could see that Shaka was distracted, and seeing the opportunity she had, she went straight against Shaka. Endeavor could see that, but he saw that the Nomu was already close to his daughter. Endeavor. Shaka behind you. The bicolor could see the Nomu, but it was too late to react. At that moment something launched itself against the Nomu, managing to save Shaka from being attacked. It could be seen that it was locked onto Izuku's Cerberus, which had launched a fireball at the Nomu, managing to burn it, but then launched itself on top of it to begin tearing its head off. But Izuku. We can see how the black-haired man had a few cuts on his body, but Stain wasn't that well either, since he had some blood coming out of some cuts he had on his arms, and also on his nose that was broken. Izuku had gone head-on against the Stain, his actions being imitated by the aforementioned. Izuku had thrown his spear at the assassin, who managed to dodge, but losing one of his swords, but when he looked at Izuku again, he could see that the aforementioned threw a blow with his shield in hand, hitting Stain squarely in the stomach, causing him to spit out some blood because of it, but Stain would answer with a slash with his only sword, but Izuku would manage to dodge it, but receiving a cut on his cheek, in which he drew some blood. Stain had separated to take the blood, but Izuku had thrown his sword toward Stain, managing to make his sword go elsewhere. Right now they were both barehanded. Izuku. Come, now let's fight like men, without weapons. Stain. It's fine with me, come on. The two of them launched themselves at each other, first landing a punch to his face, but then they began to struggle, both of them being on par, because both were too tired to use their full strength in that clash. Stain had connected a kick to Izuku's stomach, being very painful since his shoes had spikes. Izuku endured the pain as much as he could, and taking Stain's leg, he punched him in the knee, making a loud crack sound, the sound of a bone breaking. Izuku had quickly connected a punch across Stain's face, taking him against the wall, but giving him the last one in his stomach. But that blow he knocked the murderer unconscious. Izuku had taken on his back, beginning to walk with the little strength he had. When he arrived outside the alley, he could see that his canine comrade had arrived with reinforcements, these being the Todoroki and some heroes. Everyone was surprised to see the hero killer on their backs, but they became worried when they saw the black-haired man's condition. Izuku. Stain has been captured. Raising his thumb, but fainting from loss of blood, he was held down by effort. Chapter 24. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 24. We are still in the city of Hosu, in which a battle had occurred against about 3 Nomus in the center of the city, the creatures being defeated by a large group of heroes, in which was the number 2 hero, but what nobody expected is that the hero Hades managed to defeat the hero assassin Stain, but the black-haired man had fainted from the loss of blood he suffered from the assassin's swords, which caused Izuku to faint. At the moment. We can see how people walk through the streets of the city under the bright sunlight, but in the city hospital, we can see how inside a room our black-haired man was sleeping, but it began to open little by little, being able to see the ceiling of the room. Izuku. What happened? Getting out of bed to close his eyes and begin to remember everything that happened. Izuku. Ah, now I remember what happened with Stain. At that moment the door had been opened by a Reteed and a two-tone woman. Izuku. Endeavor-san, Shaka-san. Shaka. I'm glad you're okay, you had fainted. Going to where Izuku is and hugging him. At that moment a small puppy with green skin and fur had entered, being Izuku's little Cerberus, who saw his master and threw himself on top of him. Izuku. Friend. Endeavor. Do you remember what happened? Izuku. Yes, I only remember that I fought against Stain, but then I fainted from blood loss, after that nothing. What happened next? Endeavor. Well, after you fainted, call us for an ambulance to take you, and some heroes stayed with Stain to prevent him from escaping. We were able to get to the place thanks to your pet. Shaka. I already recognized him when we met on the first day, he was the one who guided me to where you were. Izuku. I see, you're the best friend. Stroking the little puppy's belly. At that moment the door was opened again, revealing this time the manual hero next to Ida, but behind both of them a dogman could be seen. Lita stood in front of Izuku and Shaka, bowing, leaving them both confused. Lita. I'm really sorry, I thank you for helping me Hades-san. Izuku. No problem, it's what a hero would do in my place, but I'm glad you're okay. Saragami. Good young Izuku, right. My name is Saragami, I am the chief of police. First of all, I want to thank you for having managed to neutralize the hero killer, we were looking for him for a long time. Izuku, it was nothing sir. Shaka. You know, you're more famous now than before. Izuku. What? Endeavor. Look. Turning on the television in the room, the black-haired man's eyes widened as the news showed them talking about him and Stain's capture, giving him complete credit as he was under Endeavor's tutelage at all times, as before coming they said they were after him. Both the policeman and the manual hero along with Lita had left the room, leaving only Todoroki and Izuku, who put a pillow on his face. Izuku. Oh no, now what? Endeavor. Well, like the doctors told me, you'll have to rest for just 2 days. Izuku. Well that's a good thing. Endeavor. By the way, taking advantage of these 2 days, how about you go to our house, remember what I told you about my family? Izuku. Yes, your family wanted to meet you and thank me. Shaka. It's better to take advantage, besides, I think you have an even bigger problem. Izuku. What? The two-colored girl had pointed at the black-haired man's phone, which was on a table next to the bed, and when Izuku took his phone, it turned completely white, since he had a large amount of messages from all his classmates, and about 20 missed calls from his girlfriend. Izuku had begun to tremble in fear, much to the Todoroki's delight. Endeavor. Well, we're leaving, we have to do some things before we go, good luck with your girl haha. The Todoroki had left the room laughing at what Enji said, leaving Izuku with the television on, but still looking at his phone with some fear, since he knew very well that Itsuka would be very upset with him. At that moment the phone had rang, being able to see the name of the caller, since it said Itsuka-chan, making the black-haired man very nervous and causing him to sweat profusely. Izuku's thoughts. Please protect me, Aunt Hera. Look, I always listen to you about your things about fidelity in a relationship. In the Olympus. At you. Zeus. Are you okay Hera? Hera. If I'm okay, I just feel that Izuku fills me with pride. But Izuku. We can see how Izuku was answering the call with great fear and putting it to his ear. Izuku. Hello love. Izuku. That scream was loud enough to make the aforementioned hair shake. Izuku. Amor. Hendo. No love, Izuku, hell. You know how worried I was about you when I saw the news, and why didn't you answer my calls? What happened to you? How hurt are you? And a lot of questions had been thrown at our poor black-haired boy. Izuku. Calm down Itsuka, I'm fine, I just lost some blood and fainted, but nothing serious, my wounds are already healed, and sorry for not answering you, I just woke up and saw your messages and those of the others, it seems everyone is worried about me. Itsuka. Of course everyone is worried about you. Remember, you're the class president. It's normal for everyone to worry about you. Izuku. Thanks for that. Itsuka. I got a big scare when I saw the news. Izuku. Calm down, what matters is that I'm fine now, I'm really sorry for worrying you like that. Itsuka. Don't worry, but you'll have to make up for it somehow. Izuku. Okay, how about I take you to the place you want the most? Itsuka. Wherever I want. Izuku. Yes, wherever you want, what do you say? Itsuka. Okay, it's a deal. Izuku. Well, goodbye love, I love you very much. Itsuka. And me too, please take good care of yourself, don't you dare overexert yourself. Izuku. It's okay. Itsuka. Goodbye, I love you. The two had hung up the call, and Izuku was now more relaxed. Izuku. Mental note. Don't worry Itsuka again. Change of scene. Now we can see how Izuku was leaving the hospital, wearing civilian clothes, but also having some bandages on his arms, but they could be seen thanks to his black sweatshirt, but in that one, a 4-door car could be noticed, being Endeavor's personal vehicle, in which the aforementioned was with his daughter, and a driver inside the car. Izuku. Well, I think we have to go now, right? But where? Shaka. We'll go to my house, I told you my family wants to thank you. Izuku. Okay, but remember that I'm already a couple, so they don't get any ideas. Endeavor. Don't worry about that, they already know about it. Izuku. Well, thanks, do you think you'll arrive on time? Endeavor. We arrived in time for lunch, my wife is making soba. Izuku. Not bad, I hope it doesn't bother you that I walk almost like a mummy. Shaka. That's nothing, I once ate with a bandaged arm, since I broke it because of training. Endeavor. It's true, Ray gave him a good scolding haha. The whole way there was nothing but laughter and anecdotes, even the driver had joined in on everyone's jokes, being a great guy. With Kendo. We can see how the orange-haired girl was completely red, almost looking like a tomato, since Yaoi Rosa was present when she exploded against her boyfriend, and the black-haired girl was laughing the whole time. Momo. Ahahaha, I can't believe you reacted like that, poor boyfriend, hahaha. Itsuka. No, don't even tell anyone, please. I'm worried. Momo. Come on, don't be like that. I would have worried about my boyfriend too. Although, I think he wants to make it up to you for worrying so much. I'm telling you to take advantage of that somehow. Itsuka. Of course I'll take advantage of it, I don't plan on wasting that moment to be with him, and maybe something more. He had thought that last thing with a small blush for having a sinful thought. With Izuku. We can see how the black-haired man had arrived at the Todoroki's house, being able to see a Japanese-style house, being a very traditional one. Izuku. Wow, what a house, so traditional. Shaka. We have a taste for Japanese style and everything. Endeavor. That's true, but don't tell me it's great. Izuku. I'm not going to deny that. Endeavor. Okay, let's go in. The three of them had begun to walk until they reached the door, which was opened by the Deity. Endeavor. We're home. Welcome home. The female voice would be heard, and footsteps would begin to be heard until they reached where the three were, revealing a white-haired woman with a beautiful figure. Izuku. Good afternoon. Making a slight bow in respect. Ray. Good morning young man. Izuku. My name is Izuku, I am the hero Hades. Ray, upon hearing that, became happy and did not hesitate to go to where Izuku was, taking him by the hands, something that left Izuku very surprised. Ray. So you are Hades, I've wanted to meet you for a long time to thank you. Izuku. Hey yeah, Endeavor-san told me everything, and it's nothing. Shaka. Come on mom, don't let him stay there, let's eat. Ray. It's true, everyone must be hungry, come in. Izuku, thank you ma'am. So everyone had gone to the dining table. Izuku, excuse me ma'am. Ray. Dime Ray. Izuku. It's okay Ray-san, I thought Todoroki-san's brothers would be here. Shaka. That's true, I haven't seen it. Enji. Do you know where they are? Ray. Sure, they'll be here in a few moments. Natsuo went to a friend's house for a university project and Fayumi got a call from school. They'll be here in a few minutes. At that moment the door had been opened. Ray. Or just a few seconds. We're here, those were the voices of a boy and a girl, being the missing siblings of the Todoroki family. Endeavor. Welcome children. Natsuo. Hello dad, sister. Fayumi. Glad to see you. Izuku. Good afternoon. Natsuo. You're Hades, right? Izuku. That's right, but please tell me Izuku, right now I'm not on my work shift. Fayumi. It's a pleasure to meet you, we've been wanting to see you for a while. Natsuo. Me too, nice to meet you, my name is Natsuo. Fayumi. Why yo Fayumi, Izuku-san. Izuku. It's a pleasure, Endeavor-san told me everything, I'm happy for you. Natsuo. Well, it was thanks to you. Ray. Okay guys, please sit down, lunch is ready. Izuku. Need help. Ray. Don't worry about that, Fayumi will do it. Fayumi. Yes, of course, I'll get the rest. The rest of the day had passed quietly, being a moment of laughter and fun among all, but at all times they did not stop thanking Izuku, of which the aforementioned did not stop feeling happy about it, since indirectly, he helped unite a family, something that made him happy. He even imagined a family with him and Kendo, having an orange-haired baby and an older Eri at the table together, so they hesitated until night came, in which Izuku would sleep in the guest room. Chapter 25. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 25. We found ourselves at the Todoroki family's house, where a black-haired man was in one of the guest rooms, since the fire hero had brought him to eat to thank him for his help, so much so that he had fallen asleep. At the moment, we can see that it was still night, more specifically 3 in the morning, but we focused on Izuku's room, in which the aforementioned was in his bed, but suddenly he had woken up, since he wanted to go to the bathroom, and got up to put on some slippers, seeing that he had black pajamas with skulls. The black-haired man had started heading to the bathroom, since the room didn't have its own bathroom. When the black-haired man began to walk through the halls of the house, but not knowing the house, he ended up staying in the main room. Izuku? Where am I? How did I get here? It seems you got lost. The black-haired man had turned around, being able to see that it was Rei, who was laughing at the black-haired man's clumsiness. Izuku? Yeah, I was looking for the bathroom, but I don't know how I ended up here. Rei. Don't worry, I'll take you, come on, follow me. The white-haired girl began to guide the black-haired boy towards the bathroom, while Izuku had a look of embarrassment at being caught in that situation. Once they reached their destination, the black-haired man bowed in gratitude and proceeded to enter. It didn't even take 5 minutes for Izuku to do his business and leave, but he was surprised to see Rei still outside waiting for him. Izuku. Thank you for lending me your bathroom, Miss Rei. Bowing. Rei. It was nothing, but I would like to talk to you about something very important. Izuku. Sure, why not? Rei. Let's go to the living room. The white-haired girl started walking back towards the living room, followed by the black-haired man behind her. The road was silent due to the time of day and not wanting to wake up the others. Once the two had arrived at the living room, Izuku had taken over in front of Rei, and in the middle of it, there was a nightstand that had a small vase, which contained the woman's favorite flowers. Izuku, and I wanted to talk about you, Miss Rei. I've mentioned it before, but I never had the chance to tell you, but I want to hear it from you. Izuku. What to talk about, Rei-san? Rei. I want you to tell me what really happened with your previous family. That question had made Izuku tense up a little, having to remember the hell he went through when he was a child because of them. Although a long time had passed in which they had already left him alone, he still hadn't forgiven them, but now he could feel peace again, and when he fixed his gaze on Rei, he gave a slight sigh to calm down and look Mrs. Todoroki in the eyes. Izuku. Okay, but I'll ask you to keep this a secret, please. Rei just nodded her head. Izuku. Well, I'll show you, just don't get scared. Izuku's hands had been covered in a transparent purple aura. Rei didn't know what it was, but when the purple aura had reached her head, she had closed her eyes for a moment, and when she looked around, she could realize that she was no longer in the living room of her house. Rei. Where am I? Don't worry, I'm just showing you a fraction of my memories right now. That voice was that of the Izuku, which only the voice of the aforementioned could be heard, but could not be seen. At that moment the woman would notice that she was now in an apartment residence, and when she looked down, she could see a small boy with green hair on the ground, with many wounds and some blood coming out of his mouth, but also that he was somewhat malnourished with his clothes somewhat torn. Rei, seeing the child in that state, had covered her mouth with her hands to see the terrible state of the child. At that moment a man and a woman with green hair had arrived, both looking at the child with disgust. Rei tried to take the child in her arms, but when her hands passed through the child, as if she were a ghost. Asashi. I'm going to ask you with this single question. Inko. I can't believe I gave birth to a Quirkless like you. Rei couldn't believe what she was hearing. How could parents possibly say that to their own son? At that moment the boy tried to stand up and walk, but a small fireball fell on his back, the culprit being a little green-haired girl, whose right hand was on fire. Asashi. Well done, Izumi. Inko. That's my daughter. Izumi. You deserve that and much more, useless. The girl had approached where the green-haired boy was, trying to see his face, but the boy's face could only be seen as it seemed, and any moment he was going to faint. Izumi. I can't believe I'm the sister of a useless person like you. Rei had her hands covering her mouth at all times, watching the tremendous scene of how a child was suffering for his own family, or of course, if those people can be classified as family. The whole atmosphere had changed completely, now being a park where children usually play. At that moment the woman began to look around to see if there was anyone in the park until she saw the green-haired boy again, but this time playing in the sandbox without any problem. Rei thought that now everything would be fine, but that thought quickly disappeared when she saw the same green-haired girl, But this time she was not alone, as she was accompanied by an ash-haired boy and 2 others. Izumi. Here is the useless Deku. Izuku. Let me, I don't want any trouble. At that moment the Polisoniso threw a small explosion at him, but enough to make him throw against a tree. Bakugo. Shut up, damn Deku, useless people like you can't even speak to us. Having a smile full of arrogance on his face, while causing small explosions in his hands. Extra 1. How about we have fun with our personal toy? Extra 2. Good idea, what do they say Bakugo, Izumi? Bakugo Izumi. What a great idea. Rei was now crying in helplessness as she saw how the child was being beaten all the time by the group of children, led by the green-haired girl and the short-haired boy. Rei even tried to intervene in the fight, but she couldn't do anything, as she was constantly passing through the children like a ghost. All of this lasted until at one point, the green-haired girl and the short-haired boy launched a strong explosion at the green-haired boy, causing him not only to fall to the ground abruptly, but also causing a large burn on the boy's left arm. When the boy fell to the ground, all that was left was to be seen lying on the ground, without even moving a single muscle in his body. The other children, seeing this, got scared and ran away to avoid getting into trouble, leaving the duo of children alone with Izuku's body. Izumi. I think we went too far. Bakugo. Shit, we have to do something before they do something to us because of him. Izumi. What's your idea? Bakugo. Let's take him to the forest, no one will find him there, after all, no one will care if he disappears. It should be noted that this happened 5 months after being diagnosed with Quirkless. Rei couldn't believe what she was seeing, the child's condition was very serious, so much so that he was in a state very close to death. The scene changed completely again, this time to a forest, but this time you could see the body of the green-haired boy in the center and in front of him the 2 people who caused everything. Izumi. Very well, at least it won't be a problem anymore. Bakugo. I hope this damn scum dies, let's go quickly before they get suspicious. Both infants had run out of the forest so as not to be seen by anyone, while Rei could only watch with great sadness the child lying on the ground. Rei. But why do they do this? Just because they're quirkless, because people's mentality is that stupid. Don't be like that, it's not over yet. Rei had looked up and this time she could see how black hands had taken the body of the dying child, carrying it underground. Rei didn't understand anything about what those hands that appeared out of nowhere were like. Once again the scene had changed completely, and now the child could be seen in a large bed, also having bandages on his body where his wounds were. Rei would begin to see everything that happened in the prologue, being incredulous at being able to see all the Greek gods, and when the ritual that Hades and Persephone did to make Izuku's biological parents happened, being able to make the aforementioned stop having green hair to completely black, and how he got his X-shaped scar on his chest. Rei had come out of Izuku's trance, being able to see again that he was still in the living room of his house, still being night. Izuku. That was my whole story. Rei couldn't take it anymore and began to cry silently, holding her hands to her face so that her tears wouldn't flow out in droves, while Izuku tried to comfort her and give her tissues to calm her down. It wasn't until 20 minutes had passed that Rei finally calmed down and looked into Izuku's eyes. Rei. I'm sorry, I had no idea what you'd been through. Izuku. You have nothing to worry about, after all, you asked me. Rei. But why? Why not make them pay for everything they did to you? Izuku. If I do it alone I will become a person like them, seeking revenge will get me nowhere, and I don't want my happiness to go away, now I have everything I want, a family that loves me, a beautiful daughter and girlfriend, I was able to achieve all of that with time and effort. Rei. You are very mature and wise for your age, did you know that? Izuku. Well, that's the good thing about being with some gods, wisdom is transferred to you without knowing it. Rei. Now that I think about it, you have given up your human blood, right? Izuku. So why? Rei. So that means it. Izuku. That's right, I am the legitimate son of the king and god of hell Hades, which makes me the prince. Rei now stood with her eyes open, seeing the gods was complete madness, and she could do nothing but keep her eyes wide open and try not to faint. Izuku. Only trusted people know this, so please don't tell Enji. Rei had come back from the shock and only managed to nod and smile at what was asked. Izuku. I'd better go back to sleep, see you. Rei. Okay, good night. The black-haired boy had gone to his room to go to sleep, but with a family on his mind, especially an orange-haired one. Time skip. In all this time, Izuku and the Todoroki had gotten along very well, having a lot of confidence between them, so much so that they even called each other by their names, but he also had to say goodbye, since he had to return to the Fire Hero Agency, in which he spent the rest of his internships at the agency, until the last one, in which Izuku had to say goodbye to Endeavor, and returning to the UA with Shaka, but returning to their homes first, since they were given a day off before returning. Izuku had said goodbye to Shauka on the way back while she went down the road while he went to his home in the forest, knowing full well that he wanted to see someone special at home. Once Izuku arrived home, he let out a big sigh and showed a smile and headed inside his house. When he opened the door, the first thing he saw was a white-haired girl rushing towards him, hugging his legs. "Eri. Welcome home, Dad." Izuku couldn't resist and hugged the girl. "Izuku. Hello daughter, I'm back, did you have a good time with your grandparents?" "Eri. Yes, I had a lot of fun, especially with Uncle Hermes." "Izuku. I see, I'm glad to hear that." Neither of them expected it, but behind father and daughter appeared an orange-haired girl who had dropped her suitcase on the floor, and before Izuku could turn around, he was hugged by very delicate hands. "Eri. Welcome home, Mom." "Kendo. Hello Eri, hello Izuku, nice to see you." "Izuku. I'm glad to see you too." The black-haired man had freed one of his hands to also hug his girlfriend. Anyone who saw them would get the idea that this was a family reunited again. Chapter 26. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 26. We can see how in the city of Masatasu the sun had just risen, the birds sing, and the flowers bloom and people being their morning routines like going to work and others going to hero agencies to help and protect people, but far from the city, there was something very different. We can see a house in the forest, but we can see inside the home, being more specific inside a room, being Izuku's room, we can see the aforementioned in his bed, sleeping deeply, being around 8:30 in the morning, since they still had time to rest to go to the UA, and why do I say had? Well, that's because above Izuku, you could see an orange hair between the sheets, hugging the black-haired man's abdomen, feeling comfortable. At that moment Izuku had woken up from the sunlight, getting a little annoyed. Izuku's thoughts. Damn Helios, next time I'm going to buy iron curtains. At that moment Izuku had fixed his gaze on his orange-haired girl, who was very attached to him, but the aforementioned could see that she was pretending to be asleep, so the black-haired girl decided to play a little. Izuku had taken his girlfriend's hair, which only widened her smile. "Izuku. Hey, you look so cute when you sleep, Itsuka." Gently stroking Itsuka's hair and discreetly watching the aforementioned's face, which turned a little red. That had made Izuku laugh a little at that, but he decided to level up a bit. Now he had placed his hand on Kendo's back under her shirt, making the girl get a little shiver. "Izuku. Maybe I can take advantage of this while she's asleep to see if I can wake her up with a loving touch." Saying the last thing in a hexy way, but quickly some hands were placed on her face, being a very red Kendo-like tomato. "Kendo. Izuku Pervertido." She said very embarrassed while still having her hands on the aforementioned's face. "Izuku. Come on, don't be mad at me. Kendo. And since you don't want me to get angry with you, look at putting your hand there." She said, embarrassed to mention that last thing. "Izuku. I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't pretended to be asleep." "Kendo. It's not my fault you're so comfortable to sleep in." "Izuku. Your breasts are just as comfortable and I'm not pretending to be asleep on them." Kendo had instinctively covered her breasts and blushed even more at that comment. Izuku had moved a little closer to Kendo, being inches away from kissing. "Izuku. Tell me, do you forgive me?" Getting a little closer to her, he could feel her breathing. "Kendo. Well, it's that, ah." She wanted to say yes, but her boyfriend's sudden action didn't let her say a word, she didn't even want to kiss him. "Izuku. Well, I think so." Moving away a little, he couldn't finish because Itsuka had taken him by the neck to give him an intense kiss, which he gladly reciprocated, gently taking the back of his head. The kiss had ended after a full minute and they both looked into each other's eyes as they took a breath. "Izuku. Is that a yes?" "Kendo. Just shut up and kiss me baka." The orange-haired girl had kissed Izuku again, knocking him down on the bed, being on top of him, while the aforementioned was only hugging her, with one arm on her back and the other on her waist. It should be noted that the two were still in their pajamas. Both were still focused on their kissing session until Kendo had brought one of his hands to the black-haired boy's abdomen without even breaking away from the kiss. Izuku was able to open his eyes a little, being able to see that Itsuka was happy to feel her boyfriend's skin, but the black-haired boy had become a little excited by feeling how his lower lip had been sensually bitten by her, something that he liked, but so that he wouldn't be left behind, he lowered his hands to Kendo's butt under his pants, managing to feel the skin of his round and firm butt. Kendo had let out a moan between the kisses, but had not refused her boyfriend's act. Kendo didn't want to be left behind and began to use his tongue to deepen the kisses, something that surprised Izuku, but he didn't stay behind and they both began a tongue battle. Both Izuku and Kendo began to get excited by the moment they were having. "Do you want to take the next step?" That was the thought of both of them while they remained focused on their hot moment, if it weren't for. "Mom, Dad, are you awake?" It was the cry of the little Eri behind the door, which had just gotten up. The two teenagers had quickly separated and due to their nervousness, they almost fell off the bed. Eri? Dad? Mom? Are you there? Izuku? Yes daughter, here we are. Pendo? We'll be right there, my little one, wait for us in the kitchen. Eri? It's okay, Mom. They both began to hear Eri moving away until her footsteps were no longer heard nearby. They both breathed a huge sigh of relief, then looked into each other's eyes, very embarrassed. Izuku? Sorry, I got carried away. Pendo? I got carried away too. The black-haired man quickly kissed his girlfriend and looked into her eyes. Next time, there will be nothing to interrupt us. Pendo? Okay, since I don't want to leave him alone like that, love, but let's go with Eri now. Getting out of bed, he adjusted his pajamas, his action being imitated by Izuku. Once they were ready, they left the room and went to the kitchen. They found a little girl trying to reach a box of cookies that was on the counter. It was a very tender scene for the girl's parents. Izuku? Eri, what are you doing? The aforementioned had turned around to see her parents and quickly threw her arms around both of their legs, being reciprocated by both. Eri? Since they were taking so long, I thought I'd eat some cookies while they came. Pendo? Eri, it's good to eat cookies, but don't eat them before breakfast. Stroking the girl's head. Izuku? Well, you guys go play for a while, I'll make breakfast. Before he could even take a step forward, a giant hand had been placed in the middle of the aforementioned, and he could see that it was Kendo. Izuku? Que pasa Itsuka-chan? Pendo? That's not true, Izuku. I'll make breakfast today. I'm more practical in the kitchen. That had made the black-haired man twitch his eye. Izuku? Hey love, you don't have to worry about that, I'll take care of it. Taking a kendo fist to start going down a bit. Pendo? But Izuku, Eri is going to try my food today. She already tried it once. Besides, I think she's already bored of what you always make for her. Starting to put some force into it. Both had put strength into their grip until they separated. Izuku? Don't underestimate the owner of the house, Itsuka. Staring at each other, they were throwing sparks. This was seen by a little Eri who didn't understand why her parents were fighting over who would make her breakfast. Eri? What's going on? Why are you fighting? Watching as his parents stared at each other. Izuku and Itsuka's thoughts. Duel, cooking. Change of scene. Now we can see how Izuku and Kendo were in the kitchen cooking their different dishes for breakfast, and in the living room were Samabara and Yui with little Eri watching TV, and at the table a Tetsu with a sleeping Monoma. They were there because they had been called by Izuku and Kendo to spend some time, since a lot had happened since the internships, and what better time than to share breakfast. Tetsu. Thanks for inviting us guys. Izuku? You're welcome. Concentrating on making his orange juice. Monoma? I'm surprised we were invited. Kendo? Well, some things happened. Making some omelets. Yui? Hey Ibara, do you think they are competing? Whispering to the nun. Ibara? It seems so, will we have to intervene? Watching as the couple was very focused on their dishes. Yui? No, better not, it's a couple's issue, and also, free breakfast. He said while watching television, stroking the little albino's hair at the same time. Both Ibara and the other two who were nearby had a few drops of sweat because of it. After a while the table had filled with various dishes on the table, having like a plate with omelets, miso soup, tofu, some fried bones with bacon, pancakes with maple syrup. The drink they had so much coffee and other strawberry and papaya juices. And for dessert, some delicious chocolate cakes. Izuku Kendo? Enjoy breakfast. Everyone was speechless when they saw the tremendous mess in front of them and quickly began to eat, being surprised by the flavor. After about half an hour, we can see everyone with huge bellies from savoring all of that. Everyone. Thanks for the food. Izuku Kendo? You're welcome. After that, they all started chatting for a while to catch up, since it had been a while since they had seen each other. After a while they had to leave, since they also wanted to rest for a while, since tomorrow they had school, something that did bother them. The rest had been normal, until lunchtime, when they had decided to go out to eat. At Eri's request they had gone to eat ramen, something that didn't bother them at all. During the walk, Izuku and Kenden could see something in the distance that caught their attention, and it was none other than Izumi and Kitsuki in the park, and apparently they were having an argument. Izuku didn't want to get involved in that since it didn't concern him at all, but out of mere curiosity, he had cast a spell near some trees that were close to them. Izuku had made Kendo have a sort of hearing aid on his left ear, while Izuku had one on his right. With Izumi, we can see how the aforementioned had a look of annoyance in front of Bakugo, who had a look full of astonishment. Bakugo. Kuke. Izumi. What you heard, I don't want to be with you anymore Kitsuki, you've already fed me up with your attitude. Bakugo. But why? Izumi. I'm done, shine this shine that, since you had that fight with Izuku, you did nothing but train since then, you don't even take importance to our outings, you always come up with the excuse that you always train, and that's fed up with me, and I'll make it very clear to you Bakugo Katsuki, our relationship is over. That was his last word, and he began to walk away from the place, leaving Akatsuki completely in shock. But Izuku. Both the black-haired boy and the orange-haired girl were surprised by that, since they never imagined that those two would break up. Kendo. That was a surprise. Izuku. You can say that, but well, it's their business. Kendo. You're right, it's better not to get involved. Arriving at the local store and spending some family time, as Eri began to tell them about how things went with her uncles and grandparents. Once night came, the three had returned to their house, they had played some board games they had there, and also with the consoles that were in the place, playing the three to be very happy, but once Eri fell asleep, she had been taken by her parents to her room, not without first leaving the little Cerberus next to her for more comfort, and giving her a goodnight kiss on her forehead by the two of them, leaving Eri with a smile. Once they both arrived at their room, it didn't take even a second for Kendo to grab Izuku by the shirt and start kissing him with great passion, dragging Izuku to the bed. Kendo. This time you won't be saved from my love. Began to kiss him and begin to take off Izuku's shirt, who only continued with the act until he took off his shirt but had submitted to Kendo to be on top of her and begin to kiss her on the neck to leave some marks while he unbuttoned the shirt, being able to feel the girl's thin waist. The rest of the night they spent making love to each other, being very focused on the act no matter what, but obviously avoiding waking up. Chapter 27. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 27. We can see how the sun began to rise, illuminating the entire city of Japan at exactly 6 in the morning, but we focused on the forest house of our favorite champion. Inside the house you could see how the sunlight began to illuminate the entire house, but in one room it also began to illuminate, being Izuku's, in which we can see the black-haired man in his bed, being completely covered by the sheets, and on the floor were the clothes of the aforementioned and a girl. At that moment Izuku began to get up, but he could only open his eyes, since he could feel like there was something on top of him. Izuku lifted the sheets a little, and seeing that it was Itsuka, who was snuggled up in the black-haired man's chest, being fine with a happy smile, but with a huge blush on her cheeks. Izuku's mind. Well, you don't have to be that smart to know what happened yesterday, but I really enjoyed it, despite doing our first time, she really is a complete pervert. Remembering how at times the girl was the dominant one and said some very daring things. Izuku's mind. If only others knew that this girl isn't as innocent as she says. Stroking the girl's orange hair. Izuku had just smiled at seeing her like that, until. Izuku's mind. Wait, we're supposed to go back to school today. Looking at his alarm clock, seeing that it was still early, but the walk from his house to the UA was more or less an hour, but he wanted to play a joke on his girlfriend. Izuku had discreetly changed the number on his alarm clock to only have 20 minutes left until the entrance. The black-haired man took a breath and placed his hands on top of Itsuka's head, but not before smiling evilly. Izuku. Itsuka, wake up, there are 20 minutes left until we get to class. Shaking the girl's head, she woke up to her boyfriend's sudden scream and head shake. Itsuka. K. That was the girl's scream when she saw the alarm clock, and without wasting time she got up, not caring that she was naked, giving Izuku a good view of her figure. Itsuka. Damn, we can't be late, come on, get dressed quickly, I'll go to the bathroom first. It didn't even take 4 steps for the girl to collapse to the ground because her legs hurt so much from last night. Izuku quickly went to her to take her as a princess. Itsuka. Quickly help me go to the bathroom and go wake up Eri soon, quickly. Before Izuku could say anything, the door to his room had been opened by the little white-haired girl. Eri. Mom, what's happening? Why are you screaming? She said, somewhat upset by hearing her mother's scream so early, causing the little girl to get scared and go with them to see what was happening, holding her teddy bear in her hands the whole time. Itsuka. Sorry about that, Eri, but go quickly change. Izuku, you make breakfast now, but take me to the bathroom first. Eri. Mom. Itsuka. Go quickly, daughter. I'll make your lunch for school in a bit. As soon as I can move my legs. She tried to move her legs, but they still didn't respond. Eri. Mom. Izuku. Come on Itsuka, relax a little. Itsuka. How can you say that? You know very well that we are the presidents of our class, we must set an example and. Eri. Mom. Screaming throughout the room, causing both teens to look at the girl in concern. Itsuka. What's up, dear? Looking at his daughter, who had an annoyed look, also with a pout that made her look very cute, while Izuku just held back the urge to laugh, seeing Kendo being scolded by his daughter. Eri. It's 6 in the morning, 2 hours left until we get in. Itsuka. What? But I saw it. When he turned around, he found that Izuku had his phone in his hand, showing that it was true, there were still 2 hours left until he entered. Izuku. Hahaha, you fell for it. Change of scene. Now we can see how the family of 3 members were in the living room, eating their breakfast, with little Eri drinking her apple juice, and next to her was Inatsuka who was eating toast, while she had a look of hatred towards a certain black-haired man, who was in front of her. You could see how Izuku had a fist mark on his face, while drinking his cup of coffee. Eri? So that's what happened, hahaha, I can't believe mom fell for that. Itsuka. It's your dad's fault for playing like that, he knows very well that we had to return to the U8 today. Izuku. Yes, I know it well, but you wanted to do it, remember? Oh, by the way, Itsuka-chan, and you know something, you're too daring. At that, the orange-haired girl had choked on her food, turning completely red because of it. Eri? What do you mean, Dad? Izuku. I mean training Eri, your mom always gets a little naughty when it comes to that. At that moment Izuku received a pan all over his face, courtesy of Itsuka who was like his father-in-law's skin. Eri? I see, mom is a naughty one. He said innocently, embarrassing his mother even more. Time skip. Change of scene. Now we are in Class B, in which there was still no one, but at that moment a fire star had appeared, and coming out of there were Izuku and Kendo, already dressed in their uniforms. Kendo. Apparently we arrived early. Izuku. Did you forget that I can use that? Kendo. Yes, it's just that in my hurry I forgot that you could teleport with that star. Izuku. Well, what do you want to do while the others come? Kendo. I still want to rest from last night. Izuku. But it was you who came up with the idea, remember? Kendo. Yes, I know, and I want to repeat it. Izuku. It will be later, okay, don't be so lustful, or Aphrodite will want to look for you as her pupil, though. In Izuku's mind, he imagined a Kendo wearing the very revealing clothes of the goddess of love. Izuku. Well, now that I think about it. Getting hit by a giant fist. Kendo. Perverted Izuku. Izuku. Me, pervert. Look who's saying it, the one who wanted to get it more from behind, while she gave me hickeys and tore my back. Kendo. I just got carried away. The black-haired man approached to hug the girl by the waist and began to lean closer to her ear. Izuku. But we'll do it tonight if you want. Biting the girl's ear, he drew a small moan from her, but then he pulled away to go to his seat. Kendo just mimicked his action, but with a playful smile on his face. In the remaining time, Izuku had fallen asleep and Kendo was playing on his phone, while at the same time, the other members of the class had finally arrived. After a few minutes, everyone was gathered together and they would start talking among themselves. Uwais. So it's true that you faced a hero killer. Tetsu. That was very manly, old man. Izuku. Come on guys, stop, you're embarrassing me. Hinoko. How can you say that, you don't know how worried we were. Being comically shaking Izuku back and forth. Satsuna. And the wounds you had were even worse. Hitting Izuku's head in a chibi way. Some more would also begin to harass the black-haired man in a comical way, being seen as somewhat funny by Kendo, Ibara, Yui, who hid her laughter, and Ryuko, who hid the same as Yui. At that moment, and luckily for Izuku, the door had been opened by Vlad King, who saw the scandal that was taking place and quickly knocked loudly on the door, causing everyone to quickly go to their seats, which was a relief for Izuku. Vlad King. Well, first of all, I'm really glad you're all back, I hope you've learned a lot during this time. All. See sensei. Vlad King. Well, right now, we're going to do some practice, so go get your hero suits, I'll be waiting for you at the Gamma field. All. See sensei. And so everyone got up to start heading to the locker room, but some were complaining about it since not even one of their return happened and now they were being sent to train. In the locker room. We can see how all the boys were putting on their suits and accessories, but someone started talking. Monoma. Hey, have you heard what they say about the idiots in Class A? Uwais. No, which one is it? Kawaro. This better be good. Rin. Come on, say it now. Monoma. I heard around here that the wandering girl and the broccoli girl have ended their relationship. All the men were surprised by that, they couldn't believe it, except for Izuku, since he was both Kendo, they knew what happened. Shishida. Really? Kabara. Wow, what a surprise. To say. And those two looked very close. Tetsu. Poor man. Kabara. What a poor man, that idiot was already fed up with his attitude, I'm rather surprised that the girl put up with him. Kawaro. I'm with him, I'm surprised they hesitated. Monoma. I heard why it was because of Izuku, since he says since their fight, he only spent his time training and neglected her. All. Go, typical of him. Change of scene. Now we can see how everyone was in the Gamma field. Vlad King. Okay, right now, we're going to do an activity, which will be about speed. Hendo. What sensei refers to? Lad King. I mean today, you'll have to use your new abilities, in which you'll have to find me, and whoever gets there first will be the winner, but obviously, I don't want any mass destruction. Specifically pointing at Tetsu and Monoma, who turned away. 3 minutes later. Now we can see how everyone was in front of a screen, and those who were in the Gamma field were Izuku, Ryuko, Awase, Kinoko and Kabara. All 5 were ready, taking their stretches, before they heard the signal. The others were making bets to take advantage of the moment to win money, with Izuku being the one who received the most bets. Lad King. Begin. The shot was fired into the air, causing the 5 students to start running, with Kabara using the rotations of his hands to be able to climb the walls. Kinono was creating some mushrooms to be able to jump and get there faster. The Wace was letting go of some pieces of metal to form a path, and Ryuko was using everything she had to make them float and jump on them. The ones who had the greatest advantage in the exercise were Wace and Kinoko, since at least using their quirks in a very creative way was something wonderful. The Wace. I know this is perfect for me. At that moment someone passed by Wace, a black-haired man who was swinging with his chains. Class B. Izuku. They screamed as they saw their president swinging his candles between the columns of the field. Monoma. How cool. Higeru. Is he swinging? Setsuna. Looks like Spider-Man haha. Hendo mind. Fence. In the girl's mind she imagined kissing Izuku with the same scene from Spider-Man. Hendo. He. Change of scene. Congratulations, thanks for saving me. Lad King said, giving a ribbon to Izuku. Izuku. He thanks. Scratching the back of his neck while his friends were behind him, but Awase was with a depressive aura while he was on the ground. Awase. Damn, I was so close. Kabara. Come on, relax, at least you came second. Saying it since he came fourth. Kinoko. You better not say anything. She was the one who arrived last. Ryuko. At least we tried. The one who came third. After that, everyone had done the practice, seeing that everyone had improved due to their internships. The rest of the day had been rather short, just regular classes, and everyone would be talking about their internships. Now we can see how Izuku was walking towards Irie's school, since Kendo had gone home to see his parents and for some things, since he had not brought clothes. We can see how Izuku barely arrived, saw how his daughter had left, and went to give her a hug. Izuku. Hello Irie, how did it go? Irie. Very good, Dad. The little girl had been looking around, looking for someone. Irie. Where is Mom? Izuku. Oh, she went to see your grandparents for a while, since she forgot some things, she will catch up with us at the house. Irie. Okay. Izuku. Okay, let's go. Irie. Yes Dad. Father and daughter had gone home on the way, but they took the opportunity to buy some ice cream for both of them. Once they got home, Izuku told Irie to go take a bath for dinner. Time skip. It was now nighttime, and father and daughter were eating, watching television, which was all quiet until the door was knocked. Izuku. Who is it? Getting up to open the door. The love of your life. Izuku. The Katsuden doesn't speak. Turning around to walk back to the table, his daughter was laughing, knowing full well who he was. This time the door would begin to be hit with more force, causing Izuku to go and open it quickly, seeing a Kendo who was with a pout on her face. Kendo. So Katsuden no. Looking into Izuku's eyes, who laughed nervously at that. Kendo. We'll talk later, you and I entering the house and seeing his little girl, whom he hugged happily. After a few minutes, Izuku prepared dinner for Kendo, and the 3 of them would be eating, but at that moment he passed by. Irie. Dad, look, it's Mom on TV. The little girl said, pointing at the TV, making Izuku look at it with interest, but Kendo would try to make Izuku not see that, but it was too late, both Izuku and Irie saw the Kendo commercial, which was with her ponytail next to Momo. Irie went to see her mom with stars in her eyes. Irie. Mom, you are beautiful. Hugging his mom with admiration. Kendo. Thank you, daughter. The orange-haired girl looked at Izuku, who turned around to see her. Izuku. Marry me. He said unconscious because he looked like an idiot when he saw his girlfriend with that style. Kendo, upon hearing that, turned completely red, and how did she react? Well, he just enlarged his hand and hit him hard on the head, knocking him out, but he quickly realized what he said and quickly went to help Izuku, being seen by Irie who had a drop of sweat because of that. After all that, everyone went to their rooms, Irie to sleep with her stuffed animal, while Izuku and Kendo were in their room, kissing very passionately, since Kendo wanted to repeat what happened last night, but Izuku this time took the initiative, since he was touching the girl's butt, while the girl's moans were silenced by the kisses. Izuku would begin to slowly remove the shirt that Itsuka had, which also imitated his action, feeling his boyfriend's pecs. Quickly Izuku couldn't hold it any longer and quickly took off all of her kendo clothes with a green aura, leaving her completely naked. Izuku quickly subdued her so he was on top of her and began kissing the girl's neck while massaging the orange-haired girl's breasts and playing with her nipples. Tendo was moaning Izuku's name while holding the black-haired boy's neck tightly. Izuku. Now you'll see what he can do, the heir of hell. Pulling down his pants, he thrust everything into her private life. Tendo. Love, come on, make me yours. Kissing him very passionately with tongue. Chapter 28. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 28. We meet again at the UA Academy, the school where the best heroes always come out. Anyone would say that they never rest, they always strive and give their best every day, and they never get bored. But that would be the complete opposite of being there. With our black-haired man. We can see in Class B, as all the members of the class were completely bored right now, nobody was in the mood to do anything, even Izuku was in his seat letting out a big sigh, so much so that his soul had left with that sigh. Tendo was the same as her boyfriend, she was just looking out the window with signs of boredom, while with her other hand, she played with her hair. The others were doing other things to kill time. Hinoko was creating a sort of miniature farm with her mushrooms, Shishida had completely fallen asleep, you could even see a bubble of mucus coming out of his nose, implying that he was completely in the arms of Morpheus. Setsuna was brushing her hair with a comb she had, Ibara was just reading a history book about the goddess Athena, and next to her was a book about the history of the goddess Artemis. Monoma was completely lost in his thoughts, staring into the air as if nothing was happening. Tetsutetsu was doing a little exercise with his hands, but he didn't have any of the same energy as always, he was the same as his class president. Yui was just eating a potato chip that she had enlarged with her quirk, Ryuko was playing Mario Kart on her cell phone, her character being King Boo. Pony was reading a book on how to speak Japanese, since he still needs to master the language somewhat. And as if they were all in sync, they all let out a big sigh and said at the same time. How boring. At that moment you can see how Vlad King had opened the door and saw how his entire class was completely bored, which made him sweat. Izuku. Vlad sensei, tell us there's something interesting. All. Yes please. Vlad King. Well, this is something so you can at least do something and not be lazy. Monoma. And what is it about? Vlad King. Director Nezu gave us the notice to all the students that there will be a summer camp for all of you. All. Yes, a camp. Screaming with joy at that announcement, bringing a smile back to everyone's faces. Vlad King. But obviously that won't be easy, everyone will have to pass the end of term exams, those who fail won't even go to camp, I hope everyone is a student. Silence had reigned in the room, as if with that last statement. Vlad King. Very well, that was all I had to say, you can leave now, I hope you study hard, see you. Leaving his classroom to leave with some papers, being the grades of all his students, obviously seeing who are the shortest and the tallest. After the blood hero left, everyone was moving and talking again. Knew why? It was the shout of some who had shouted, since they were the ones who were last, those being Monoma, Kabara, Tetsutetsu and Setsuna, because they were the shortest of the entire class. Hinoko. Why did this have to happen? Throwing his head on the table, throwing his entire miniature farm. Shishida. I don't know what you're worried about, you just have to study. Setsuna. Of course, because you are one of the smartest with Izuku and Kendo. Telling him something resigned and with some comical tears. Ryuko. The positive side of everything is that we can start studying now. She said it while still focused on her game. Izuku. She has a good point. Kendo. You don't have to be discouraged. Kasei. Of course since they are the two best in the grades. Tetsu Kabara Monoma Setsuna Pony. Please help us study. Kneeling before Izuku and Kendo, which made everyone who saw that sweat drop. Izuku Kendo. Estás bien. Not being able to refuse the request of his companions. Izuku. It will be tomorrow afternoon, right now I want to rest for a while. Setsuna. And why not now? Looking at the black-haired boy and the orange-haired girl with some pique. Izuku. I have to go get Eri. Kendo. I have to go see my parents. Setsuna. Yes of course. Hinoko. Setsuna ya basta. The waste. Well, it's time to go, finally some freedom. Tetsu. Yeah, we can finally go. Yui. Well bye, I'm hungry. Kabara. But you just ate a bigger bag of chips than usual. Dageru. Leave her alone, she's probably on her period hahaha. At that moment, Yui threw a brick-sized pencil sharpener at the two of them, causing them to fall to the ground with large bumps on their heads, leaving Yui with a small vein on her head standing out. After that funny scene, everyone had gone home. Well, Izuku had gone for Eri to her school with Kendo, but in the middle of the way she had to leave, so she could go home with some clothes and see her parents. They already understood that she liked being with Izuku, and they trusted the black-haired boy, especially with his little Eri. From here we will do a time skip until we get to where we all want to be. And all this time in which they were all studying their hardest, especially all those who were in the last places, in which they mentally promised to study hard for themselves, since let's say that Izuku and Kendo had no mercy on them at all. Even Setsuna fainted in the middle of the day, and Monoma could be seen with smoke coming out of his ears and mouth. Not even Tetsutetsu, who was the most energetic of all, had held his own against them, since even when he got a question wrong, Kendo sent him flying a few meters outside the house. After everyone had finished studying, the day of the exams had arrived, in which everyone with all the nerves in the world took the exams, some with confidence, others with nerves at levels that reached the sky. So time passed during the exams, in which some would pretend that this was similar to the ancient wars they went through. They were just warriors with a sword against a difficult army to defeat, those being the questions on their exams. When the last day arrived, everyone was scared, as they would just have to wait for the result. At that moment Izuku and Kendo were collecting the exams, but seeing how the others were sighing in relief, but seeing how Setsuna, Monoma and Tetsutetsu were next to Ibara, praying at an incredible speed, asking only to be able to pass the exams, something that made Izuku sweat a few drops. Izuku's mind. I better not break the illusions of his poor souls. At that moment Vlad King had entered the classroom. Vlad King. Very well, since I see that everyone has managed to survive the exams, go right now to the locker room for your hero costumes, I'll be outside the building. Ball. See sensei. Change of scene. Now everyone was outside the building in their hero costumes, but everyone thought the physical test would be against robots as Kendo said, but when everyone had arrived at the agreed place, they were surprised to see all the teachers in front of them, including the principal himself. Nezu. I'm glad you're all here Class B. Izuku. Excuse me, director, but why are we all here? Nezu. Well, as you already know, young people, your physical test will be given right now, but as rumors have been heard, you already knew that you were going to fight against the robots. That had many people sweating from their nerves, as they got an idea of all this. Kendo. That means that. Nezu. That's right, young people, your exam has now changed, it will be like Class A, all of you will fight against us. Everyone was surprised and scared when they heard this. Fighting against the masters might not be something they would like, as they would think that this could be something difficult, making their chances drop too much. Nezu. But you don't have to worry so much, because with Class A, some teachers will not be able to participate, only some of you will fight against some teachers, those who are lucky will fight against robots. That had made him light up when he heard about the robots. Vlad King. Very good, right now we are going to choose who the couples will be and who they will fight against. Some were praying in front of Ibara as if he were a nun who would enlighten them, making the teachers and the two presidents of their class sweat. After a while the groups were formed as Kendo and Kanoko, Tetsutetsu with Yui, and finally Izuku with Monoma. Nezu. Well, since the groups are already formed, let's see who they get together with. Some like Setsuna with Ryuko went against the robots, also being Kabara with Pony. Monoma. Who do you think we'll be up against? Izuku. I want to know that too, but I feel a chill that something is coming, don't you? Monoma. Now that you mention it, you're right. Vlad King. Very well, the group of Monoma and Izuku, your opponent will be a teacher. Monoma. Buck. Izuku. And who will it be? At that moment there was a laugh, which everyone had, and at that moment in front of both young people, someone with blonde hair had stood. Almight. Ahahaja, that will be me young people, I will be your opponents. Everyone was surprised that the final opponent would be All Might, but the two students had different thoughts. Mana meaning. I'm going to die. Izuku. I'm going to have fun. Smiling as he saw All Might face to face. Chapter 29. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 29. We met at the UA where all the Class B students were in a specific area, that being the monitoring room, where each of them had been formed into different groups to complete their final phase, in order to be able to go to the camp that was taking place. The teams were formed by two people, being a duo versus a teacher. Some were afraid to fight their teachers, while others were excited to fight and see the results of their training against a professional in action. But our black-haired man's team was in the monitoring room, watching the rest of his teammates, while they were also thinking of a way to defeat All Might in their training. Izuku was completely calm while watching the fights, but Monoma was completely, so much so that sweat ran down his forehead and his legs trembled, since his opponent of both was none other than All Might himself. At the moment, we can see how in the monitoring room there was the same Izuku with Recovery Girl, who was in a chair in front of all the cameras. Izuku. Well, apparently, almost no one has mercy even if it is a practice. Recovery girl. That's true, this might help you work under pressure. Izuku. You're right about that. Recovery girl. By the way, where is your partner? Izuku. Oh, he went to the bathroom, he'll be back soon, plus we already have a strategy to pass the test. Recovery girl. I'm only saying this because they got the hardest one of all. Izuku. I don't even remember it. With Monoma. We can see the blonde in a hallway being very nervous, since despite being partners with the strongest, he thought that he would only be a hindrance to Izuku in this contest, since he thought that his quirk would be useless in this test. Nito's mind. I think I should stop trying, even if I try hard, my quirk can't do anything against him. He thought negatively about himself, but quickly remembered that he had to return to Izuku so he wouldn't get suspicious. Nito's mind. Come on Nito, stop thinking about that, Izuku and everyone else have always supported you, even though your quirk isn't that beneficial in these types of environments, I know there will be a way to get out of this. With Izuku. The aforementioned just kept watching all the screens in which they showed all his friends against the teachers with whomever they were assigned, while he just waited for his turn to leave. At that moment the doors had been opened, revealing Monoma. Izuku. You finally arrived, where had you been? Monoma. No, nothing is nothing, what did I miss? Izuku. Almost nothing, Tetsu and Yui have managed to neutralize Power Loader Sensei, and Kendo and Kinoko are having some slight problems with Midnight Sensei because of his mist. Monoma. I see. At that moment something was heard as if an alarm had gone off. Recovery girl. Okay, you two now go to City H, that's where your test begins, good luck. Izuku. You heard it Monoma, let's go. Giving his friend a light tap on the shoulder as he walked towards the exit. Monoma. Yes, let's go. Following his path down the grand hallway. On the way, Izuku could tell that his friend was a little sad, although he tried to hide it. Izuku. May I know what's wrong with you? Monoma. What? Izuku. You can see from miles away that something is wrong with you, can you tell what it is? Monoma. No, it's not true at all. Izuku. You're thinking that you would be a hindrance to this test and you doubt your quirk, right? Monoma didn't answer anything about that and just lowered his gaze a little. Izuku. Come on, don't be like that, remember that we all go through the same thing as you, a quirk can always be good in case a quirk is needed when the hero is not present. Continuing walking to go directly to the field, already being outside the building. Monoma had been glad at least to hear that the strongest was encouraging him to get rid of that attitude. Izuku. By the way, here. Throwing him a bow and a bundle of arrows. Monoma. And this? Izuku. I need you to cover my back, I have a plan. Monoma. It's okay. In the city. Now we can see just like Izuku and Monoma were already in the city, walking very quietly. The test would be easy for anyone, they had to handcuff the teacher who was their opponent or leave the city on the escape route, with either of the two options they could pass. But that's for anyone watching, but not for the aspiring heroes, for them nothing was easy. Speakers. The Monoma and Hell team, practical exam, now. We can see the duo walking and looking around. Izuku. Be alert, it won't be that hard to find him, but his speed is the problem. Monoma. Okay, what about these arrows and the bow? Izuku. With that bow, you can cover all the fire arrows to be able to damage him, you know how to shoot, right? Monoma. I know something, but don't get your hopes up. Izuku. Calm down, I know. He couldn't finish because the building behind them had been destroyed, revealing all the way to the sky. Izuku quickly covered one of his hands with the Nemean Cestus, and Monoma made one of his hands giant. Both launched their punches towards Almight, but the aforementioned quickly also launched his attack, clashing fists, but both Izuku and Monoma were sent flying by the power of Almight, but Izuku quickly used his chains to tie himself to one of the posts and catch Monoma. Both of them quickly managed to recover and fix their gaze on the hero. Almight. Don't think I'll let you get away heroes. He quickly launched himself at the duo, but Izuku quickly used the Nemean Cestus against Almight. Izuku. Monoma cover me. Monoma. Right away. The blonde had attracted some rocks from the rubble, it being Ryuko's and Yui's quirks at the same time, so that he could bring more. At that moment Izuku threw a powerful punch against Almight, causing a powerful wave of wind to form all over the place and a huge crater in the ground. But Almight had thrown a punch at Izuku, hitting him square in the stomach, causing him to lose some air, but the black-haired man quickly punched Almight in the face. Mind of Almight. Those things are tough. He thought as he felt the pain on his face. Izuku quickly jumped back and a large rock that increased in size went against Almight, causing him to cover himself and take damage. Izuku had quickly thrown his chains towards Almight and some purple skulls went against him and some rocks and barrels surrounded by purple aura went against the hero. The blonde went against them at great speed, evading the skulls and destroying the rubble and barrels to go against Izuku to punch him, but Izuku barely managed to block since he managed to summon his Spartan shield to reduce the impact, but being sent flying against some buildings. Monoma was able to send his friend flying, but quickly had to cover himself from an All Might attack with his giant fists and around the debris to attack. All that didn't stop All Might at all, and he hit Monoma hard in the stomach. All Might. I have to admit that they are really good young people, their determination to try to neutralize me is admirable. He couldn't finish as a spear came at him, but it only managed to tear part of his clothes from his chest as he jumped back to evade it. Izuku had thrown his spear to help his friend. Izuku quickly surrounded his hands with a purple aura and some souls towards All Might to attack him while helping Monoma get up. Izuku? Are you okay? Monoma? Yes, I just felt a little short of breath. Izuku? We better get this over with before time gets the better of us. Monoma? But me? Izuku? Don't worry, you've done enough, remember that we can't win this fight. Monoma just nodded at that and quickly stood up with a bow and arrow in hand and both quickly separated to make a circle around All Might which barely managed to make the spirits disappear, but he could quickly see how Monoma had begun to launch some fire arrows towards All Might, but he had no problems evading them, but he could do nothing to evade a punch to his face from Izuku with his Nemean Setsu. Izuku? Don't think it's like before. The bare knuckle fight began, with Monoma supporting him with his fire arrows and some debris around him. Those who saw everything through the cameras were amazed by the great coordination they both had against All Might, even he himself was having problems, Izuku's strength and evading the arrows was almost annoying, but that would be the opposite if All Might were not limited by the bracelets he had. Kendo. What a great job they do. Tetsu. Keep it up guys, you can do it. Uwais. I hope they can at least put those handcuffs on him. In battle. We can see how Izuku punched All Might in one of his legs and then gave him an uppercut in the jaw. Izuku's mind. That's it, it's our chance. Taking out the handcuffs and ready to put them on All Might's hand. Come on, do it. But at that moment, Izuku's hand had been grabbed and the handcuffs flew off by a kick from All Might. All Might. It was close. Giving him a knee in the face so he can save by flying. Monoma launched his arrows again to help, but he could only watch as Izuku went against him since he was thrown because All Might grabbed his foot to send him towards Monoma and they both fell to the ground. Izuku quickly recovered. Izuku? It's time Monoma, are you ready? Monoma? Yes, let's go now. At that moment, a red aura surrounded Izuku's hand. The black-haired man just smiled and quickly an explosion was felt throughout the surrounding area as the buildings had exploded, forming a large number of structures falling with a large amount of dust, even making the cameras almost nothing of the area where they were. All Might only thought that his plan was to flee using the dust as an advantage, but that idea had changed when he saw how an arrow grazed his cheek and an Izuku with his Nemean cestus in his hands to try to hit him. Now I understand that they were trying to defeat him with the smoke around him. All Might. Good strategy, young people, let's see if time is on your side. Now a speed battle against Izuku has begun, forcing him to use the lightning in his body. The arrows also played a great role as the speed they traveled increased more and more in their favor. All Might was getting tired of this, but he knew time was running out. Izuku quickly kicked him in the face to distract him and an arrow hit him in the back. All Might. Now, enough of games. Throwing a powerful punch all over the place, managing to make a large tornado throughout the area, making and taking the two mentioned, while the tornado shrank more and more. Everyone else could see Izuku right there in All Might's hands. All Might. Alright guys, it was a really good fight, but here it is. He couldn't finish because in his other hand was none other than Izuku. In his two hands were two izukus, but the one in his left had a bow, being his, since Monoma's had broken. At that moment it could be heard. Speakers. Monoma and Hell approved. Everyone now fixed their gaze on the cameras, being able to see how Monoma was taking breaths of air. Izuku. You fell. The other Izuku had been surrounded by lightning which dispersed and returned to Izuku. All Might. I see, it's the same trick you used at the sports festival against young Bakugo, really very clever of you. Izuku. Haha. Falling unconscious from exhaustion and the damage from the blows he received. Chapter 30. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 30. After the test everyone took to go to camp, they finally had a break after everything they had to go through to pass and not have any absences. At the moment. We can see everyone in their classroom waiting for their teacher to give them the results of all their physical and written tests. The Bara. Goddess Athena, please make sure we all pass the test. praying to be able to pass the tests they had, and next to him were some of his companions, those being Setsuna, Monoma, Tetsutetsu Kurwaro and Tageru, praying to all the deities so they can pass. Izuku just watched them with a drop of sweat for all that. Izuku's mind. How do I tell them that they can't interfere with that, is it okay to say it? Nah, better not, I don't want to break their illusions. Leaning back at his desk, he continued playing cards with Yui and Kendo to kill time until Vlad King arrived with the results. Kendo. How do you think we did? Looking at his deck and moving his cards. Izuku. I say we did well, after all we passed the physical exam which is the most important thing. Drawing a card. Yui. You're right about that, but since they were evaluating us on how we performed in combat, it will depend on how they saw us. Before anyone could continue doing their things, the door had been opened, revealing Vlad King who knew he had arrived with some papers in his hands. The sensei had seen how all his students were doing their nonsense and just sighed and went to his table with the papers he had. Izuku and her friend saw this and put away their things and put earplugs in their ears to avoid what was going to happen. When Vlad King was already settled at his table, he took a deep breath. Vlad King. Everyone take a seat now. Shouting at the top of his lungs to make everyone aware of his presence and quickly take a seat and put away their things and paid attention to the sensei. Vlad King. Alright guys, right now I have in my hands the results of all of your tests that you have taken, both the physical and the written. Everyone became tense upon hearing this, as they had been waiting a long time for this. Vlad King. And just let me tell you that I congratulate you. All. What? Vlad King. I congratulate you, you all managed to pass, some with a minimum grade, but you passed. All? Yes. Jumping and screaming with excitement at the great news that everyone has passed and will be going to camp. Vlad King. Anyway, everyone would go to camp if they had failed. When he said that, everyone was stunned. Monoma. That you had gone. Setsuna. If you had. Tetsutetsu. Failed. Staring at the ground with a gloomy aura around them. Vlad King. Well, they would have had extra classes during the camp, but since everyone has passed, it won't be necessary anymore. Izuku. Well, something is something. Vlad King. Well, the camp was really so that all of you could get stronger throughout the time you would be there. Kendo. As always the UA takes us by surprise. Yui. Well, at least the worst of it is over. Dabara. Thank you all powerful gods. On Olympus. Athena. I really like that girl, I hope Izuku brings her so he can make her a priestess. At the UA. Izuku. Achu. Yui. Hello Izuku. Izuku. Thanks, I feel like someone is talking about me. Kendo. I bet it's Iri-chan or one of your parents. Izuku. Yes, it must be the safest. Vlad King. Very well, I'm leaving now. When everything is over, they will give you a sheet of what the camp will be like. See you later. Leaving the classroom to drop off everyone to their students. Izuku. Wow, how lucky they are. Setsuna. Don't even mention it. Monoma. From which we were saved. Tetsutetsu. Thanks for the help. The rest of the classes were as normal as always, only now they were completely relaxed, without the stress of the exams on them. After everything was over, everyone was finally ready to go home. Hinoko. Hey, what do you think about going to the mall, maybe we can buy some things for the camp. Setsuna. It's fine by me, I need to compare some things. Ryuko. I need insecticide. Tetsutetsu. I need to buy some weights. Shishida. How about we all go shopping together tomorrow? Kendo. Good idea. Izuku. What time do we meet? Hinoko. See you at noon at the station. All. It's okay. After that, everyone went their separate ways to their homes. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned being in the school bathroom. Izuku's mind. Gee, I'll stop drinking so much, I always want to come here. At that moment the bathroom door had been opened, but Izuku decided to ignore it, but out of pure instinct he quickly moved to the side, since an explosion had been launched where he was urinating. Izuku. So good that I was a month without you coming near me to bother me. Looking sternly at Bakugo who had his hand extended with smoke coming out of it. Bakugo. Wretch. Glaring at the black-haired man. Bakugo. You bastard, it's your bucking fault that Izumi broke up with me. Izuku. Not even a fault. Ha, you must be wrong, I didn't do anything to make you and her end up, you were the only one to blame for everything ending, because of your damn obsession of wanting to overcome was what led to the end of your relationship, but well, you would never understand words. Bakugo launched himself at him to hit him, but Izuku quickly disappeared and appeared behind him with a cestus and gave him a super blow to his entire head, they are Pandolo on the ground. Izuku. You're not even worth killing. Turning around to wash his hands and then leaving an unconscious Bakugo on the floor. Change of scene. We can now see on the streets of Japan an Izuku with Kendo, heading to Erie's school. Izuku. And that's why it took me so long. Kendo. I understand, that animal needed a lesson. Izuku. Better have Cerberus eat him. Kendo. And look, he still blames you for their relationship, as if all his misfortunes were your fault. Izuku. He's always been like this, but until now let's just keep them away from him, it's his own risk if he wants to get closer. Kendo. Or he will run the risk against you. Izuku. Exactly. When they arrived at school, they could see how the little albino had run towards her parents. Eri. Dad, Mom. Hugging Kendo's legs, she smiled and lifted the little girl up to kiss her forehead. Eri. He. Kendo. How did it go, daughter? Taking the little girl down and starting to walk with the black-haired man to his house. Eri. It went very well, it was fun, today we made clay figures. Izuku. And what did you do? Eri. It's a secret, it's not finished yet. Izuku. Heh, well I hope to see you soon. Kendo. Are you hungry little one? Eri. Yeah, I won't fill up on whatever slice I brought. Izuku. What do you think if we go out to eat? Both. For my own good. The family had gone to eat and have a good time together until night fell. At home. We can see how everyone had arrived home, with Izuku holding a little sleeping Eri in his arms due to all the food he had eaten. Kendo was also full of food, but she wasn't sleepy at all, but first she wanted to wish her little girl good night. Izuku had put the little girl in his bed and covered her with his sheets. The two had left their room to quietly leave the girl. As soon as they left the room, Izuku was cornered by a Kendo who put him against the wall. Kendo. Izuku, I'm hot, I want you to take it off me. Kissing him hard, leaving Izuku surprised by the orange-haired girl's tremendous action, but he gladly accepted the orange-haired girl's gesture and quickly took control of the action. When he took control, he quickly pinned her against the wall, causing the girl to moan at that, but she was quickly taken bridal style by her boyfriend as they continued kissing until they reached the bedroom. In the room they had heard moans and the bed hitting the wall for many hours. The next day. We found ourselves in the shopping center, surrounded by many people who came to stroll, shop, or hang out with friends or partners. Setsuna. Hey guys, over here. Raising her hand to get the attention of her friends who had just arrived. Izuku. Sorry for the delay. Kendo. We had some not so important inconveniences. Eri. If that means they just got out of bed. Saying that, everyone's eyes widened at the lovebird duo who blushed to incredible levels. Pony. So you're just waking up, huh? Smiling flirtatiously. Izuku. Let's just ignore that and get to where we came from. Trying to change the subject with a huge blush on his face and Kendo with smoke coming out of his ears and with his friends laughing. Yui. Well, leaving aside the topic of our lecherous presidents. Earning everyone's laughter and increasing the couple's blushes of shame and anger. What do you think if we split up to buy everything we're missing and then meet here? Everyone. We think it's fine. After that everyone had split into different groups. Izuku had gone with Monoma and Tetsu to one side and Kendo went with Ryuko and Pony to the other and Irisi with Setsuna, Kinoko and Obara to be able to be with other people too. Izuku and his friends were walking quietly and heading to a store that sold weights for Tetsu and hair gel for Monoma. During the walk, Izuku could feel someone following them, but he didn't want to endanger all the civilians around him. Izuku. Hey guys, I also need to buy some things, you can wait for me in the bathroom. The last thing he said with a serious tone and looking seriously behind him, something that the boys had understood what he was referring to. Monoma. Okay, old man, we'll be with you in the bathroom. Both friends had gone in every direction, while Izuku was heading to a different place than them, but he could feel that person still following him. Izuku's mind. I know very well who you are, but don't think you'll get out of this, I'm already fed up with this, and I plan to end it once and for all. When he finally reached a hallway where there was no one, it was literally an area where people didn't go because the lights were broken and the walls were almost fallen down. Izuku. Come out now Tamura, you can't pretend with me. Behind him appeared Tamura Shigaraki, wearing a hood and pants of the same color. Tamura. So you realized Hades, but well, let's get this over with once and for all. Taking off the gloves he had and ready to jump and Izuku taking out his chains. Chapter 31. Izuku the Champion of Hades Chapter 31. We are at the Japan Mall, where many people were currently shopping or strolling inside to have a good time with friends or family, but that wasn't something that was happening right now with some people in an almost abandoned part of the mall. Those were Izuku and Shigaraki, who were face to face, Izuku with his chains in hand and Shigaraki with his gloves on the ground since he took them off. Izuku. Once and for all I'll take care of you, I'll take a great weight off my shoulders without you in the league. He began to spin his chains around the place while a purple aura appeared on the blades. Tamura. The only one who's going to disappear will be you, you've got me fed up to no end, you and Stain are equally annoying, you're a complete nuisance to me, I'm going to destroy you. Running towards Izuku with a lot of anger on his face. Izuku quickly threw his chains at Tamura, who managed to dodge the first one, but the second one managed to scratch his chest, making a wound that wasn't so deep, but causing blood to come out. Tamura quickly tried to touch his arm, but Izuku quickly pulled his chain back towards him, and Tamura quickly jumped to avoid being hit. When Izuku had his chains he quickly spun around and threw them back at Tamura, who had to step back to avoid being damaged, and where the attack was a crater was formed. Izuku quickly used his magic to launch a spirit of a Cerberus towards Tamura, who was scared when he saw the ghost of the beast, he jumped again to dodge it, but his foot was not spared. The leg had been completely severed by the ghostly hound. Before Tamura could do anything about it, he was quickly taken by Izuku's chains from head to toe, making it impossible for him to use his quirk to free himself, in addition to the pain he felt from losing his leg. Izuku. I'll take care of you later, but you're not going to get in my way. Izuku began to whisper some words that were not understandable. Beneath Tamura a black portal had appeared, from which dark hands had emerged that took him and began to carry him away. Tamura was just trying to free himself from the dark hands. Tamura. You bastard, this is not over, very soon you will see your end, the master will make you pay. Being completely consumed by the underground, leaving Izuku with Shigaraki's leg to one side. Izuku. I'm not going to ruin my friends' and family's day because of you. At that moment Izuku had taken out a green smoke from his right arm and then Persephone's face was seen. Izuku. Mother, I'm sorry to bother you at this hour. Persephone. You don't have to worry, I'm always here for whatever you need, son. Izuku. Right now I just sent someone who just gave me a lot of trouble, but right now I'm with my friends and daughter, and I don't want to go and leave them like that. Persephone. Don't worry son, leave that to me, I'll see what I do with it. Izuku. Thanks mom, I'll see you later. Cutting the magic and starting to leave the place, only leaving behind him the leg of his now former main enemy. Change of scene. Izuku had arrived at the mall area where the fountain was located. Izuku. Ugh, I need something refreshing for this. At that moment someone put a can on his face, causing him to shudder. Ha ha ha. When the green-haired boy turned around to find Setsuna, Kinoko and Eri, who were laughing at the joke that Izuku had just played on them. Izuku. Ha ha how funny. Taking the can to proceed to drink it. Setsuna. Since you were so distracted, how could you not take advantage of that haha? Kinoko. And what's the reason for that, President? You never let your guard down. Eri. What happened to you, Dad? Izuku. It's okay, I just had an emergency in the bathroom and I released a guy the size of my hand. Sipping his drink like nothing was happening, but making the two girls grimace in disgust at that, but Eri just shook her head to the side in confusion at that. Eri. What do you mean by that? Izuku. I just went to the bathroom to poop. Eri. Aya. Setsuna. You're a pig. Kinoko. It would have been better if you hadn't told us, just tell the other one that you went to the bathroom. Izuku. He okay. After that, everyone else had done their shopping and then went to eat pizza in the food court. After that everyone had returned home, after all, it was a great day of relaxation and a good time with friends. Izuku was returning with Kendo to his forest home, being with an error jumping from one side to the other with a small stuffed toy in his hands, it being a pink and green chimera. Kendo. Hey love. Izuku. Yes. Kendo. Are you okay? Izuku. What is the reason for your question? Kendo. Well, I've noticed that you have a worried look. Izuku. Yes, you don't have to worry, I was just thinking about who to leave Eri with when we went to camp. Kendo. Well, maybe we can leave her with my parents. Izuku. If I have time, I'll go to the director and ask for permission for Eri to go with us. Kendo. Sounds good. Arriving home with the shopping and starting to get everything ready for the day. Somewhere else, far from the world. We can see directly into a dark room where only in the middle of the place could we see Tamura Shigaraki, who was tied to a kind of chair where he was being trapped by some snakes that had him trapped by the foot and arms. At that moment some doors had been opened and the figure of a beautiful woman began to approach, the sound of high heels being heard. Tamura seeing the light that was reflected in a window that was above the dark room. At that moment, Persephone was seen, who was wearing her green dress, with a serious look. Persephone. So you are Tamura Shigaraki, or should I call you, Tenko Shimura? Tamura. Don't call me that damn thing. Trying to get out of the chair, the snakes only sank their teeth into his leg and arms, causing him to moan and grimace in pain. Persephone. I don't think you're in a position to talk to me like that, kid. With his hand he opened a kind of portal, from where on the other side you could see some shadows that were crossing the portal. Persephone. I think this will be enough for you to change and reflect. Turning around to leave as he left Amuro with those shadows. Persephone's mind. If it had been my husband who had taken care of you, you would have undoubtedly been sent to be food for the beasts or worse, to Tartarus, but I can see inside you the great pain you felt. I hope that with this you can change and see the truth. Going out completely to leave behind Tamara, who was freed by the snakes. Days later. At the UA. We can see how all the first-year students were at the gates of the academy, with classes A and B waiting for their buses to go to camp. In that you could also see Eri playing with some mushrooms with Kanoko, since they gave her permission for her to go with them. Izuku's mind. And that was just leaving a few monsters in the UA forests to ensure safety while I'm not here. Breathing a sigh of relief, he didn't have to leave his daughter with one of the grandparents. While some were living together, Satsuna living with Mina and Toru, Tetsutetsu with his lost brother Kirishima, others were arguing among themselves, that being the case of Bakugo and Monoma as always. In the distance, Izumi was alone watching his ex-brother playing a game on his cell phone with Yui and Kasei, only regretting everything, but knowing that he couldn't do anything about it, just continue with his life with his family, but having that feeling that he lost something because of his recklessness. After a few minutes their sensei had arrived to talk to them about what the camp was going to be about and that they would have to train with some heroes who would be there to guide them. After that, everyone went to the buses to go to the camp, the first to leave being Class A and then Class B, a few minutes later. On the bus, Izuku was still playing with his friends on their cell phones, while Kendo was with Eri on his legs and Ryuko was next to him. The whole trip was completely peaceful, talking to each other, listening to music and playing video games. In a few minutes Izuku could see how the Class A truck had passed by them, but without any students inside. After another 10 minutes they had reached their destination, where everyone had gotten off, meeting the heroines Wild Pussycats, the cat rescue specialist team. Without anyone noticing, Vlad King had taken Eri to the bus, making her keep silent, something she understood and sat back down, unaware that a boy wearing a cap could notice her. After a while of explanation, some realized this, so they tried to return to the bus, but it was too late, Pixie Bob had collapsed the part where they were. Some quickly used their quirk to avoid falling abruptly. Izuku used his chains, Ibara his hair, Satsuna split, but with some they weren't so lucky. Shishida had fallen on top of Kawaro, Kanoko was left hanging on a tree, Tetsutetsu fell on his back on a rock. Endo was luckily held by Izuku in his arms before hitting the ground. Mandalay. Class A is also doing the same, I hope you manage to get there before them, see you there. Pixie Bob. If not on time, they won't have dinner. The heroes and the children left there. Izuku. Very well, first of all everyone is fine, right? Monoma. Shishida, get out of the way. Hitting his furry friend who was on top of him. Shishida, I'm sorry Monoma. Tetsutetsu. Someone help me with my back. Uwais. Do you want me to rip it off for you? Tetsutetsu. What? Uwais. What? Kasei. What? Rin. What the buck? Izuku. Leaving that aside, let's go. Pony. A monster. Everyone turned around to see that behind the horned blonde was an earth monster. Izuku quickly acted by throwing a purple skull and destroying it. Izuku. Alright, Class B, let's figure out what we're made of. All? Yes. So the whole class started to go against all the monsters towards the camp. Time skip. About 4 hours had passed in total, and the heroes had been waiting there for a while. Eri was also there, playing with the boy who was with the Pussycats. In the distance you could see how some members of Class B were already arriving at the place, being able to see that they were almost all, because others were delayed by the earth monsters. Izuku. Gosh, we're here. Kendo. Yes, finally. Throwing himself on the floor. Monoma. I'm dead. Ryuko. I'm hungry. Tetsutetsu. There are already 2 of us. Pixie Bob. Very well, although some of you are missing, you managed to arrive on time, you were the first. Monoma. That's great. Mandalay. Well, right now we're going to make you some food, so sit down and relax for a while. Eri went to see how her parents were, while in the distance, the boy looked at them, but he just stared and left. After a while, everyone had eaten, bathed, while at the same time the rest of the Class B had arrived, with no sign of Class A where they were. Meanwhile, Eri told them about how she spent time with Kota, being the Pussycat's boy, which was fun but also serious at the same time. Izuku was curious and asked them about the Kota, something that Mandalay told him everything and what happened to his parents, and he killed them. Izuku felt like something similar, only he gave up his family and got a new one. Izuku came up with an idea, but decided to wait until tomorrow. After a while until sunset, Class A had finally arrived, being completely tired beyond belief, but Todoroki, Izumi and Bakugo didn't seem that tired, but sweat and dirt did cover them. After they had eaten and bathed, they went to sleep, unaware that something in the distance was watching them. At the top of the mountain you could see how a peculiar group was gathered. "Come on, let me go, I'm dying to kill you all." "Relax, will you, be patient, tomorrow will be the attack." I want to go, to see if I can meet new people." On to the next one. We can see how now the great suffering of everyone began, because at just 7 in the morning, all the students were woken up by the pussycats and began their training as they called it. But Izuku was training alone in a part of the forest because he had to improve his magic and didn't want to hurt anyone. "I had to improve some things I had in mind in weapon style." This was seen from a distance by Koda, who was hiding in the bushes. After all that, night had arrived, where everyone was about to take a test of courage, something that was very fun for everyone, well, except for 5 students from Class A, who were taken by their sensei to give extra classes. The first to be scared would be Class B, something that was very well received by everyone, especially by Izuku, who already had something in mind. When the moment of truth arrived. In one part of the forest we can see a duo of girls walking, those being Jiru and Toru, waiting for the moment to be scared. Toru. "Jai Jiru-san, do you know where they are?" Jiru. No, I don't know where they are." At that moment something had moved some nearby bushes, scaring the girls. Jiru. "No, there's no need to be afraid, it must be the wind." Toru. "Yes, that must be it." At that moment someone appeared in front of them. A black metal minotaur face with some fire in its eyes. "I'm going to eat them." The girls didn't aim any further and ran off as if their lives depended on it. Monoma and Tetsu had come out of the bushes. Monoma. "Hahaha, good one Izuku." The black-haired man took off his bull mask and laughed a little. Izuku. "I just asked my uncle Hephaestus to do it didn't turn out bad at all." Tetsu. "It's my turn, please." Izuku. "Sure, take it." When he was about to change places with his metal friend, but at that moment a pink mist had appeared in front of them, but Izuku could smell it. Without expecting anything, he quickly threw some green spheres at them. Monoma. "What's going on?" Izuku. "The fog, don't sigh for it." Tetsu. "Perhaps this." Monoma. "Look." The 3 of them looked up and saw that blue fire was spreading into the distance. Tetsu. "Is it bad?" It was Erie's cry that was heard everywhere, coming from the mountain. Izuku. "Erie." Monoma. "Wait." Izuku. "Tell everyone it's a villain attack, don't worry, I'll come back." Running and jumping in the trees to reach the mountain. In the mountains. We can see on the mountain how the 2 children, Eri and Koda, were standing in front of a muscular blonde man. He was one of the most dangerous and wanted villains by justice, since he was capable of equaling almost all might. He was muscular, the murderer of Koda's parents. Muscular. "Come on kids, don't be scared, I'll just make your skulls explode, it'll only be 1 hit." The 2 infantrymen jumped back to avoid the blow, but a stone fell on Erie's head from the rubble, causing her to start bleeding. Koda just stood in front of her to prevent anything from being done to her. Muscular. "Haha, apparently he has courage, kid, I like that, say hi to your parents in the afterlife." He threw a punch with his muscle tissue. Koda just closed his eyes in fear waiting for the impact without moving. At that moment he heard how the mountain wall had broken, but when Koda opened his eyes, he could see that he was in someone's arms, and beyond he could see Izuku with his arm extended with his Nemean Setsus. But when Koda looked at who had it, it was Izumi who came running upon hearing the girls scream. Izumi. "Sorry about that, when I heard the scream." Izuku. "No need to explain, thanks for that." Without turning around to see her, Muscular came out of the wall to start walking towards where Izuku was, who had an unfriendly expression. Izuku. "Go now with the children, I'll take care of this." Izumi. "But." Izuku. "No buts, go now." Izumi just nodded and ran off with the kids, staying with Muscular. Izuku. "As for you, don't think I'll be kind, I'll make you know the wrath of Hades." Chapter 32. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 32. We are at the Wild Hussycats camp, which is currently under attack from the League of Villains, and the heroes and students were in the open right now. In the center of the camp the Pussycats were facing 2 of them, being Spinneer and Magni against Mandalay and Tiger. On another side of the camp, Asawa and Vlad King were tasked with protecting the students from a man who was throwing blue fire. Something similar was happening in the mountains. There we can see how the muscular assassin villain was, who had a sly smile, since in front of him was Izuku with his Nemean Setsus, but behind him was Izumi with Koda and Eri in their hands, but the little girl had some blood coming out of her head, because a stone fell on her forehead because of Muscular, who tried to kill her with Koda. Muscular. Hahaha, what do we have here? Hades the hero with some pissed up brats. Hades? Izumi. Without turning to look at her, since right now he was very angry with the villain who was in front of him, even the veins were marked on his forehead. Izumi. Yeah. Izuku. Take the children away from here, I'll take care of him. Izumi. Boo but. Izuku. Don't worry, I appreciate you coming for the kids, but go right now, I'm really upset. Izumi. Okay. The green-haired girl didn't hesitate for a second to take the children in her arms and ran away as fast as possible. Hoda. But him. Izumi. Calm down kid, he'll be fine, he'll win. Looking at Eri with his other hand. Izumu's mind. I hope there's someone who can do this and I hope Kendo-san doesn't think I did it. Trembling a little as he remembers what the orange-haired girl is capable of and the beating she gave him in their fight a while back. The two had been left alone with an intimidating aura, but Muscular was only with that confident and mocking smile, while Izuku was completely angry. Muscular. Come on, what are you waiting for? Let's start the fun. Making the first move to throw a punch with his muscle fibers in his right hand. At that moment a great dust appeared around the villain's blow. Muscular thought he had hit the target and killed him. Izuku. You are very slow. Muscular turned around to find Izuku standing there with a frown, and when Muscular saw where his fist was, he only managed to make a crater that he himself made with his punch. Muscular. Yeah, you're fast, but that won't do you any good. Lunging forward to hit him again, this time Izuku raised his hand, which was holding one of his setsus, and lunged forward to hit. Both had connected their fists, Muscular with his muscle fibers that covered his arm completely, and Izuku with his Nemean Setsu with some purple aura in the dandelions. Their attacks collided, causing the ground beneath them to crack and a wave of wind to form around them. The mountain had been shaking completely because of this, but this was just the beginning. Izuku quickly kicked him in the face, but quickly punched him hard in the stomach, causing him to fall back a few meters. Muscular quickly recovered, and with his hand he raised it and threw it at Izuku, who quickly destroyed the rock with a punch, but blocked with his other hand a punch from the blonde, which sent him flying against the rock wall, causing the black-haired man to spit some blood from the strong impact. Muscular quickly launched himself at him to give him another powerful blow, which Izuku dodged and then landed a left hook right in the blonde's face, which made him spit blood, but also made the blonde's glass eye fly away. Izuku took the opportunity to use his strength and grab the muscular man from his abdomen, with some effort he slammed him against the wall and gave him a strong kick in his face, causing blood to come out of his nose and mouth. Muscular quickly got up and hit Izuku, which made the black-haired man go a few meters back, causing him to take his distance and spit some blood from that hit. Muscular. Hahaha, this is getting interesting. Surrounding his entire torso with muscle tissue. Izuku. Shut your mouth. Both of them again launched an attack to hit each other in the face, but Muscular was the one that received the most damage due to the Setsus's sharp teeth. Izuku moved away to hit the ground hard, causing a wave of wind to rush against and be felt in the area, not to mention the tremor that was felt throughout the mountain. At that moment Izuku didn't waste any time and punched him in the stomach and sent him flying, but returning the favor he sent him a giant rock that he pulled out of the ground. Muscular could barely react and covered himself with rock as best he could, taking the full damage. Muscular. Just die already. Throwing two rocks that hit him, but they were destroyed by some purple skulls that went to attack him. At that moment when Muscular dodged the attack, Izuku didn't waste time and with his Nemean Setsus that hit at the same time, made a sonic wave be heard throughout the place, making it even reach the camp, making some cover their ears because of it. On the other side of the forest. We can see how Kendo was next to Monoma and Tetsutetsu running with a fainted Ibara and Yui. Kendo? That was Izuku. Tetsutetsu? Most likely yes. Monoma. We have to get to camp. At that moment they had crossed paths with Izumi who was with the children. Kendo. Hey you. The green-haired girl had stopped upon hearing the call. Izumi. What? Kendo. What do you do with the children? Izumi. I'm taking them to the camp. Izuku is taking care of another villain who tried to attack them. The orange-haired girl seeing her little girl with a blood stain on her forehead. Kendo. My little one. Touching Eri on her head from the blow. Izumi. I hope there's a medical team there, I have to go. Kendo. Wait. The orange-haired girl put her two hands on Eri's forehead and muttering a few things made a purple smoke appear, surprising the three who were there. The wound and bloodstain on Eri's head were no longer there. Kendo. Ready. Izumi. I didn't know you used magic. Kendo. It's something I haven't mastered yet. Tetsutetsu. Kendo, we have to go to camp now, oh that fog will catch us. Izumi. Fog. Watching as in the distance a pink mist was slowly dissipating in their direction. Kendo. You three go to the camp, I'll take care of it. Monoma. Are you planning to go alone? Kendo. Yes, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Back with Izuku. We can see how the black-haired man had some blood coming out of his mouth and nose and also surrounded his setsus. Muscular was somewhat similar, his muscle tissue was somewhat wasted and some parts revealing his torso and part of his arms. Izuku. For the glory of Hades. Muscular. What? The black-haired man had hit the ground with his two setsus, managing to make the entire mountain shake, even making the ground beneath them crack a little. Muscular saw that the ground was in his favor, he didn't waste the opportunity and lifted the ground with all his strength and threw it over the edge so that everything fell with Izuku on top. The black-haired man, seeing this, hit a big punch, managing to destroy the stones and fall directly into Muscular's face, who tried to hit him with all his power he had, but it had been useless seeing how Izuku had pushed himself onto Muscular's hand and did not waste that small opening, and with all his strength, he gave him a powerful punch that sent him to the ground, causing him to fall and have Izuku on top of him. Izuku. You will pay for what you did to my girl and Kota's parents. He began to hit him a lot in the face with his Nemean setsus with all his strength, blows that were full of anger against that bastard who was under him. Muscular tried to resist the attack with his muscle tissue, but it was useless, since even with them his face was still being damaged. Izuku was beginning to be splattered with blood, both on his setsu and on his face, while his muscle was becoming less and less recognizable, even his own skeleton could almost be seen. With one last blow he gave him, he had destroyed the ground beneath them, causing both of them to fall even deeper into the mountain, but Izuku had quickly taken out his chains and threw them so as not to fall, leaving only the dead body of the villain. Izuku. Damn, it's not like I trained with Hercules, but those blows sure hurt. Spitting out some blood while holding his stomach. It'd be better to get this over with. I don't have much strength left to fight. Opening a portal from which harpies and satyrs emerged. Izuku. The mission this time is to protect all the students and capture all the villains they encounter, but not kill them for now. The monsters nodded at the order and flew away, jumping onto the battlefield. In a part of the forest. We can see how Kendo had defeated the culprit of the fog, since thanks to using his knowledge in martial arts and with the help of his magic, he was able to know the guy's pattern and knock him out. While at the same time Shaka Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki were in serious trouble because Moonfish, a criminal sentenced to death, was fighting against them, but it was Shaka who was fighting more because she had Kasei from Class B on her back and Bakugo had blood falling from his shoulder due to a cut from the Moonfish due to his recklessness in fighting, almost losing his arm in that battle. Shaka. Damn, now what? Bakugo. Buck it all, let's attack with everything at once. Preparing with his one hand with all his power. Shaka imitated his action as well, because it was the only thing they could do in that situation. But at that moment something had cut the Moonfish's teeth, and all being able to see there were 3 satyrs who had arrived at the place. At that moment, some harpies had also arrived on the battlefield. Quickly the Moonfish teeth had been cut, making the aforementioned fall, but at that moment some harpies had taken him from his back, but at that moment when he wanted to attack with his teeth, the satyrs quickly appeared in front of him and cut all his teeth and hit his neck with their spear. Shaka. They are Izuku-sen's monsters. Bakugo. What the hell are you doing here? I didn't ask for your help, you damn freaks. The monsters just roared at Bakugo and grabbed Moonfish and left the place. Afterwards the rest of the league were also neutralized and each of them captured. The attack had been a failure for the villains, oh that's what he meant. In the center of the camp we can see how the vast majority of everyone was present, some unconscious from the gas and others with minor injuries. Mandalay and Tiger with Vlad and Asawa were attending to the wounded while the ambulance arrived. Endo was with Eri in his arms, still asleep but out of any danger. At that moment Izuku had come out of the bushes, a mess with his wounds and dried blood. His colleagues quickly went to see their president to help him. But at that moment someone wearing a yellow robe and mask had arrived, being that Mr. Compress who had hidden from the monsters with one of his companions. Monoma. Izuku, duck. The black-haired man tried to do what was asked, but since he was badly injured, he couldn't do it, so he could only see how that guy had surrounded him with a light. Everyone had seen how Izuku had been trapped in a blue marble. Mr. Compers. Now Dobby. From behind a tree a black-haired man with burns on his body had emerged, who threw a powerful flare of blue fire that formed a wall. At that moment, some portals had appeared, which had taken Dobby and Mr. Compers, leaving the others behind, under the watchful eyes of everyone. That day the camp had suffered an attack by the League of Villains, with a total of 6 villains captured and 1 killed, since his lifeless body was found at the bottom of the mountain, and a kidnapped student. Chapter 33. Izuku the Champion of Hades. Chapter 33. After the attack that occurred at the camp and with the capture of much of the League of Villains and the death of one, it made news. But also that a student has been kidnapped, one of the most recognized by all, being Izuku Hell, the young aspiring hero with the name of Hades. This had caused many to begin to worry and question the security of the UA for allowing at least one of its students to be kidnapped. Class B was in a depression of sadness and guilt since they could not prevent their president from being kidnapped despite the fact that he put his own skin in danger so that they would be okay. Many cried, others were upset with themselves for not being able to do anything, but those who suffered the most from the loss of the leader of Class B were Itsuka Kendo and Eri Hell. The black-haired man's partner and daughter, but the orange-haired woman had to go through more since apart from her boyfriend's kidnapping, she had to take care of her daughter due to the blow she received to the head. She thanked Izumi for helping her daughter, seeing that his intentions were good, but now she had to do something to be able to go help Izuku, since knowing that he took care of Tamura, she was afraid that the villains could retaliate. Little Kota was very grateful, both to the green-haired girl and the black-haired boy for saving him, but even more so to Izuku for finishing off Muscular, since he felt that his parents could rest in peace. For the moment everything was neutral, and that only 2 days have passed since Izuku's kidnapping, and that Principal Nezu has declared that they will do everything in their power to recover their student as soon as possible. And that was because a large part of the civilians and heroes were indebted to him and his work as a vigilante. In the hospital, we can see how in a room was Kendo, who was in a chair, while on a bed was her little Eri, who had a bandage on her head due to the bruise she had, since the blow was stronger than it affected the skull a little inside. Kendo could take care of the outside of his wound, but the inside was the biggest problem. At that moment the door had been opened, revealing that it was Izumi. Izumi. Excuse me, can I come in? Kendo. Go ahead. Without turning to look at her since she was focused on Eri. Izumi. I wanted to apologize. Kendo. Why are you apologizing? Izumi. For not being help, if I had arrived earlier this would not have happened. Kendo. You have nothing to apologize for, you did what you could, the good thing is that the guy who did this to him is already dead. Izumi. Muscular was found with his entire face completely disfigured by the blows he received and died from massive bleeding. Kendo. He deserved it, right now he was rotting down there. Izumi. How is Eri? Kendo knew that it wasn't her fault what happened, she was just trying to apologize for not being quick, knowing that she could have changed since that day she fought with her in the Inflamed One and fulfilled the deal she made, and that her emotions towards her gradually went away, as if she was already accepting the fact that Izuku is no longer her brother, since he deserves the happiness that he couldn't have with her. Kendo turned around to see that she had dried tear marks on her cheeks, signs that she had cried. Kendo. She's in a coma from that blow, my magic is useless to wake her up, she's too weak to do it. Shedding tears that she couldn't bear because they were no help to her poor daughter. Izumi couldn't stand it and hugged Kendo, who accepted the hug while tears fell on the green-haired girl's shoulder. While the orange-haired girl was having a rough time, we're going to see what happens with the black-haired boy. In another city we focused on a bar, which seemed to be abandoned, but that wasn't true. Inside the bar we can see the rest of the villain league, being Dabi, Mr. Compers and Kurogiri. Since Tamura's disappearance, they had to take matters into their own hands, and that was the camp attack. But not everything went as they wanted, and now they are only down to 3 members of the league, since the rest went to jail. Dabi. This is bucking bullshit, that's what's going on. Annoyed as he took a glass of alcohol. Mr. Compress. I can't believe all our teammates have been defeated, now look at how we look. Somewhat frustrated also by losing a large part of his teammates in the attack. Kurogiri. Well, this is a big foe that didn't hit hard, we'll have to do something to recover from this, right master? The 3 villains turned to look at a television, which showed a man wearing a black mask with some respirators connected. It's true Kurogiri, the loss of Tamura was very painful, and even more so considering the loss of a large part of our members, but it's not time for regrets, our guest knows what I'm referring to, isn't it young Hades? On a black chair was Izuku, who was gagged and tied hand and foot, having a serious look while looking at all the villains who were present. But what no one knew is that beneath the mask he was smiling, as no one knew that he would soon come for him. That was obvious because he was sending a magic signal to the Ua and Kendo. He had that in mind since some time ago he gave Nezu a green ruby as a sign of trust between them, and he could also think that Kendo could tell others where he was. Izuku's mind. Hahaha, very soon this will be a big party. With Kendo. We can see the orange-haired girl walking towards a vending machine as she was a little thirsty. Izumi had already retired after helping Kendo in his grief. At that moment he had felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Kendo mind. That energy. Is from Izuku. At the Ua. We can see how Nezu was in a meeting with other teachers to be able to make a plan with the police and other heroes to rescue Izuku. But at that moment a green light appeared in Nezu's chest, coming from the ruby he had stored. Nezu. Young Izuku is sending us a magic signal to know his location. Almight. Do you know where it is? Nezu. Found in a sort of bar in Kamino City. Midnight. But young Yaoi Rozu's tracker shows us another place. Almight. It is possible that it is where they keep the Nomus. The young Yaoi Rozu said that she put the GPS on a Nomu that was there, but that it managed to escape. Present Mick. Then we must make 2 teams to be able to get going and plan. Nezu. Alright, let's gather the heroes, it's time to go for him. While everyone was making their moves, night had finally fallen, time for action. With Kendo. We can see the orange-haired girl outside the hospital, carrying a small backpack to go get Izuku, but not before wishing her daughter well she's gone. Kendo mind. Now it's my turn to help you, if when you were a child I couldn't do anything, this will show that I won't be a burden to you Izuku, you don't always have to protect everyone. Being very motivated to start walking towards the hospital exit. You're not thinking of going alone, are you? Itsuka turned around to find Izumi, who was not alone, as Tesutetsu, Monoma, Yui and Ibara were with her. Kendo. What are you guys doing here? It was surprising to see the group in front of me. Monoma. Midoriya told us he had a feeling you would do something crazy, and I see he was not wrong. Ibara. We won't let you go to that place alone. Tesutetsu. Because we will go with you. Yui. Izuku is also our president, it is also our duty to help him, do not think that you are alone in this. Kendo. Thanks guys. Smiling as he extended his fist to everyone, who gladly accepted the gesture. After that it had only taken an hour at most on the train to get to Kamino, during which everyone arrived to make their plans. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned being busy playing a song in his head while the villains were talking about how to convince the black-haired man to join them and the news was talking about the UA justifying the kidnapping and the poor security they had to not prevent it. Izuku's mind. Damn, the news really doesn't know that in life nothing is easy, there will always be 1 or 2 falls, too bad this fall wasn't meant to be. Abi. Ha, everyone is attacking the heroes for a small mistake and we are the bad guys. Kurogiri. After all, they think it's the best academy of all, they would have security that would prevent our attack. Izuku. Hahaha, do you really believe that? Earning the looks of the villains who were there. Izuku. Maybe they have me tied up here, but they didn't think that I could, I don't know escape. Smiling lies, the 3 villains looked at them confused. Abi. You better shut your mouth, unless you want me to burn it. Izuku. I'd like to see you try. Leaving a very tense atmosphere between the 2 black-haired men that would leave even the weakest breathless. But at that moment Izuku freed himself from the chair to throw a purple skull at Abi, who quickly responded with his blue fire, leaving a trail of smoke in the place from both attacks that hit. Izuku quickly dried his Hades claws to get into a fighting stance, his action being imitated by Kurogiri and Mr. Compress with Dabi in front. Izuku. With you guys the league will disappear completely, so I'll save myself the trouble. Smiling while a black aura surrounded his claws. Excuse me, the pizza has arrived. That had made all the intensity go away, making Izuku put on a poker face at that, while the villains were confused by it. Abi. Worse than face. He couldn't finish because the wall had been destroyed, revealing Almight and Kamui Woods, who had trapped the 3 villains with their branches. Abi. Damn. Trying to burn the branches but getting knocked out by a Gran Torino kick. Almight. We are here, young hell, great job for resisting. Izuku. It was that or do it myself, but I think this isn't over yet, right? Almight. You're right, young man. Right now another team is on another mission to a Nomus factory. Izuku. That's enough. He released a green smoke that knocked out Kurogiri. Before anyone could say anything, Nomus had appeared in a trail of silver liquid, both in the bar and outside. Endeavor. They're popping up everywhere. Izuku. What does this mean? Punching a Nomu that died after being decapitated. At that moment those silver liquids had completely trapped the villains and Izuku. Almight. Young hell. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Disappearing along with all the villains, leaving the heroes and police to fight the Nomus. In another part of the city. We can see how much of it was completely destroyed, while Mount Lady could also be seen being struck down by a large monster with rocky skin and fangs. In front of Best Jeanist, you could still see a man in an elegant suit with a helmet of the same color that covered his entire face. All for one. I didn't expect anything less from number 4 in the top, you were the only one who managed to resist my attack. Best Jeanist. Unhappy. He throws his threads at him, but takes a powerful air bullet to the stomach, leaving him out cold on the ground. Without anyone knowing, the Kendo group was nearby and had arrived because the tracker they had was sending them there, and out of sheer curiosity, they had looked to see if they could get information. They were there, still and paralyzed by the great pressure that the guy who was there was releasing. Izumi. This is bad, he must be the league boss. Tetsu. It's worse than I thought. Yui. What can we do now? Monoma. I don't know. Ibara stood with her hands clasped together as she trembled in fear and prayed to the gods that this was a dream. What the buck? That voice brought everyone back to their senses, knowing that it was Izuku who had arrived with the rest of the villains. Izuku. All for one. All for one. I see you know me, Hades. Well, now that you're here, I think you know my offer. If you join me, I'll forgive you for eliminating Tamura, but if you don't accept, Gigantamachi will kill you. The giant stood behind his master, growling as he waited for orders. Izuku. Well, that's fine. But that he made his friends worry that he was going to accept being a villain. All for one. I see that. He couldn't finish as he was sent flying by a blow from a Nemean Setsu by Izuku who had made it appear. Izuku. As if accepting to be on your side, phenomenon. Gigantamachi. You'll die, damn insect. Letting out a loud roar as he grew in size, Izuku thrust out his claws. Izuku. Let the action begin. Chapter 34. Izuku the champion of Hades. Chapter 34. Disaster. Destruction. And a very dense atmosphere so that anyone can feel their body weighing down or so that the weakest can faint. Well, right now the young aspiring hero Izuku Hell, or better known as the hero Hades. He found himself in a situation that would scare anyone, as he was now faced with a rocky-skinned giant with fangs protruding from his armored jaw. He was Gigantamachi, the second strongest of the League of Villains, and the bodyguard of All for One, leader and number one of the League of Villains and Villainy. The black-haired man was with his claws in his hands while he had in front of him an enormous creature that was bigger than Mount Lady herself in her giant state, and he also looked angry because he had just sent his master flying with a punch. Anyone would be like that. Izuku. Let the action begin. At the moment. The first to attack was Gigantamachi, who didn't want to wait for anything, since he was upset because his master was beaten. Izuku asked to see how Gigantamachi's enormous hand was about to crush him. When the hand crushed the place where he was, a powerful wave of wind rose all around, along with a small tremor because of it. Everyone who was watching was surprised and scared because it would have been possible for Izuku to have been crushed by that attack. Gigantamachi. Heh, it wasn't a threat after all. You think so? Quickly some arrows were launched towards the side of the giant's face, and they quickly exploded causing him to become stunned. On the other side, Izuku had appeared, holding his bow and arrows in his hands, because thanks to Zeus's lightning bolts, he was able to increase his speed, which helped him avoid being crushed. Izuku's mind. I've fought many creatures, but never a giant. His size is not like that of a titan, but it will be a similar experience. Izuku didn't want to waste time and launched some purple arrows again, which, when they were close to Gigantamachi's face, exploded to blind the giant. Izuku. Perfect. He didn't want to waste any more time and started running over the giant's hand to get closer to him. All for One had left the place where he was thrown, showing that part of his mask was dented, being where he was hit by Izuku and his Nemean Setsu. The only remaining members of the league had recovered to see the situation of the environment where they were. All for One. You guys, don't stand there, go after him and kill him. Kurogiri, bring the Nomus at once. Kurogiri. Yes, master. At that moment Almight had arrived, which managed to intercept All for One and take over in a struggle. Almight. Are you to return it, All for One? All for One. Will you kill me again? Almight. Both symbols of evil and good, they began their great battle to end everything once and for all. The students who had come to the fight could see how the Nomus and villains were behind Izuku, running behind him and surrounding him at the same time, while Magia was still dried and trying to regain his sight. Yui. What do we do now? Tetsu. We have to think of something fast, our president can't do it alone. Monoma. But we can't join, we're not professionals. Ibara. But we have to try something to help, we can't leave all the work to him. Izumi. I have an idea, follow me, quickly. Running to one side of the rubble, being followed by the others. But Izuku. We can see the aforementioned having an incredible battle against the Nomus and evading the attacks of Dabi and Mr. Compers. Izuku's mind. This is really getting a bit difficult. Dodging a blast of blue fire from Dabi and dodging at the same time as Mr. Compers used his quirk but only managed to transform parts of the Nomus and the rocky parts of Gigantamachi's skin. Izuku quickly cast some phantoms of a Cyclops and a Cerberus. The Nomus were crushed and split in half by the ghosts. Izuku didn't want to waste time and quickly started running faster to reach his goal. If he learned anything from the big guys, it's that you always have to attack directly at their blind spots where they have no defense, such as their shoulders, arms, or face. Gigantamachi had recovered after having his sight back. Gigantamachi. Where are you, dwarf? Let yourself be seen. looking with his gaze at the black-haired man who was shooting arrows at Dabi, who was dodging them and burning them with the help of compresses that turned them into marbles. But Izuku accidentally lost his balance when he saw how Inomu was about to hit him from behind, so he had to use his claws to dig into the Gigantamachia's skin. Right now the villain was the size of a building and Mount Lady herself. Gigantamachia. I found you. He slapped his forearm hard to crush it, which he had failed to do, as the attack was inches away from grazing it. Izuku's mind. I almost didn't even tell it, I'm sure that if something happened to me with that, Ares and Hercules would laugh at me. Using his claws he managed to make a huge wound on his hand, causing him to remove his hand and be able to move. At that moment he was hit by a Nomu that was behind him and then he felt a kick that hit his stomach. He was then quickly surrounded by the Nomus, along with Dabi and Mr. Compers. Dabi. This is as far as you go, kid. Izuku's mind. If it were because you were Shaka's brother, I would kill you now. Mr. Compress. Finish him off. The Nomus launched themselves at Izuku who was now surrounded and put on guard. But at that moment, flames of fire shot straight towards where everyone was, hitting the Nomus full on, and they fell to the ground. When everyone turned around they could see that it was Monoma and Izumi who launched the attacks on top of some vines that helped them to be at the same height and launched the attack. Izuku. Thanks guys. Gigantamachia had released a powerful breath from his mouth to throw everyone there. Dabi. Hey giant, we're on the same side, I'm aiming for them, not us. On the ground. Tsutetsu. Aharabara. The girl followed her partner's signal to throw a few mini rocks with some small nuts. Izuku knew what was going to happen when those things were close, so he quickly took a big leap to be close to Gigantamachia's stomach. While at the same time those rocks and nuts were near all those Nomus and the two villains, and a small nut near where Kurogiri was, which was attracting the Nomus to attack near where Izuku was. At that moment the rocks and nuts had suddenly taken on a giant size because of Yui and managed to make everyone fall to the ground from the height and the two villains fall unconscious. Before Izuku could do anything, a few Nomus that managed to get to where you were attacked him. The black-haired man had taken out his Spartan spear this time and started cutting and sending a few flying. At the same time, the rest of the heroes had arrived and saw how everything was a complete disaster. Almight fighting with everything he had against All for One. Izuku being in the stomach of a giant rock monster and a few Nomus fighting against it. And the rest of the students who were in the area who helped the villains who fell into trouble with the Nomus. They did not hesitate to quickly go to help in the fight. Endeavor, Edshot and Hawks went to where All Migs was fighting Afo. While the rest of the heroes went to quickly get the injured heroes out and the students out of there and support Izuku against Gigantamachia and the Nomus that remained around the area. Izuku quickly removed the last Nomu that was in his way. But he didn't wait for Magia to take him in his hands with the Nomu that were still around his body. Gigantamachia. Now, your life is in my hands. Using his other palm to crush the black-haired man, which worried everyone around him. Edshot went to help with that, throwing a kick above the giant's eye, which made him open his hands, revealing only blood with some crushed Nomus parts. Pendo covered his mouth in fright, going through the worst of it just like the others. Izuku was hiding in some rocky parts of Gigantamachia, and using his claws, he managed to hold on so as not to fall, since that is certain death. Starting to climb until reaching the shoulder. And gathering some magic, he launched a green-colored streak straight at Magia's cheek, which caused part of her armor to be destroyed by that attack. Now being very upset, he took Izuku completely, but not to crush him, besides the black-haired man was trying hard not to be crushed by his enemy's hand. Gigantamachia. I've never done this with anyone, but I hope you're delicious kid. Opening his mouth wide and making Izuku fall straight down. Everyone present who was watching was horrified because Izuku had just been eaten alive in front of everyone. Pendo couldn't help but fall to his knees as he cried. The other girls were the same, but the boys were in shock as they clenched their fists as they watched their best friend and president being eaten alive. The heroes, seeing this, couldn't help but show a gesture of sadness and horror because a young man had just been devoured in front of them and they couldn't do anything. All Might being at his last strength, being close to his last strength, only put on a look of helplessness at that, since now another life apart from his master, because of All for One. All for One. What an idiot, if he had accepted my offer it wouldn't be history. All Might just looked at that angrily and prepared his best attack to finish him off once and for all, he couldn't allow any more losses because of him. All for One. Magia, kill all the heroes at once. Gigantamachia. As you say, master. The Earth Giant stood in front of all the heroes, who stood on guard for their enemy's attack. All Might having already decided, launched his best attack against All for One, who also prepared his best blow so far to finish off the blonde. The rest of them waited alone for the giant's attack to hold him back and think of a plan to counterattack. But at that moment. The Gigantomachia was seen holding his stomach in great pain and then began to compulsion. Gigantomachia. Ah, what's up? Being on one knee while complaining about it. Gigantomachia. Aya. A small piece of metal had appeared in a space in his abdomen and quickly went to the other side of his abdomen. At that moment a large jet of blood had surrounded the area and some fell on top of the heroes, revealing their intestines that fell and were held by magic. At that moment, Izuku had come out of his enemy's stomach, completely covered in blood. Izuku. Oh shit, I was reborn and I don't want to do it again, it's horrible. Making a gesture that he was about to vomit, but then he felt like Magia had fallen behind him dead since that cut was too big for him to resist, in addition to his internal organs being burned and cut. At the same time that Almight managed to defeat All For One, who fell to the ground defeated. Everything is finally over, but something is still missing. Izuku approached where All For One was. Izuku. It's all over now, but don't worry, I won't kill you, but I'll do everyone a favor with your quirks. Taking out his claws to throw them towards him and dig them into his chest and then begin to put force. The others were about to stop him before he did something crazy, but they were stopped by Endeavor who put his hand out in front. At that moment you could see how Afo's soul began to come out, but Izuku pulled it out with a jerk and you could see how instead of absorbing it, he sent it to the sky and then it exploded into thousands of lights of different colors in the night sky. Almight. What is this? Izuku. All the quirks that you once stole from every person in the world will return to their original bearers, but they will also be given to people who deserve it. You will still keep your quirk Afo, but you will have to start from scratch again if you want to have the power you had again. Afo could only curse the black-haired man in front of him as he fell unconscious. At the same time the sun began to rise in the distance. All For One has been defeated. The League of Villains was dismantled. Izuku Hell was saved and contributed to the defeat of the most dangerous villain of all. Which also led to the retirement of All Might. But with an ending that was happy for everyone. Final chapter. Izuku the champion of Hades. Final chapter. The week. It had happened after that great fight that the heroes had against the greatest threat that represented the villainy and leader of the former League of Villains. All For One had fallen to the symbol of peace All Might in a fight which would only lead to the defeat of the symbol of evil, if not also to the withdrawal of the symbol of peace and the loss of his quirk. But it also led to the collapse of the organization as all its members had been captured in that battle. Abi, Kurogiri and Mr. Compress, the last members of the league, were tried and taken to prison. The kidnapped student had been returned safe and sound, but he was also key to the fall of All For One's strongest subordinate. Gigantomachia, a mutant that was even capable of surpassing Mount Lady in size, in addition to its strong rocky skin and its strength capable of destroying large buildings. He fell dead after his battle, as his stomach had been opened after his attempt to devour Izuku, which affected him greatly, since part of his internal organs were also cut or burned from within. That was incredible, traumatic and disgusting at the same time. Izuku had been taken to the hospital with the students who came to his rescue. In addition to a bath for the black-haired man, since he was covered in blood from head to toe. At the moment. We can see at the central hospital how outside it they had many reporters from different news programs because they wanted to ask some questions to the children and heroes involved. Inside a room you could see how Izuku was using his magic to heal the little Eri who was in bed. Behind him you could see Kendo and Izumi, who were worried about the situation. The black-haired man was dressed in new clothes and very clean since he had taken a bath yesterday. Izuku could feel how Kendo magic had helped a lot, although it wasn't enough due to his lack of use in magic. It only lasted about 40 seconds so he wants his magic. It only took about 5 seconds for the little girl to blink and open her eyes. Izuku. Hello little one, how are you? Kendo. Eri. Hugging the little girl for the joy of seeing her daughter awake again while crying with happiness. Eri. Mom. Returning her mother's hug, she was just as happy to see her parents again. Izumi was also happy to see the little girl awake again and happy with that smile. Izuku turned around to see his ex-sister, who just looked away. Izumi. I think I'm leaving now. Turning around to leave the room, she believed the moment was not for her. Izuku. Izumi, thank you very much. For your help. But that said, the green-haired girl stood still for a few seconds and turned around to show that she had a slight smile with tears falling down her cheeks. She couldn't help it any longer and threw herself at the black-haired man, giving him a hug that was reciprocated by Izuku. After that battle that both families had, they kept their word, they left him alone so he could be happy with his new family. The Midoriyas knew well that they lost their son forever, they lost Izuku Midoriya. But Izuku hell, with him they could start as a friendship without other intentions that could be misinterpreted. The actions of the younger Midoriya had proven it. Not only because he had ended his relationship with Kitsuki. If not because his actions had proven it. Well, seeing him demonstrate the tenacity and courage, he had to take a risk and save Eri and Koda against Muscular no matter what, knowing that he could even lose his life on that occasion. Izuku separated from the hug to punch the green-haired girl to wipe away the tears she still had, so he could go to where his girlfriend and daughter were and join the family hug. But that moment had to be interrupted as some guards went for the 3 family members as they had to go home so they could rest since everything had already happened, but it was to avoid journalists. Izuku gladly accepted the gesture as this would take advantage of the time for Izumi to go home so that Eri could thank them and talk for a while. Taking the little girl in his arms, he began walking with both women, obviously avoiding reporters along the way. When they arrived at a car, they could see that it was a kind of limousine since Nezu had sent it to them. Once they entered, they were taken to a different direction than their home in the forest, which didn't matter because now he was calm and wanted to stay that way until he reached his destination. Izuku's mind. I've been through a lot of things until today. I left and stopped being a Midoriya and went from being a son of the gods of the underworld to being a prince and being raised by the same gods. I returned to Japan after years and became a security guard. In those days he had defeated the 8 precepts of death, killed Shizaki and sent the rest of the Yakuza to prison. Thanks to that I was able to meet Eri, who is now my daughter. I stayed a while longer as a guard, which also made me meet Izumi and Bakugo again, although at first I didn't like seeing the former. It was what made the heroes find him and offer him to be a student at the UA, which he accepted, but he also unintentionally managed to make a dysfunctional family come together again. At the same time, he reunited with his childhood friend, who ended up being his girlfriend and current fiancé, something that made his happiness soar to Olympus. Be class president and make loyal friends and have them meet the deities. Everything was getting better little by little, even during the Uja's attack he had to wage a mini-war and free a lost soul that was once a Nomu. At the sports festival, I had a lot of fun and great matches, apart from seeing Kendo's jealousy towards Shaka, since she was the girl who had helped her family get back together again. I had to confront my past against my old family and my former friend. But in the end he managed to win the battle by a wide margin, finally achieving some peace. During the internships he had the privilege of being thanked by the Todoroki and spending some time. He managed to get rid of his greatest enemies at the end of it all and was dragged into the pits of hell, but only to end up in a battle against one of the most dangerous criminals that almost left his little girl in a permanent coma and almost ended the life of a child. But it all ended eventually, the whole league captured, all for one defeated and his best henchman dead, and he had peace again, well, some peace you could say, since the life of heroes is always about risks. The green-haired boy turned around to see Kendo and Izumi talking to Eri, laughing and smiling. Which brought a slight smile to the black-haired man's face at that. Izuku's mind. Things turned out well in the end. 73 years later. In that span of years, many things had happened in the lives of our friends. Class B had graduated with honors and were professional heroes. Some even got married right out of the academy, such as Kanoko and Kawaro, Tetsu with Setsuna, and Pony with Monoma. And clearly their class presidents, Izuku and Kendo. Everyone went to their weddings and celebrated properly. Some even started their own agencies, while others stayed in agencies where they already had secured positions. Izuku and Kendo made their own agencies over the years. Not counting they also had children. His first daughter was a girl with orange hair and green eyes, calling her Macaria. Their second child was a boy they called Zagreus, a green-haired boy with ruby-like eyes and some resemblance to his mother. Needless to say, Persephone, her cousins and aunts were so excited that they couldn't help but spend the whole day with both babies and the gods congratulating Izuku because he is now father and Hades is a grandfather. But when Kendo and Izuku reached their mortal lifespan they had reached their end. But not before becoming number 1 and number 5 in the top and becoming grandparents since Eri had married Koda and giving them their first grandchild. When Izuku and Kendo had died, they had made some statues in their honor because they did much like Almight did in his golden age. But once they arrived in the afterlife they were greeted by Hades and Persephone. Which had a pleasant surprise for both of them. And it was their crowning live as the rulers of hell. This had been with the presence of all the gods of Olympus and their friends who came from the Elysian fields to witness that event. Izuku and Kendo were named as the kings of hell. Hades and Persephone did not lose their titles by not being kings, they were still immortal and could go to the mortal realm or beyond Olympus despite a few moments between them. In the castle of hell we can see how someone dressed in black with slight horns looked at the Elysian fields with a slight smile for the generous souls and a feeling hovering in the fields. Izuku. What a beautiful view, I never thought I would be here. Well you should love, now we are the kings. The black-haired man turned around to find his wife and queen of hell, Kendo Itsuka, who was wearing a beautiful dress that made her look like a true queen. Izuku. Every time I see you, you leave me speechless with your beauty. Hendo. Thank you, love. Giving her a kiss as he stood beside her to observe the scenery. Izuku. I never thought it would come to this, Itsuka. We've already done everything we wanted in life, and now look at us, kings of the underworld and gods of Olympus. Hendo. This is something I didn't think was possible either, but as long as we're together, I'll be happy, that's what matters. They both looked at each other and then kissed and looked at the field. Before being the king of the underworld, he was a human, and after becoming human, he became a god. Apart from being a prince, he was a warrior and representative of his father, since he was the champion of Hades. End of the fic. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.